Okay.
All right, welcome everybody. We are back and live streaming the Porg Cup. So, of course, I'm here, David Gao, and we have Alistair Scott with us as well.
Why, hello.
So the first game we'll be looking at will be played on Coruscant back alleys, and it's going to be the Triple Cross.
Ace map, always a good one to sort of watch first. I'd say it's the gangsters allow people to really show off what their list can do. It's a little bit of showing off to each other first.
Yeah, the two lists we have facing off are quite interesting too. So the first one is an Imperial list, and it's got Darth Vader, Palpatine, and General Weiss, who we haven't seen in quite a while. So he is
the prize today, of course, so I think some people are playing him out of loyalty. Some people may have some good plans for him.
So he's running Imperial retrofitting, of course, which is like, ATST Beast Tamer, basically. And on the other side, we have a Han Rangers list with Han Rangers, Sabine, Gideon, R2, Alliance Smuggler, and 3PO. There's also a Balance of the Force and Rogue Smuggler. Somehow, this is kind of a ST Beast Tamer, iconic, and also vanilla. And on the other side, we Imperial have Assault looking matchup. Han Rangers versus Vader is pretty classic, right?
Rangers versus an ATST of some kind. That's classic.
And Rule by Fear even has that picture of the second Death Star. So.
Yeah, I think this will be an interesting matchup because we have Coruscant back alleys is not so advantageous for snipers. So we might see that the ATST has a little bit of better time getting up close to kind of see the snipers before it can be taken out. But we'll have to see.
Yeah, I think that the snipers love the gangsters, obviously, because the pressure on the other player to move forward. But I think that you want to sort of lie in wait a little bit and power up. And with Vader Emperor and Weiss, there's a real chance that the pressure is going to hit quite quickly. So before the other can take it. So I tend to like hyper aggressive, quick decisive action. Because sometimes it doesn't work and that's disappointing, but then at least it's over fast. And when it works, it just you can totally overwhelm your opponent really quickly. I feel that with Rule by Fear, I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see quite an aggressive open from the Empire here. Got to prevent those.
On this map, Vader and Weiss are gonna have pretty easy time getting up there. Actually, it's not so far.
Yeah.
I really like the Han Rangers variant that's got Sabine here.
Yeah.
Because he's not buying as many activations with smugglers as a lot of other people do.
Yep.
And he is against a four activation Imperial list. So I feel like there aren't so many, points spent on increasing the activation count.
I'm really surprised with this setup here that we've got. It is Morgan playing the Empire. And I'm interested to see it because that seems to go against what I would have expected. I would have thought that, your ATST wants to at least be a little bit further along because he wants to capitalize on the, I assume, get a few smush moves. But
yeah.
I'd still think you'd be able to do that if you had other actions first. So that will be interesting to see. Okay, so we've got our first 5 cards drawn. We're going to see which one's going to get dropped out of Rule By.
I mean, interestingly, the Han Rangers took that bottom side. I always kind of like that top side with the little cross-section hidey hole by the gangster.
I think you're probably in the minority there. I think people tend to like the blue side, particularly just because very good gangster line of sight, and people tend to sort of get very comfortable in that little alley by the. Oh, I think that it's possible that Morgan's seen something in his deck that he doesn't expect.
Oh dear.
Oops.
It is
He's looking-
possible you like ported a deck that goes with a different list.
At least you find it out in the first at the start rather than later on.
Yeah, actually, I tend to like the red side. I like that hidey hole in the middle bit, but possibly it's because I don't play range, so I don't worry so much about line of sight.
Yeah, same
Yeah.
here. Especially, with something that's got high movement like cats, you just want to get them out of line of sight as the priority. Yeah. I don't need to see you. I just don't want you to see me. All right, looks like he's redrawn. So it's always interesting to see what that first ditch is.
A rally.
Okay.
I assume he's looking at what's coming his way and figuring he's not got as high a chance of some status effects there. So out it goes.
Oh. I haven't seen that being used.
Yeah, I haven't seen rally being used so much.
I think it's a very strong play when you have such a limited number of units, because it'd be so debilitating to have any of them be locked out. But also, when you're not playing Unshakable, people can tend to think that you're not going to run Parting Blow, when actually that is a nice way of getting around it. There are other ways to clear those status effects.
Yeah.
Still, once we get to the end of this and we find out what he's had in his 0-point cards, it'd be interesting to see what obvious one didn't get a look in.
Mm-hmm.
Now, with no spies on the list, I've got to feel that Ron's going to be a little more comfortable drawing up his cards. Oh, and actually, I misspoke. He does have that smuggler, and I can't tell you how many times Isaac has snuck through done with a smuggler on my Vader. Just, it wouldn't be movies if it didn't happen.
Yeah,
so it's Morgan playing Imperial and Ron with
the
Hun Rangers, right? Okay.
I was also surprised to not see that extra armor for Vader and Weiss. But Rule by Fear is a really good choice too.
Yeah, again, I think an Empire player who's playing without Rule by Fear has to have a plan for patience, and a bit of extra armor will help with that. But in this specific matchup, I'd rather have Rule by Fear to really hope that I can get out there and try to take out 1-2 of those queen pieces, or at least make your opponent nervous quickly, because a little extra armor against a bunch of Rangers, Han, Sabine, that's not going to last long. Whereas the right card earlier would make all the difference.
Yeah. So it doesn't look like we have much movement yet, just 3PO focusing and running up.
If Morgan doesn't pass, I'll be very surprised. Again, it's day for surprises. And he's passed to R2 for another card.
So how killy do you expect the first couple of rounds to be?
Well, I'm just wondering if there's any if Morgan has basically said that he's not going to be able to get that middle gangster. That's too much exposed. So I think that you're going to see Ron definitely try to take both, get that sort of point pressure.
But he's got to be careful not to spend too many focus tokens.
Well, I would hope that he wouldn't actually. I'm a little bit surprised that he's got too focused now, because that means, yeah, he's probably got enough. There we go, with a nice little officer smush. Now, does he put the officer out first, then Palpatine for a Vader double move? Or no, Vader was single move in that case. Yeah, it's got to be Palpatine. Got it. I used to love smushing these guys up. It was a great little trick. I mean,
I remember it being used a lot with the Bantha as well when that was popular.
Yes.
The Rancor.
Yeah, right.
Well, the best thing about the officer ATDP was that you could, in some good riot lists, have a few officers. You could do it sort of a few times. It was a wonderful little chess piece movie to try to make sure that you always ensured an optimal push. So he's gonna, I think, squeeze another 2 out of Vader and another 1 out of Palpatine with his next move. That'll push the officer back.
Or does he just take Weiss and
Or do we just get out there?
for it? Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I think Vader's...
Realistically, if he wants to contest the middle, he needs not Vader to kill that gangster, right?
I feel very nervous with the 4 activations. I would never be ballsy enough to have only 4. But again, I like troopers, so that's kind of my personal jam. And doing positioning stuff with fewer activations, you have to be so careful with your positioning.
He has activated Vader.
Yeah.
Vader has gone...
Okay.
Yeah, see, this is where I like to put Vader first.
Yep. So that's interesting. So you've got what do we have there? You've got a decent threat on the choke, because he's going to be able to, if he chooses at the end of the round, have a good long range choke. And
well, I think that's actually a really risky move. I mean, what are Vader's odds of one-shotting the gangster for 6 damage?
Well, it depends if he incentivizes him. If Palpatine gives him a little extra damage token. I mean, don't forget that Weiss can see the gangster, so he'll have no problem still having Weiss be the shot in that case. But I was thinking of that end of round, Vader move. There are some relatively... I might have put Vader actually right on top of the gangster, but well, easy to say. I'm just more surprised by a relatively decisive early...
And that's a Rebel Graffiti.
Oh, first round.
Yeah, so there's that's
plus
quite a lot of pressure, right?
Pressure on, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, Palpatine can also have Vader kill that gangster, I suppose.
That's actually what I was thinking. I think that might be the move.
No negation on that Rebel Graffiti. Yeah.
So this is gonna be tough for him to play slowly at all. Right? With these snipers taking out gangsters and the round 1 Rebel Graffiti, that's a lot of points.
Yeah.
And he's got 3 unique figures, so everyone other than the officer is pretty vulnerable to things like Celebration.
Yeah. Well, maybe we should just talk a little bit about the new Weiss, just so what he may have in mind here. So I need to get this card. Well, I figure out this.
So he had some efficiency improvements, obviously, but I think the biggest change or buff was actually not on Weiss's card himself, but on the Imperial retrofitting card.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy about the change, and especially because I like playing jets. Ooh, what's this? What's being played? Force Rush. Okay.
Palpatine is in it. Now, has he incentivized anyone? That's my question.
I don't see any tokens. Right.
I don't see any tokens on the board. No.
But it does say use at the start of your activation. So that's still the same window.
Yeah. So I don't know if this was you right now, would you try to get those gangster points, or would you just say to yourself, gangster points are not the game? Do we go hard for getting on top of the enemy and getting into their ranks, overwhelming them, more focus they can do?
I think with the Rebel graffiti out, that is what I would do.
Yeah. Especially when you have so few activations, you don't have extra activations to spare on doing stuff like gangsters. You have to be really efficient with what you do with your actions.
Help me out. How did he clear that? Oh no, he hasn't cleared the gangster. Yeah.
I think he's looking at the line of sight.
Okay.
Just looking to see about the red lines.
It might be he's put 3 damage on it, which would be a lightning. Is that 4? Yeah, it is 4. Yeah, so he may have just lightning him.
Force lightning.
I think it's a tough call. I think I would go for weakening the opponent.
Yeah, I mean, Rangers, Han, they would love to shoot at that gangster.
Well, I mean, as I said, I'm always ready for that to be an amazing rope-a-dope technique. So if they expose now, it's a shame there's no real way to break the activation advantage, because that last hand activation is going to be. It's going to whoever Han decides to go for, it's going to make some moves. Oh, as we've gone backwards.
Yeah, so it looks like he didn't play the Force Rush. I think maybe he thought that he thought that the gangster had less health. So he was going to Force Rush, lightning it, and then step back into safety after Vader took an attack. But if he's not going to kill it, then
that's the thing. Yeah. It's never worth. Never. It's just a small amount of damage. It's not a kill. That's really the threshold you have to get over in this mission. You have to be able to find your way to do things in an activation. So Weiss is the real sort of secret weapon here, then held back. It's his last activation. It's going to go after either Han or the Rangers. And I feel Weiss has got to be very nervous about the Rangers, because it won't take much for them. Call the Vanguard, another little swing, for them to be able to do quite a bit. I'm just trying to see with this Imperial retrofitting what sort of meaningful impact Weiss can make on the game in round 1.
Well, Vader's hitting that gangster now.
Okay.
With a pretty mediocre roll. For Vader. But
looks like C-3PO was incentivized, so he's putting the pressure on 3PO.
Yeah.
Looks like there's a reroll, but it's the same.
But it was the same result. So, here's Vader not killing the gangster.
Yeah, or having to use.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
And I think he's got to kill it with his end of round, because one of the Imperial figures taking 2 damage from the gangster shot's a big deal. He has.
I think it may force Weiss to be the person to kill it. I mean, as I said, I'm still trying to see a really powerful Weiss attack that might be actually great news for Morgan if it helps calm him down a bit, because Morgan, if you're listening later, I apologize if I'm underthinking you, but Weiss may need to now make the call to take that out, and that means he's going to slow down a bit. He can still make some forward motion, doesn't need to expose himself too much. We shall see. So he's gone with the Rangers, saving hand for the last, which makes sense. Could be wrong, but I don't think I would put Weiss out now for double hand. I think I would.
Yeah, this isn't great positioning for Imperial right now. Han Rangers are hanging back. They want to play the long game because they can just have Sabine scribble on the ground and wait it out. Exactly. Wait for Morgan to miss position and then really lay the hurt down. They don't want to come out. So this is going to be pretty tough.
Morgan is certainly down a door opener. One of the things
That's what I was just thinking.
Talk about activations, of course, but those little utility figs, your smugglers, your ugnaughts, arguably your officers. It's sort of so much of the game can be put down to predictability. The less options your opponent can see you can do, the easier it is for them to plan. And committing to a change is often quite a big commitment. So if he, for example, did the extra Weiss move to get Weiss in a position to be able to open the door, that is quite a decisive action, which sort of has given Ron free reign for round one.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's interesting. Han doesn't have a focus actually, so his double tap round swing is a little less scary than usual. Especially hitting the two defense die figures like Vader and Weiss.
Didn't actually see that Ranger. Going back and forth a little bit. Didn't actually see that Ranger in one get the kill because he rolled 2 surges, 2 damage, then 4 pierce 2. I might have missed something. Not sure if he's had to commit 2 Rangers to that, meaning only one of them should be hidden soon. But yeah, I think if I was putting any money down, I'd say Ron has got a decisive edge, even if it's taken him a little bit more to kill those gangsters. Or if he is letting Han handle the middle one. I think that it's just difficult to get to that pocket. And now here we go with... So he has left the middle gangster, threatening no one at present, can't see anybody, but very likely can see Weiss at the end of this activation. Let's see what Morgan does. Let's talk about Weiss in defense. How do you feel about its health, and given that it can be seen very easily?
Health for points. Yeah, I think he still definitely goes down quite quickly.
The Vader reroll double black.
Okay, Vader's making moves into the middle.
All right, there's that special Weiss move. He's put him somewhere again, kept him out of sight of that gangster. Both gangsters. Left Palpatine a bit nervous there and moved Palpatine up. Okay. Palpatine getting shot by a gangster. I mean, I'm not a big fanboy of the literature, but one would assume he would not be too happy about it. Nice to get a memo the next day about that move.
All right, let's see.
So that's that retrofitting move. 4 spaces up.
So we've had the free move granted, and now we've going to move up 4 spaces. Now, who's the target?
I would guess that in Morgan's deck, he would have defensive stuff in it. If I had a list that was 4 activations, that's what I would stack in my command card deck.
Yeah, I think some people have done really well with some very, fun, aggressively. Oh, how's the range there? That seems okay.
He's shooting the very close one, so it's all right.
And what's the line of sight rule for massive figures?
Cannot be obstructed by small figures. So other massives will block, and red lines have their regular effect. But smalls, from a small to a massive or massive to a small, you are able to go above heads.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he's moved Weiss into a safe-ish position.
Mm-hmm.
Harder to get line of sight there, but Vader is out anyways.
Yeah. Oh, okay, here comes Han.
Yeah, I mean, if depending what Ron's got in his hand, Han can go for a very decisive action, try to double tap, or he could try to just go after that gangster.
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna go after the gangster with his double tap.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Keep him next to. And this is where
Pretty-
last grieve sort of in the game. That back in the Grenadier ages, what Ron's lined up there would be very, very scary. But
Mhm.
it feels less of a consequence now. Boy, if you had a bantha.
Okay, so a blue die has been rolled.
Yeah, so a gangster has spawned up top over there who can actually see Han.
Mm-hmm.
Can
I
he
missed
see
it. Did
Vader
Han
as well?
take a shot?
Ah, that's what they're checking now.
I think he did not get a shot during his activation.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think it was 5 spaces. So he will get a shot after mission effects.
Okay.
And he's got initiative, but that probably just means Vader will pick up that gangster.
Vader's taken 2. No, actually, Vader is the closer line of sight from Gangster 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's why I thought it was going to be Han, but yeah, there we go.
So that is a little painful, actually.
Yeah. 2 on Vader that you can't really do anything about. Not what you want.
Yeah. 4 would have been Weiss. 5 would have been nothing that Ron couldn't handle. I think that makes it smuggler. But yeah, I think it's probably something he's decided he had to be able to account for. And here comes Han's shot.
Mm-hmm.
Just take a pot shot of the gangster right down the way. I'm assuming.
They're moving the gangster. Right, that's
of course.
one of the things is it spawns and then you can move it. Yeah, so definitely both teams going for objectives at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
How many points is each gangster worth?
3.
Yeah, you see 3 is that one where it's really right in the middle where you have to agonize about it.
I think the posters sort of can.
Oh, here's
Whenever-
Han's shot.
Very healthy hand shot. That's bound to be a.
I don't think that kills a gangster.
Might have just he might have just again just put 4 down.
I
on
mean,
it.
I'm not actually sure how much better Han can do.
Yeah, that's
Well-
what I was just thinking. What are his surges?
+1 and +2. So actually, yeah, it's
Yeah,
that's
he
better.
can't really do any better.
You can't do any better than that, and that does not kill a gangster.
That probably comes back to what you said about the focus being what I say now.
Yeah.
Now,
without
Vader
enough.
cannot choke gangsters. They signed some agreement. Since they are not hostile. Those guns they're firing are.
Yep.
Oh, this is looking scary.
There it is. 1, 2.
Very bold. Okay.
Oh.
Although he has choked him, I believe he assumes it's a hostile figure. I'm not sure if that would be kosher.
Yeah, it is a neutral figure.
I'm pretty sure there's been a ruling that says you can.
Hmm.
Do you want me to check?
Oh well, Noah seems to say he definitely can.
Yeah.
In the chat, but I have.
There
maybe
was a recent ruling that said you can use all abilities.
Yeah,
to
because that
target
just
figures.
seems ridiculous if you can't.
That was fun and colorful, but I missed an FFG around. I got it.
Because they
have
can
to-
shoot at you. Why
Yeah.
can't you do stuff back? Yeah.
But there is still something about how they don't.
I believe it's
count
sort of
for
one
certain things.
of the thoughts was
Yeah.
for Jabba. They didn't want them to be
Exactly. You don't get 4 points from jump.
But I'm
Which
gonna have
again
to-
still makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So initiative passes to Morgan. And this is where it can start to get a bit scary.
Mm.
Well, we've got.
Oh, I really want to know what this Vader does. Oh, is this take? Oh,
there
second
we go.
chance.
Second
Yeah.
chance.
See, that's what I'm saying. Defensive
Again.
tech. Mm-hmm. Makes sense. Oh, I'm glad Noah's here to keep us in check. He should just come on.
That's right. No, why don't you just hop in the channel?
Special guest.
Or a second chance on Vader. He's effectively, at full health now.
Yeah, so the game definitely would be neutralized.
He doesn't have that many great targets though. If Vader were to storm in there and start hitting things.
Well, this is where. Welcome, welcome.
Hello.
Sorry, I was just trying to find out how to chat to you.
Oh, hey!
Welcome
Hey,
to.
Tom.
I thought if I joined the chat, it would let me type to you, but it appears that that is not the case.
Well, welcome everybody. Tom, everybody.
So
Unfortunately, everybody
Vader
is.
is rushing in.
Mm-hmm. And there's
Oh,
The target is not Han because
Mhm.
there's so many cards in his hand. Right
Yeah.
now, right. That
so
on the
Sabine,
lamb danger.
no lamb danger on Sabine.
well,
don't know
and
whether
there isn't the worry about the return shot as well.
Right, and Sabine has played the Rebel Graffiti on round 1 already, so that's a high priority target.
Yeah.
Well, and also,
blank.
those Rangers do not have a fantastic, ability to sort of counterattack here. That's very, as I said, I like that aggressive move. So, got to re-roll that red, surely, barring any tricks or surprises.
I mean, even in tough luck, it's worth it. Worth the risk because it's a 1 damage, so.
That's true. This is a pretty brutal hit.
Yes!
But I think it's actually not quite enough to kill her.
Well, that's where your Palpatine, is really the threat as well. But it's a big, decisive move, and I tend to treat my Sabine as a little too disposable. I always have done better when I've managed to keep her alive, but she can disappear on you quite quickly. So she's out of the 3PO range as well. That is a very, very healthy
10 damage.
10 damage. She is incentivizable, and I think if that was me, I'd say you go with Sabine right now, or Palpatine says goodbye to her. Unless, Heart of Freedom is, or her own sort of evasive maneuver, of course.
Yeah, I suppose she could. If I were playing this Sabine, since I'm the opposite of Alistair, I would chuck a grenade, run away in evasive maneuver, and just keep that. Force surge.
I mean, you don't.
She will not live.
You have the choice.
Mm.
They say, kids, if you're watching this, it's always. I can't tell you the amount of times I've said, "Oh, amazing! She'll be gettable through something else." If you have the choice to kill something and not give your opponent a chance to react, it's worth it. Whatever the card is, definitely worth it. The times I've not spent a grenade because I didn't want to kill something with 1 health and gone, should have actually cleared it off the board. So
Nice. No, I agree with that.
I mean, so both of you, Tom and Alistair, play a good amount of Vader. What do you think his chances are for surviving whatever retaliation is coming?
Well, I'll let Tom go first. I've got
I mean, he certainly can. The thing is still, if everything is still to go, then it might be hard, but he certainly can.
I feel the important thing
is
is that he's crashed on. He's got second chance. He's also crashed on top of the Rangers. There's no really easy way for the Rangers to get what they desperately need, which is that reroll. So, although I don't know why they both still have focus, I feel like I missed something pretty obvious there. And none of them have hidden, even though they killed a gangster, but I'm obviously missing something. But anyway, I feel that Vader has sort of crashed on top of them, made a problem. And with Palpatine, he's still got a good chance to do something. With Weiss, he can move again. I don't know. I feel pretty good about it. Is he threatening a parting blow? Maybe. With Fowley's in the deck, I'd probably not. But I think that's very good and strong. It's just occurring to me right now how great Weiss is for getting Palpatine up for a good Force Lightning.
I was actually sitting this morning trying to build a version of my my Imperial superheroes list, and ended up with something very similar to this.
Oh.
Just
yeah, I know
because
you played
all the
ATSD as well before, right?
Yeah, a long while ago. But it's that Weiss extra movement does make a big difference to characters like the Emperor and Vader.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like R2 is activated, right? So Morgan could have another go.
I mean,
It could be Palpatine could get into range and have Vader hit Han, for
it might be
example.
a bit premature, though. I think that I guess the Rangers now have the opportunity to, with some careful maneuvering, start getting some range 4 shots with reroll against Vader. That's the thing that R2 has opened up. So I'd love it if Morgan could pause, but he's not going to.
Weiss activating.
Exactly. So I think he's going to possibly move Vader or try to get in there, but
Okay, so
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Vader is moving all the way in. No. Oh, now he runs away.
Probably the smart move.
Yeah. See, this is how I like to play Vader. I like putting him in, doing some work, and then having some tools to get him back out again. I don't always accomplish that.
gotta say, I definitely would have put Vader in forward, mainly because with the end of round attack, he's going to be near a lot of people. There's no way he can move everybody that Vader could swipe with a Palpatine shot. I liked Vader run forward, even if he was going to take quite a bit of heat from the Rangers, because had they gone, Vader could, with Palpatine, potentially have taken 3PO out, maybe even the Smuggler. I'm admitting the white die here being the biggest problem with this whole thing.
Yeah.
But Weiss is an interesting choice now, because is he going to once again be on gangster duty? And is he once again going to fail it?
Yeah, I think here going for gangsters when Vader is in a pretty dangerous position is not what I would choose to do, because I would want to try to make moves to take his figures off of the board.
Mm-hmm.
I also like aggressive Vader plays because his points are not so valuable unless you actually make stuff happen with him. And his attack is so strong. You can't keep him too safe because then you don't really get the value out of him.
The best way to negate a Vader player is to render Vader that he's spending too much time moving.
Yes.
It's if you have celebration, you're looking at Vader. He can be really tempting to kill, but it's really an anchor on your opponent if you've rendered Vader pretty useless. So I think that having him drawn back by Weiss there. I mean, the problem I have with this now is, what's Vader's end of round move? Is it killing that gangster?
Exactly what I was thinking.
What's the
Dash has really hampered that end of round benefits that you can get out of him.
I think he's sort of taken the knife out of the hand for the from the Rangers, because they can. If you can
what's
get
this?
If a smuggler opens a door, that's got to be a shot on that gangster.
Gangster? Yeah.
Hmm.
I think maybe he's a bit overscared of what Han and the Rangers are capable of against two double black dice figures.
Yeah.
What
At the end of the day,
This is where Noah watching the stream will tell me what I missed. Why two Rangers are still focused when I think one of them, maybe Sabine, killed the.
That's what I was thinking.
Okay, all right, that makes more sense then. So that's why you haven't gained any hidden on those Rangers, but you also haven't lost any focus.
Weiss still kind of twitching around in that back corner.
He just once again underhit that. He may have once again failed to clear that gangster. This is where we need the officer to come in and, officer friendly, seal the deal. Well, Tom, now while we have you, what is your tweak on this list, on this Imperial Heroes list? Because there's a couple of heroes that aren't appearing in this. Do you feature any other superstars?
Well, it's the question of whether Weiss and the Emperor are worth between them 21 points when reasonably you could end up with 3 7-ish point heroes, kind of level characters, because Weiss is still quite expensive.
Yeah.
For one shot around. And whilst the movement is fantastic, his limitations in terms of his movement make him difficult to get the most out of.
Well, how does he complement?
So we've got the Rangers activating.
I think they're going for that gangster.
Complements jets, because if you had enough of them, and this is maybe a question for Jess, that movement means you are going to have lots of opportunity to put those jets for the maximum damage potential they can. More vehicle synergy, arguably.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's probably a really good match for him. Whereas,
so I've played 2 games now in my IACP weekly league tournament, however it's being labelled, and both games I come up against Han and Flavor, something spy-y. Both of them have had Saska in them, one to bring Onar and one to bring Greedo. And
nice.
Han and Greedo dream team.
I just keep coming back to the fact that Han is woefully undercosted, because he basically will win you the game, and that's the problem that I find with this version of this list, is that because you don't have enough defensive tech to keep Vader going, whilst he will shrug off a couple of Han's attacks, in the end Han can just output so much that you just can't do anything about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if I'm playing against a Han list, I try to play around Han and kill all his support stuff and hope that him by himself can't win the game.
I think that's one of the benefits of running my opponent who ran Onar. It was just that it's such a huge health pool.
Yeah.
Even if I go after Onar rather than Han and decide that I'm just going to eat Han's attacks, it takes me so many attacks to chew through Onar that Onar still gets stuff done. So the argument of leaving Han alone is kind of only half of an argument, because there's still, 30 points left of list left to deal with.
Yeah. Is that a ranger running off?
Yeah, so we've got a ranger
left?
moving down to the bottom left-hand corner of the map.
Trying to wrap around from the left side?
I think that's a tough call to make. I mean, it'll take him, 2 rounds just to get through there?
Double doors? Well, we'll see what happens. Well, David loves Onar. He was just saying on our newest podcast episode that if he could just have Onar, a team full of Onars, he would run it.
Oh, I know, it would be disgusting. How much health would your Onar brigade have?
No, I listened to that one this morning. Yes, Onar is a horror.
And with six get downs, you could cancel
at
least 1 or 2 full attacks whenever you wanted.
Okay, we've got this smuggler also coming down there, maybe being a door opener there. We'll have to see what's going on there. Maybe some flanking action. We'll see.
Going for Weiss, maybe?
Or possibly setting up to contest more of those gangster deployment areas. Oh, what have we got? New orders.
Okay.
Reactivating Weiss. Okay.
Yeah,
that makes sense in this list.
Definitely. With Palpatine and that officer. And so many good targets for it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Ranger's gone now. That makes a huge difference to Vader's end of round.
Because I must say, we now get to tell our words about where Vader is positioned, which is well done, Morgan. Because all of that mispositioning, and then again, us saying Vader seems really mispositioned. Maybe if we were very intelligent, we would have seen this coming. But we didn't.
Hey, I didn't.
How dare you accuse me of being that intelligent?
Yeah,
I mean, there's only Han left and it looks like Morgan's gonna get the last act probably with Weiss, which means he's gonna move everything else at will.
Do Weiss now to put Palpatine into strong position. I think that's actually very sensible.
Vader. Vader.
One, two,
Yeah, Vader, now you're going to get everything out of that Palpatine activation. You get everything out of it.
Yeah.
The extra attack, the extra attack.
Okay, what's he attacking? Dice.
Let's see, well, it's not. It should be. That should just be Vader's move. And now we're probably move, but probably going to move
Palpatine.
Mm-hmm.
Then he's got a tank, Han.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, doable. But
Doable.
that's a ranger. That's a focused ranger now. Just very, very gettable.
Yeah, I think Weiss is coming out.
Oh, I like this aggressive play. Don't hide.
Finally got out of first gear.
The thing I wonder is that placement of the Emperor a particularly good placement? It's going to depend on whether he's got any movement cards to play. Because I'd be looking to try and get off the Force Lightning, and that would have meant staying one further.
I mean, exactly. If he can clear if Vader can clear the Ranger in one, Palpatine can lightning 3PO for a kill, which would be fantastic. If not,
that's true.
It does seem off place. I don't know how
backwards.
I think in that situation, I'd be using my whatever it's called, tempt, to put an extra one on that Ranger just to get my chances of killing him up.
Yeah.
Well, and if we've got a death blow, that could really help Vader with that kill. Couple of those very powerful, melee effects.
It's just Weiss driving his ATST up and down the street.
Yeah, he's
running simulations, guys. Okay.
This is his teenage daughter who's got the keys and is trying, being a bit of a roadster.
All right, so range 6 shot on the Ranger with Weiss. Actually.
Okay.
How did Vader get there?
1, 2, 3, 4. Good question.
I think he's just moving him for line of sight.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Drive.
He should be able to see him anyway, whether Vader is there or not.
Look at that Weiss.
How is he moving 8 and then firing?
The retrofitting.
Oh, a movement from the retrofitting.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's such a great card for the ATSD. And the tank as well.
Is the DP seeing much play with it? I mean,
it cannot be used on the
clues from the DP. I remember seeing that. Yes, actually.
It's quite specific.
That's the whole thing about most upgrade cards that just improve what's already good. It's always the
yeah.
So it's very sensibly done. Well done. Now, is he going to hit?
Okay. We're gonna have a ATSD, HDP tank list.
I think he's got blue this.
Yeah, for the range.
Can't quickly do the math there. I think it's
he can also deplete that retrofitting to focus.
Oh.
If you really, really need to kill this Ranger.
Oh yeah, I might do it actually.
I think I'd be doing that because I think Weiss is going to be chasing those Rangers around the board, and he's going to need that movement.
That's true.
Well, he's got the accuracy.
That's enough.
And if he's
Oh no, I see one short.
I'm just double checking his stat
Surges?
line. Yeah, he could pierce the 2. That would make him healthy 6. But as we said, Palpatine is to go. That is.
Oh, that's right.
So I think, and there's, unless Han's packing a emergency aid or something, I think that's what you might say.
Okay. That was a pretty big round.
Here's Han's shot on Vader. Well, Vader got that surge block, which he always likes.
Mm-hmm.
That is.
Yeah, that's
and the reroll. into
I
one.
would leave that. That looks
Definitely
pretty good.
not bad at all.
4 damage.
Is he considering chucking a card?
Hmm.
It's not worth the Zilla.
He's got.
It
So,
is.
there it is. Force Rush.
Force
Well,
Rush.
we didn't know it was coming, so he's decided to play it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely play it that way. I chuck cards early to keep Vader up.
Now, does Han run away, or does he just stand there?
There could be a parting blow, right?
Indeed.
And since it's his activation, that could be bad.
Mm.
I think, yeah.
However, there is no unshakable.
Yes, but
Which
he
suggests-
did have Rally
Yeah, we
in his
did
deck,
see Rally.
so we're suspicious.
That is
That's a
good.
stealth tactic.
But would you want to do it now? With the fact
Yeah.
that Han will return fire, which isn't great.
Mhm.
And you don't have the rally
then
now.
you can't do your end around if you're stunned. Yeah.
So I don't think I'd be doing that.
So it looks like we're on to Palpatine, and that's been incentivized for the kill. And here, I think has to be the electrocute on 3PO to kill him, which will be bad news
Yeah.
for everyone else. I think that might have argued for the move on Han. That should.
The question is, do you guys think that now is the time for Vader to start hurting Han, or would you leave him alone for now?
That's generally my tactic because I just really hate that return fire.
I think the return fire on them. I think now you've got a 6 health ranger in end of round range for.
He is
Oh,
playing the
he's done
parting
it.
blow.
He has done it.
Who's he playing it
I
on?
called it.
Out.
Han as he runs away.
Han is the only one next to him.
He's decided to run on the Vader attack out of incentivize. So there we go. So now, Ron's had some healthy card draw, so could have some other tricks. Let's see.
So is that on the land coming from Vader's attack on Han triggered by the Emperor? Is that right?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
And then you have
Ooh.
the parting blow on that.
Han will not like that.
Ouch.
Han does not like that.
Ugh, blanked. Mm.
We're looking at 8.
I'm feeling pretty smug about predicting this parting blow.
So you should,
But
Jess. So you
I
should.
think right though, it is going to be in a tricky position because he will be stunned. We don't have the unshakable. So
But he
what
can
he
still
does.
force choke.
Sorry?
He can still force choke at the end of the round.
Right.
So he's not completely useless as where he is, because he can still choke that ranger.
Well worth it for the what he's threatened. Han with how vulnerable he is. So
you can't take the movement though, right? Because it's movement. You can't do movement on stun.
Yeah, he won't be able to move. Just
Yeah.
choke.
Yeah. He can interestingly be pushed by stepping on him.
This is not the best.
Big reroll.
Rerolled into 3
Better.
block.
Better.
Not seeing any tough lucks either, I'm afraid.
So that gives him 2 damage. I think that's a worthwhile trade.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm curious as to what that last card in hand is, because I'd be considering throwing it, but
Yeah, who knows what it is.
Now, where does Han go for being able to continue shooting? Does he want to keep working on Vader with the second chance, or does he want to go somewhere else? I mean, it.
He doesn't really have any options. There are only a couple things to shoot, and all of them are behind Vader.
I think I might need to tuck him above R2 there. Where he can't be hit easily via melee, but still not as far away as you want to be.
I mean, you with Vader stunned, yeah, up above R2 seems like the right place to go. I think.
certainly makes Weiss not a problem for a while again.
Yeah, really slows Weiss down. 1, 2. So Weiss can do it.
Yeah, I think Weiss
can
can
do it.
actually get in there.
Yeah, with
can
the
do it.
retrofitting still up. Mm-hmm.
Still, it's quite a committed move.
But that spot is pretty decent though, because he can still shoot out.
Mhm.
And I mean, he
Vader's not
doesn't
coming
have unlimited movement, so.
I'm feeling like that last card is take initiative or something.
Ooh, okay, yeah, fair. Mhm.
I don't even know what I'd do with take initiative at this point, because with Vader stunned, I don't know what I'd be trying
You
to
can move. You can move Weiss in and block
Yeah.
everything.
Don't forget
That's
that,
true.
that Pierce 3 lightsaber on Palpatine can do some fun things to Black Die Rangers.
Okay, we've got a
Gangster
gangster.
that cannot shoot anyone.
Where's spot 3?
It's in the middle.
Ah, okay. Oh yeah, yeah. This one, usually I find the middle area is very hotly contested. This one, not so much.
Mhm.
But I mean, it's more of an issue with posters. Okay, so Morgan's end of round goes first. So he moves gangsters first, right?
I guess there's only one choice for Vader's choke later.
I think this
Yeah,
round.
after a choke on that Ranger, Palpatine is a threat with his Pierce.
Yeah, oh, and his lightning. I don't know why. I would have probably eaten a card on that one.
Yeah, I would say that Ron is might not get a chance to play all 6 that he has left the way the game is going, so he might need to.
I mean, I don't know if it matters about that Ranger eating a card. Can't Palpatine just go and lightning?
Oh, I suppose
Han to death?
between tempt and lightning, he can do it, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
It's just the difference is that you're managing to force him to use both on that Ranger.
That said, we all know that Han Ranger lists, they can play 6 cards in a turn,
true.
even with the new rules. So we've seen a massive and exciting swing and roundabout here. Very interesting and very well delivered play. I'm very happy to see Ron pull some big surprises.
There's the take initiative.
There's the take, and it's been negated. Okay.
Very few command cards played by Han Rangers so far.
Yes, absolutely. So what are we going to do, Ron, with our initiative here? Do we have Call the Vanguard? Do we have some exciting
that Ranger number 2 looks very out of place right now.
Forgive me, I missed it. Did Han get his end of round shot on Vader?
2 damage. It's the one that's still in the window, I think.
I see.
Yeah, it just he did the second chance
Wasn't
and
his
then
return.
took 2 damage.
Got it.
So this looks like a regular Ranger shot, and they're activating.
Don't know what he's going to do with that other Ranger. Or is this is this not a Call the Vanguard Ranger? Oh, dear. Not a heavy Xillo game either, I've noticed. I haven't seen it be used that much.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
What dice? What dice? Oh, 4 searches.
That is a hell of a roll.
I just went to get a
It's
drink. I just saw the dice.
That's like what my Onar rolls.
How about with the reroll?
Well, yeah, if he's taking away one of your surges, you're going to pierce 2, threaten 4, make him use the Zillow or drop a card. I mean, nobody's calling this good, but when Vader rolls that search block, there's nothing wrong with over searching.
Ooh,
Nope.
another
Okay.
reroll.
So I now am seeing 5 without any tricks.
Ooh,
Oh.
okay. Ooh.
Well then.
Wow. That
Yeah.
was a journey, guys.
Now, again, a search block is actually very good, so that has changed quite a bit.
I think
now
that's
looking
probably better though with the Zillow.
Yeah. I think with Zillow, that is
Yeah.
So
Yeah, this is looking pretty tough for Ron right now.
I'm guessing
You
he
can what? Ditch a card, Zillow, and take nothing.
new assassinate requires you to play no other cards, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
There you go.
mhm.
There is the +3 damage assassinate modifier.
I'm nervous. Tell me I'm missing the obvious second ranger shot. I don't see it, and I wonder if I'm.
Maybe Heart of Freedom.
Or urgency or something.
That is what it's going to need, and we have said he's part of this card. So
I think the chances of taking Vader out are still there.
Mm-hmm.
so second chance is the problem.
It's gone now.
Yeah, I think he still has the ability to take Vader out, and with Vader stunned, his movement is severely limited. So Vader's not a great deployment right now, and it actually makes Weiss's ability worse because Vader's not going to be able to move.
Well, I mean, he could ditch the stun and only move.
That's true. I mean,
Which
to get him out of the way.
I might do because I feel like you've gotten your value out of Vader. You don't want him to lose his points, give up his points. I might do that. Activate Vader, clear the stun, just run him back. I don't know.
Does he have Jedi or anything like that?
I think it's the movement that he needs more than anything else, because I think R2 is. Just drop that card. Drop that movement card. No, maybe not.
And I think that might well be the end.
Yeah.
Because
So
the Emperor comes in and Force Lightning's Han, and then there's not a lot left.
Yeah, and then Weiss comes for the
Rangers.
So I think for me the turning point was possibly the Rangers sort of pulling back and hanging on to those, as
that's what I was
opposed to
thinking.
non-re-rolling shots on Vader when they could. I know it's not ideal, but I think that the fact that after Vader wiped Sabine, they were all on top of him there, but he had crashed into the clubhouse slightly. I think that the Rangers sort of pulling back, not seeing the new orders coming necessarily, obviously, but that was well played with Vader being sort of not feeling like a very attractive target, his second chance and all.
Yeah.
An excellent move with getting as much as he did out of Weiss's free move. I mean, that's like a Vader with 3 officers level of mobility managed to pull around there.
Well, and you can pull him back, which officers can't do.
Which, again, as we said, is a very bad idea unless you do exactly what Morgan did. Which, well done him.
It's certainly one hell of a play to New Orders Weiss to get two
Yeah.
his movement in a round.
That was great.
Movement's really important,
Mm-hmm.
but getting double bubble out of that is really impressive.
But that is sort of a weakness of Han Rangers with so few attackers, right? Or if they can pull something off or stack resources to get one of yours down without giving anything up, you're suddenly in a really bad position.
Yeah, this is the big mistake that I made in the finals of that regional where I was up against Isaac. I was too afraid of them. I didn't rush up, and I regret it now. Because if you can take out one ranger, it makes such a big difference.
It's crazy when you are playing rangers too, and you suddenly find yourself within 4. I mean, you're used to them being so wonderfully powerful, and then losing that reroll, just suddenly those bad blue dice really start hurting more. And it's. I think that's one of the elements they were nicely designed. They're always a little bit high in the power curve, but situations where you could crash into them, you really could sometimes limit their viability.
Yeah, and on this map too, with it being not too big, you can definitely get up close into their face, limiting their usefulness. Whereas I was playing them on lethal Weiss. Blah.
Got to run in every direction. I'm not sure if these gents have, after Han went down, I'm not sure if they've decided that's put enough points on that can't be reclaimed. Oh, no, it's still going a bit over.
I think that at this stage it is a bit over, unfortunately.
Yeah. It's always fun when the commentators are wrong, so I'd be happy to be wrong. But
Yeah,
it's just generally a stage when somebody can say, I can see the numbers on the board and actually there's no way through it.
oh, that's a lovely play.
Price of Glory. Well, I mean, if he had Rally, I'm not so surprised he has Price of Glory.
Yeah, I think if you're taking that risk of bringing Parting Blow without Unshakable, you're taking Price of Glory.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So he might be able to get another hit in. Vader can certainly take out Gideon.
Masterclass in getting the most out of your points for Vader, while at the same time showing how Weiss is nothing more than an officer on a very, very big chair. And be effective as well. So
It's working.
it is.
Oh, but where is Vader going?
Oh, okay.
Good play. Force choke the one that's nearly dead, and then
The
he'll run up
Ranger.
with Weiss and then kill him at the end of the round. It's a good play.
Gotta say, I think Ron, had some. We can mention it. He was a little bit under hitting on the dice. Could have made a difference for Vader getting flushed out. I think. I'm curious as what's in these 4 cards I can't see on Ron, because I think he can't have been looking at exactly what he wanted.
Losing the Sabine really early was painful as well, especially when drawing.
Spectre era, I certainly became aware that spot for Sabine is very vulnerable because people can get to it. It's great because she can pop out and pop back, but actually, it is, as we just saw.
Is this R2 zapping Vader?
For the stun.
Get that stun in there. Stun.
I don't know where that extra surge block has come from.
He always has
He
one.
had a token.
Oh, did he? Oh, I see. It's under the door. Yes, gotcha.
From that glorious price. Okay, now we've got some more Weiss moves. I mean, yeah, like you were saying, during the Spectre era, those spaces near that terminal were already a death zone, and then if you give Vader even more moves with Weiss, you really got to hang back farther than that even.
I mean, the gamble is, of course, and this is how I play Sabine. That works about 1/6 of the time. You won't be surprised to hear. Anything that dodges can be an amazing turret if you put it forward and you get lucky. The trouble is how costly is it when you don't. When Rebel Graffiti is in your hand early, I think you've said to me, David, before, you almost need to change your whole plan on Sabine and have her be a very frustrating, very out of reach 2-point generating figure each turn. And I think that's entirely right. If you have that round 1 graffiti, Sabine is precious cargo.
Yeah, I mean, if she just lives until round 3, that graffiti has paid for her +1.
Or drawn out that negation that you wanted for something else.
Yeah.
So this is tremendous. 0 damage on Palpatine, 0 damage on Weiss, no damage on the officer. Vader has taken all of the damage that Ron has put out, which
And is not gone down.
Not yet gone down, and he has been hitting those 3s. Gotta say, there's the black dodge. He's seen a few of them.
Yeah.
But still, it's just the Han Ranger Sabine. That's a damage dealing list, and unlike very tanky restorative lists, this has just been there's been a few cards, but Zillow hasn't been played. A lot of cards haven't been dropped, as I've seen that often. It's very, very well done.
I think you can't underestimate how big of a blow losing Sabine in 1 attack and a force surge is to the list. Because when you're looking down Vader, I'm looking at Sabine's grenade to be putting through 1 or 2 damage around that he can't block.
Well, that's why I said
lost
when
that
it looked
so
like
early.
Sabine was just going to make it. When it looked like Sabine was just going to make it, I was going to say that she had to be the move because you had to get that grenade in and get her somewhere. But when it looked like she could be temptable on the next turn by Palpatine to kill, even if she did her little evasive maneuver. But yes, now here's the question. I mean, will we be forecasting how is Morgan going to face up some of these lightsabery lists that we'll like to see, Jedi list? Because I can see that this was a particularly strong engagement for him, but I can also see the House of Cards falling quite quickly if any of those queen pieces is gone.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's only really one Jedi that you're truly scared of, and that's Jedi Luke, because his ability to run up and attack 4 times with Vader, you've only got 1 Zillow per turn.
But what about your pummel Ezra's and all of that?
Yeah, I mean, it's not too bad. It's just that Ezra can go down very quickly to Vader, whereas Luke, you've almost not even got the chance of killing him in a round either. So your ability to stop Luke is basically 0, and also Ezra's ability to move up to the front, it only happens at the beginning of the round, whereas you don't have that limitation with Luke. You can leave him till last and run up.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, with Diala, you can reposition that Vader as well.
Oh, that's a good point.
Oh, good lord. The guy smiled on him. Smiled all day.
I think that'll do it.
GG.
Is that 8 plus the Pierce?
I mean, but that's basically showing that Vader can win an entire game by himself.
No,
Oh,
he
I
did
don't
need
think-
the help, though.
Obviously with the movement points coming from Weiss, but his damage output is enough.
It's insane. Yeah.
This is a list geared towards maximizing Vader as he did. I think it's a very good indication of Weiss's viability. Movement is the game. Movement, control, and options, and Weiss grants these. I see a lot of different ways you can play that. I think that this looks very fun, but I bet you there's going to be some games where we're going to see it. Any piece of this puzzle is taken out, bad luck or bad positioning, and I include the officer in that, and it can be very different. And so that means very, very skillful piloting necessary. And
I think it's true of any list, but a couple of dodges in there, and this would be a very different game.
Mm.
Han dodges once, or Sabine had dodged when the big hit came. It's a very different game. And
I think the
limitation
the lack of damage elsewhere sort of showed that there was probably a little tolerance for that. I think it was the inability of Ron to take any one of them out, or perhaps having chosen Sabine over spies, he didn't have the ability to sort of rob the Empire of some of the power cards. That might have had a big difference. A Mac Han Ranger list with just a intelligence leak or a little bit of a comms disrupt, something at the right time. That is.
I mean, he didn't get quite so many cards though.
The
But
ones
they
he
were
played.
The odds of drawing that intelligence leak or comms disruption wasn't that good.
I've just seen him flipping cards there, and there was a deadly precision in there, which I've been definitely thinking is a great card for Vader.
Mm-hmm.
It's truly terrifying for Vader. Because he can get to use it on both of his attacks, it means you can guarantee 2 attacks with no dodges.
Well, and if you've got Palpatine, you could have even more.
Exactly. You can get even more out of it. 3 attacks, no dodges.
Sorry, when you say both of his attacks, are you referring to Naked Vader?
No, yeah, Naked Vader, one during the round and his end of round. It works on both.
Oh, sorry, not Naked Vader. Then I meant Naked Vader would be brutality. So it's driven by Hatred Vader, but it's applying right through to the end of round.
It goes right. The wording is not until end of round. The wording is for this round, so it continues all the way to the end. So you get it on both of your attacks this round, and again, like you say, if the Emperor gets to give him a 3rd attack, it would work on that as well.
Should we invite Morgan?
Great.
Invite Morgan to join the chat if they have a second, just to talk a little bit, answer some questions.
Yeah, go pop down and speak to them.
Yep. Do you want to go pop down and invite them?
I'm really impressed with this 4-act list. I'm not bold enough to try it. I like my Stormtrooper shield.
You only need 4.
Oh, I like my riots and jets too much. I'm really tempted now to play more of the vehicles though, with the retrofitting.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of fun.
I think between Weiss's ability and retrofitting, you've got the opportunity to move a lot of cards a lot of figures a long way.
Mm-hmm.
I've dropped him.
Hello, so you're back.
I've dropped him a line. I think he may be taking a well-deserved break, but if not, I've sent him a message. We'll see if he can.
Okay. Is that Ron that's joined us here?
I did, but I'm in the wrong area.
Oh, you're a little quiet, but we can hear you gently.
Oh, yeah, I'm having some trouble with my mic.
That's okay. We can try turning you up. 1 second.
Yeah, let me just go in there. I think I had it set too low.
That's not too bad now.
How about this?
How is that match for you?
That looks better.
How is the match for me? Well, it's no fun facing Weiss and Vader together, I'll tell you that, especially when you have Rangers who can't get long shots.
Yeah, we were just talking about that this particular map, it's pretty tricky when they kind of have so much movement, they can just run into your face.
Yeah, and that's the Rangers' worst nightmare. But
Morgan,
he played it great.
Very, very entertaining game to watch. I think early on we were calling in the chat about how we knew that Morgan would have to make an early move. He couldn't let you gain points or cards, but we're all three of us, they were very impressed with the amount of speed that was possible with Weiss. Very entertaining game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, between the Emperor and Weiss's movement, I mean, Vader was right on top of me. And then
we saw you draw the Rebel Graffiti early. I thought that was really good for you if you could draw it out. But the map is small.
Yeah, he took out Sabine. Was at the end of round 1.
Yeah.
Burn. And I put her in a place usually where she's safe, but I mean she'd be safe for at least another round or 2. But yeah.
Well, congratulations, Morgan, and well played, Ron. I think it's a list we're going to see go. I think you'll both probably have a very good rest of the run. Morgan, how do you? What were the moments where you were sweating versus the moments where you felt you had a lot of control there?
Well, I always like drawing New Orders round 1. Because getting the double Vader move with like the double, like I almost always use it just to reactivate Weiss, just because getting 2 move actions out of both Vader and Palpatine is just insane.
The
Yeah.
new orders, you always, after it's been played, say you should have been able to see it coming, but I never see it coming. I always go, well, of course he's got new orders after it happens, and I never see it coming once.
The really nice thing is that, like, with this list, everyone's a leader. And almost everyone gets actions outside of their activation. I've played it with Weiss, like I've used Weiss to reactivate Vader before, and I've used Palpatine to reactivate Weiss before, and it's just like it's because I can tempt and Emperor and New Order somebody. Or
People would say,
can,
with an all hero list, you'd think. I think people who've tried all hero lists think you don't have enough choices, right? Low activations, low figure count. What I'm really impressed with your list is that it's low figures, but actually high mobility opportunity. You can change your plan. You can move people much faster than you think. So it's actually very flexible, even though it looks quite limited.
Yeah, maybe someday you'll use Vader to reactivate the officer.
yeah. But
That's
it is
the
not
trick.
this day. Yeah.
Well, I can see it. Let's say, for example, he's on 1 health. You've been forced to run him all the way back.
Yeah, he's
it's,
like
it's
bleeding,
possible.
stunned.
Yeah. He's like, you go do this for me.
So tell me, Morgan, when you're looking at the start of this map, and Ron, I'd like to ask you as well. Ron, you win initiative. You choose the blue side. A little bit your thinking there. And Morgan, if you'd won initiative, would you have been where you are?
I mean, I choose never to have initiative because I'm at 39 points.
Oh, of course. Yep.
The round 2, having initiative round 2 is critical for this list, and worth not having a point for, because then I get that Vader swing round 1, or early, like last first at the end of round 1, start of round 2. So I never, ever take initiative with this list.
With so few activations, how do you get the last activation with Vader?
Orders.
Oh, I see.
Pass.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
You can only
Ron, when you were looking at this, when you saw your matchup, what went through your head? You're getting the initiative. You see what you're up against. Why?
Yeah, I
How
generally
did that inform your first moves?
Yeah, I mean, I like the blue side, in part because where the terminal is, and my list is very much based on command cards more so than the figures themselves. 'Cause I only have 5 guns, so I have to make sure that each of the guns has some power to the punch, and I just wasn't pulling my cards. So
Mm-hmm.
I didn't get primary target, tools for the job. I got heightened reflexes towards the end, but it was pretty much a no-go at that point. So I like that. And then to that one point where I had Sabine on, you can throw her out. She can do some damage and she can come back, and she's somewhat protected. But I mean, Morgan just came too fast.
We're keeping an eye on the rounds for you guys in case you're being called back. But it's nice to have you joining us, chatting. It's been great to watch.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
To answer your question, I think I probably still would have gone with red, just because, like, I'm happy with either side, but that terminal hallway tends to make people bunch up, and with Rangers, I'm perfectly happy to let them bunch up in that hallway. There's a little bit more opportunity on the red side if the fighting was to take place at that terminal for them to spread out and get their range 5 shots.
Yeah, it's true.
It's just like the fighting with my list always tends to take place at their terminal. So whichever's more congested is usually the one I want them to take.
Yeah,
that definitely makes sense.
I'd be interested, Ron, also, while we're commenting on the game, the psychological effect of seeing the second chance there. It's there, you're aware of it, it's sort of changing what you feel how you want to do. Did that affect how you reacted when Vader was on top of you? Because we noticed actually you pulled your punch a little bit, it seemed. You chose not to pump a bunch of low range shots into Vader with those Rangers. Was it partially because the last chance made it feel less worthwhile?
I mean, it wasn't so much the second chance. It's just, I mean, generally to kill Vader, and I've killed him a lot, but you have to have the right cards, and I couldn't draw the cards I needed. So, shooting Vader at range 1 or 2 with 2 blue dice, and the way I was rolling the dice, I mean, you're not gonna make any inroads. So I wasn't so much worried about the second chance.
Right.
Those rerolls for you.
Yeah. Well, the rerolls. I mean, they were pretty bad, but that's the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So I wasn't so much worried about the second chance card.
If Ron, if it had been like a different game, and just say Morgan had let you maybe choose your target a bit more, if you're looking against this list, who's the one you want to kill first? All things being sort of equal.
If they're all sitting out there, and I've got my setup, I can take Vader out with 3 Rangers.
And you think that in most games he would be the one to invest in? Because I was looking at this, wondering, having seen it in action, whether Weiss with the 2 blocks but no reroll, and often so easy to hit. In this game, he really wasn't easy to hit.
Right.
It feels like any one of these pieces comes out of the puzzle, and it might be much harder for Morgan. I just wondered if so we were talking in some games how you just ignore Vader and you drive after Vader support.
Right. Either you ignore Vader, you throw everything you have at him, and I sort of was wishy-washy between the two, which I think cost me. But that's just, I mean, just him moving so fast in. I didn't have time to set up what I needed to set up, which is probably I should have taken the red side because I would have had more time, keeping the doors closed, and I really wouldn't have to worry too much about gangsters.
Do you, Morgan? We asked about doors. So this is probably one of the maps a bit more door heavy. You don't have anybody who's free to open a door, really, do you? So does that sometimes feel like you end up kind of predictable? Are you forced certain ways in most games?
You'd think so, but last game I played with this, it was actually in the testing league, the Dagobah trials, and we were playing on ISB. And I actually opened up the door round 1 with Vader, and then used, I used a card to pull somebody to me and still get my attack. So like people don't expect Vader to open a door, certainly. So when he does, it's like, oh my god, what's happening? But yeah, like it's.
So it looks like, guys, the matchups are up for round 2. So you might want to start thinking about preparing for there. But thanks so much.
Thank you both for stopping by, and it was great to watch. Again, both of you really well played. Good luck to both of you. Looking forward to seeing more.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right.
Well, that was great. Obviously, two guys who really reflect sort of what we really like to see in the game. Recognizing that there's a bit of a chance, but there's fun decisions to be made anyway. Great game to watch. We'll have to see. So who are we going to watch next then?
The Weiss was really exciting. I mean, I thought it was really cool how impactful he was without really coming out and shooting anything himself for the most part.
Yeah.
Yeah, so what have we got?
So I'm going to take a look at the matchups and we'll see.
Any of you have a list type that you're really itching to watch?
Well, I haven't actually seen some of the lists. Are there any? I hear Boba is out. Not sure in whose.
I can't see the list. So I'm going to go upstairs.
I think Boba is really fun to watch. Usually, I guess you either have the Scum Boba or you've got Boba and Jet Troopers. Looks like table 1 is Isaac against Ian Duff.
So my 2-year-old has awoken from his afternoon nap, so I'm going to have to leave you guys to it.
All right, we'll see you later.
I might try and it depends what time games are going on till, but hopefully I'll get the chance. If not, it's been a pleasure.
All right, talk to you later.
Bye, guys.
Just gonna ask Ron, who's on a bye after his first game, whether he might like to remind him he's welcome to stay with us if he wanted to watch some.
So it seems like we maybe should watch table 1 or table 4. Since we haven't seen any of them play yet.
Let's stick with table 1. The prestige of table 1 includes the commentary by experts like us. So let's see Isaac and Ian. go eye to eye, as far as their initials are concerned. That's what I bring.
Okay, but if they're both playing Han Rangers, I reserve the
Alistair,
right
go
to.
pop down and ask what people are playing.
Yeah, can you just go pop over, ask them what they're playing, and whether they're happy to join us on stream?
Oh, Noah recommends Kyle versus Christian. I don't know what list they're playing, but
Okay, yeah, and Noah recommends Kyle against Christian, which is table 2.
We are spoiled for choice. These are obviously all very good. Let's.
All right, I'm gonna pop into table 2.
Let's ask Christian and Caesar. So, David, while we've got a second, to just talk about mobility in the game, and ever since the start, that very first Worlds, where a five-speed Royal Guards and officers offering full move were just absolutely
right,
hands
Alistair,
down.
Since the stream is tied to my audio, if I go and talk to them.
Oh, I see. I will.
Yeah.
Well, David, why don't you just opine a little bit about speed in terms of Weiss, and has this possibly made him too good?
Well, I think speed on Weiss is quite good. I don't think it's made him too good per se, but his buffs to Vader are definitely quite frightening. I think it depends more on whether or not we get maps where people can take Vader out before something like this, all in on round 1 and then a pullback to safety can happen.
Yeah, I'm totally with you on that one as well. Because if you're too aggressive with Vader, then you lose his points. It is tricky. But sometimes you make that choice purposefully, and if you've built up enough momentum, then you're ahead enough in points that it's fine. Like, for example, in that list, it was something like 38 to in the 10s or something like that. So even if Vader had gone down at the end, he made enough of a lead that was okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think obviously the retrofitting was restricted to only work on those couple of massive figures, right? And I think that in itself is not too strong. It was more effective use of the movement ability for Vader that really got him a lot of kills and extra attacks and things.
Well, we are going to be able to talk about some very different stuff here, because we've got some exciting new bounty hunters and lovely Onar with some exciting new Jedis. So a lot of lightsabers coming out. So Christian is playing the Dengar and Jabba list, and
table 2. Now, I have opined that I dislike Dengar, but I have since revised my opinion since reading the Bounty Hunters book. I mean,
he is certainly a character.
So bad about someone who finds his true love.
I mean, I think he's always been designed to hate, and I think that's nice to. He is.
But you can't get too mad at him because he's got no emotions either, right?
And it's not his fault he has no emotions. Oh. Anyways.
I mean, it is. He is a very interesting. It was a nice attempt, I think, by the designers with Dengar to not make him so powerful, such a hero piece, to have him have a subtle and status affecting effect. I think just at that stage in the game, they just were really off with the dice they chose. I think if he had been green from the start, he might have been a lot more viable. Green-yellow just could betray you and was resulting in too many misses. I've always had a soft spot for him as a design figure. Even though over years of the game, bleed has never had the status of even weaken, and weaken has never had the status of stun.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we've got these bounty hunters against Jedi, Luke, Kenobi, Ahsoka, Kanan, Yoda squad.
I haven't seen a Kenobi in a while.
Yeah, I haven't seen a Kenobi in a little bit. I mean, other than when I was playing him fairly recently. But he's interesting now.
We've jumped off the gate with a Jabba draw and some R2 cards, followed by, it looks like, Ahsoka doing a planning. So Kyle drawing up.
Yeah, Ahsoka is a great addition because she has a lot of nice tags that you can take advantage of. The spies and leader and force user is really cool.
Mm-hmm. I mean, she was almost good enough.
Yeah.
Even before the IACP.
Just not quite, but now, yeah.
I think people were so used to selective rerolls that her forced all reroll just felt, when you were comparing it to the wonderful thing of just the rerolls you want, none of the ones you don't.
Yeah.
And of course, she had a wonderful trick which only worked depending on how few people were playing her. Right back at you as a surprise, a kill. Frankly, it was, in my opinion, it only was worth carrying if people didn't see it coming. As soon as they did, it's a little bit easy to get around.
Yeah, but that movement and that spy tag, she's worth a lot. She's got the Force user cards now too, as well, and she was dropped a point, so definitely strong figure.
And with the Dengar Zuckuss, I'm interested to see how the status effects are going to be a big play in this match.
Well, for one, let's see what we just started with here. A very aggressive Ahsoka right out to be willing to be very vulnerable there. And Obi-Wan coming in besides. That is, what we would not have seen in the last game with Ranger and Han, just because it's very, very out and exposed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that does open Obi-Wan up to some shots, possibly.
I think so.
How much health does Obi have?
12 on a black die with a surge block, it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So that's not changed, but he does have his new ability where on declare he can kill himself to reduce the number of points he's worth.
Mm.
So we've got one Weequay moving up to that terminal hidey hole on blue side.
Makes sense.
And it looks like there is a deflection being played.
Yep, fun card, and I think it doesn't require line of sight to get the bounce back, does it? So.
Oh, that's useful.
Yep. So Obi-Wan playing a card with his own picture on it.
I'm pretty sure that's Jeremy Corbyn. 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. Range 8. Now, we've all seen Focus Requays get that, so...
Yeah.
6, 7. Now, again, actually, that would be a miss without a reroll because the surge is being cancelled by Obi. So, again, very fun. Very fun with the deflection.
And even if you do reroll it, the damage isn't going to be great.
Mm.
Absolutely. So, what...
but you did get the second surge for the accuracy.
He does get the surge, but that's going to be 1 damage, right?
That will be, I think, 1 damage. But he's preventing
and with the deflection, it's like trade.
Yeah, he's going to take 1 damage as well. I mean, it's deflection has always been such a fun thematic card, right? But it was never used much before.
Well, I think in the era of hidden, it actually there was the ability to suddenly, because there was also Force Illusion, which again had a very brief moment of play where you could surprise somebody who declared an attack by adding, in this case, as much as +4 range. The trouble was the consequence was never that hard to bear unless you were very near death. And most of the Jedis that we started playing were relatively tanky anyway. I mean, this has been a very fun little turnaround there, but Obi's pretty tanky actually. So he still got hit there in the end, and would have been, what's the difference of a couple of points? Is 1 point of command card worth the 2 health that he saved? Hard to say. I spent last game being wrong half the match, so we'll see if I am here as well. But
I think so. I mean, well, it's definitely worth 2 health being saved. It's just that the kind of window during which you play it is a little weaker, right? If it was just a card that said add 2 block and it was played during the defender's modifier window, it'd be great.
Well, he's got the math. Here comes tools for the job. Big,
Ooh.
a strong both sides.
So that is not going to hit him.
Seems to be the problem here. Just no, it's going to hit him. It's going to hit him for 2, I think, at the moment, because of the base
plus 1. It's a very disappointing shot for tools for the job, though.
Well, I mean, it is a 3 on the red. Chooses to re-roll that. Yeah,
interesting.
That makes sense.
So Kenobi has re-rolled.
Oh, wait, but does he miss range now?
Yeah, so he has re-rolled Kenobi's defense dice, but whiffed the entire.
Oh no! Oh dear. Okay.
Now, well,
Force users
just wait to see
are
a tough
playing
luck
their mind tricks.
Do we have a tough luck or a heighten? There's lots of things that we could still see a hunter do to get around this, but that is
That's true.
You got to say that is the one thing he didn't want to see. And I'm not seeing anything being pulled out by Christian, probably swearing in a lot of French at the moment.
Well, this is a lot of investment on doing something to Kenobi that's just fizzled out.
Yeah. And in terms of defensive tools for the Force users, they still have Yoda right up there as well. They have the Knowledge and Defense is a really great addition for Force users in IACP. That's really strong. There's still a lot of tools.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I mean, so he is not running Channel, so we are not sure whether or not he will draw Knowledge and Defense early enough for it to dominate the game, but it's definitely one of the strongest.
Absolutely.
I would say just strongest command cards at the moment. So this is tough now, right? Because there aren't many other figures that could get a shot off. And we've got the Scum side using up quite a few resources.
Yeah.
And now we've got all these Jedi bruisers sort of approaching, closer to the range that they want to be at.
Yeah.
Well, this is where you don't want to throw, good money after bad. I think Dengar moving up is sensible because they've got to be able to hit back when they come in. What I do notice though is that nobody's really decided that the posters are going to be decisive here, and I think that with a Jawa, just one Jawa on one side, R2 on the other. I don't see either of these. I think this is going to be a slugfest. I don't think either of them are going to be able to pivot towards points in a straight up brawl. I've got to say the Jedi likely have the advantage, so Christian's going to have to be careful with what he has left.
Yeah.
I mean, the other thing is once Kenobi gets more into the middle area, all those posters will no longer be flippable.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty tough for Christian because, especially with the Jabba bonus, there's not so many small figures that you can take out easily to have that rack up the VP easily.
Yeah. Yeah, so Kenobi was changed so that he affects figure with a cost lower than 9, which is
that is very
kind of everybody on the Scum side.
Yeah. That is well actually my first Worlds experience was coming up against Wookiee, and Obi pointed out when I was playing the most popular list, which was Blaze Troopers. So it totally shut me down on ISB guns. There was really I wish that list did better at other things because it was sort of unbeatable on that map, but not as good on others. But it is it does force your opponent to play the game you want, which in this case is, get to fight me, try to take me down, face my defense. Yeah. So here's worth every credit. Sure, where the guaranteed kill comes for Christian right now, but let's see.
This was not a play. I think this was the black market Java end
Gotcha.
of round reveal.
That makes sense. Because otherwise, I would not have known where it was going.
Yeah, and so if you look at Christian's score, he spent the 2 points to
draw
it. Yeah. So initiative is on the Force user side.
And, that weak way was vulnerable to Obi-Wan. Also, I think, vulnerable to Ahsoka. That's like a Force pull, is that what I'm looking at?
There should be a Force pull, yes.
Force
Unless
push.
that's supposed to be Diala.
Yeah, there we go. First push on the board.
Yep.
And wing.
So that's a decent hit. But...
Well, that's the thing with the weak ways. They are still a complete sort of defining figure because they're priced to lose. They hit hard. But they are very, very medium. They're not extra tanky. They're not anything else. So
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And we now know, with comfort, that if he was going to land, he would go over.
Yeah, Diala's ability to move figures around is really strong. We've seen it used very effectively in a lot of matches.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of making or breaking some of those matches as well.
Well, Ahsoka with that force push can only do it once at least.
Yeah.
Well, remember, I think one of the things, of all the things that made Spectre Cell so powerful, was the additional attack, which was also to move. It just rendered, as we said in the last game with Weiss, that extra mobility, extra opportunity, variety, and be able to react. I can imagine DLS skill being very useful that way. And then, complement to Obi's ability is reducing opponent choice. There's absolutely nothing you can do until he's gone with that.
And then when you manage to take him out, he might reduce his points by a bunch.
So Dengar moving up.
That weak way has a tough job now because of the Yoda ability. He will actually kill himself shooting at most of those Jedi.
What do you think Dengar's play is here?
Good question.
Trying to stun? Maybe?
Yeah, maybe getting some stuns off Luke could help.
Mm-hmm.
So here we see another deflection. And he is actually shooting Kenobi as well.
Well, if there's one thing Dengar hates, it's deflection. It's not famous for his range in the best of cases.
Yeah, in this case, though, I think he's actually got it.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, Dengar is a better shot than that weak way. Who would have guessed?
Always should have been.
Yeah.
So.
I guess that was a Kanan reroll on Kenobi's defense dice.
Now, shouldn't Dengar have an extra surge because there was no status effects on Obi? Am I missing something? I thought that was sort of Dengar's whole jam. That if you didn't have a status effects. You get extra status effects.
That's if you have a surge to spend.
Yeah, you've got to spend a surge
Yeah.
to give him status effects.
Oh, this is definitely.
I don't remember the previous versions of
The previous
Dengar.
version was the previous version was extra surges rolled based on how few.
Okay, yeah.
So.
No, this one it just turns it into a surge ability, so you can spend a surge to get that effect.
Got it.
Yeah, but he's got a 3-die attack with the focus now. It looks like he's just played the assassinate.
Mm.
So it's a decently big hit now to Kenobi, but I think Yoda has sent a whole bunch of damage back. So Yoda can make you take damage according to the number of attack dice you rolled when you're attacking someone right next to him. And then that +1 more damage from the other copy of Deflection that was played brings Dengar down to 8 health already without anyone even trying to hit him.
Jedi mind tricks, I'm telling you. It's looking pretty good for the Force users right now.
Well, a little bit like our old map, that the previous one, the right figure is taking the heat and soaking up both the cards and the rolls, and he's still got quite a lot in reserve that's not had to suffer. I think that if Christian started his game with tools and assassinate in hand, he might have felt that he sort of needed to use that to define the game early, but it goes back to the idea that maybe just a little bit more was necessary to ensure you don't want to just be partially wounding things.
Yeah, those first 2 attacks kind of whiffing hurt a lot. So we've got Kanan attacking Dengar now. And not a great roll from Kanan, but he'll get some damage through. Along with the Force Surge to kill that weak way.
It's never a card that I've ran with regularity, and yet I've never seen it, not be used extremely effectively. Force Surge, fantastic card.
Oh, I love Force Surge.
I was a bit more of a Grizzly contest man myself, but I think I'm happy to be wrong with that.
But why would you not have both if you could?
Yeah, with a Force user heavy list, it makes it a lot more sense to use it. Now, I don't generally play it because I usually only have Vader, but with this many Force users able to play it, it makes a lot of sense.
I think even if just with Vader, I mean, you and I both play Vader, so we do know that sometimes he just under hits, and so
yeah,
sometimes doing 1 damage is with dark energy is enough to do it, but Force Surge allows you to really clean up bad result.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's
right. So that's one weak way down. And we've got another weak way moving up to take a shot. Seems like he's really trying to take out that Kenobi. That is not really the role that you want to see here.
Well, yeah, this Kenobi has gotten his money's worth for that surge block. I think that the weak ways are very, very good, but it really goes to show how you get with Shyla as well. That little surge block just can really negate. This is actually why we don't see as much Hera anymore, but Hera giving you that surge just to get over the shelf was always really useful as well. I wonder if it might have been
I mean, if you're only rolling 2 dice and they block a minimum of 2 symbols, that's not great.
Oh, Noah said something in the chat about Luke's deflect. I think, yeah.
I think Noah's right in that Luke's deflect was forgotten.
Well, was there line of sight in every case? I think he must have, yes, but Yeah, it seems
Right,
that
so Kenobi has taken out the second weak way, and we have no weak ways remaining.
That's rough. Okay, that's pretty rough.
yeah, that is a lot of, Zuckuss and Dengar are definitely more, complimentary. We haven't seen Onar do his thing yet, and we know he
Yeah.
can. I think, if 3PO may come around and focus him up,
I think Onar is already focused.
oh, is he? He's hidden under the door, right? So
Yeah, that's partly why the damage going through has been a little low, I guess, because one of the round 1 focuses went on him.
Mhm.
But yeah, this Zuckuss and Forlom.
I do have balance of the force.
So I don't know what is the play here. Onar has to kill something meaningful. I think
Yeah.
at this point,
Well,
Kenobi needs to die, but
Yeah.
he's not going to get much.
the problem is Luke is very, very capable of, against a no defense person like Onar, doing, let's say, about 4, maybe reliably 4 each hit. So that 15 will go very quickly if Luke gets to hit him twice, even more.
And there is always that specter of, Luke's son of Skywalker.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
If people play that anymore, I don't know.
I'm pretty sure Son of Skywalker will always be good in Imperial Assault.
Well, David, what would you do in this situation then?
Well, we've seen the door being open.
Okay,
Oh,
so
the
it is
Jawas coming up.
Jawa, and who's
Mm-hmm.
outside of the range, so he can actually meaningfully play
That's
with that.
tough. It's a tough question.
Well, I think that right now Luke is outside of the range of being able to double hit Onar, so that's probably one of the better times to try it.
Mhm.
I mean, could have.
I mean, the scary thing is that both Assassinate and Tools have been played,
Yeah.
so taking Luke out at this point will be quite difficult.
Well, it's really heightened for Luke. That is the valued bull card or element.
Mhm.
And Onar surprisingly isn't as reliable on his surges as he looks sometimes. He'll often oversurge, and that just means he lost the one, which is more or less the same as any other. So it we'll see.
Yeah, it's in a pretty tough position because both of was it Kyle's force user aggressive. You got Luke, Ahsoka, very, very, very high damage can come out of those. Still very healthy, haven't taken any damage. Whereas Obi-Wan is more of a support figure, and he's the one that's been taking damage. Whereas both weak ways, that's a large amount of firepower that has been.
I just noticed now that Christian's also been holding Jabba back, but he doesn't actually have the points for the call a shot yet. So here's worth every credit.
Okay.
I think that's probably going to be an Onar.
A kill on that Kenobi.
Yeah.
I mean, we're all getting a little tunnel vision on that Kenobi. I think it's probably the right move, but still, it feels. You always got to be worried when you feel like it's the obvious choice.
Yeah.
But
all the other options would be really tough.
Yeah, I don't think any other.
Now, is he able to do that swap? I think Obi might be overshadowing him there. We'll see if Kyle picks him up on that.
Yeah, I think you cannot swap that.
He would not be counted for control. Well, that may not make a world of difference. Let's see. But I think that would be. Kyle's responsibility to observe. It is Kyle, right?
I think so.
Apologies
Yes,
if it's true.
Kyle versus Christian. So we have some dice being rolled.
That's what we're here for at the end of the day, anyway.
Rolling dice.
Very strong, very strong.
Mm-hmm.
That does it, and then some. And again, yeah, that was. So there's the big reroll. But because Onar is Onar, that still leaves 5, which I think, not greatly mistaken, is still.
I think that will do it.
Yes, unless we add.
Oh, we have a parry being played.
Is he
Okay.
a brawler?
Oh.
So be a brawler? I thought he was just a force user.
He's a guardian now.
Uh-huh.
Yep, brawler or guardian.
Okay.
Oh, so
That's rough.
that's
Added a
gonna
third
hurt.
block. Yeah. So that will make it down to 3, which puts him to 11 of 12. I guess that because of to flip the poster, which I might not have done, that means that the rush is gone here on Onar.
Yeah, exactly.
Hindsight being 2020, but yeah, that's a lot of negate and control by the Jedis here.
Mm-hmm. And we haven't even seen that horrible knowledge and defense.
I
yet.
know. The force users have been doing really well in this season. We've been seeing them played a lot and played very effectively.
It's pretty tough to chew through them. So
Yeah.
that goes worth every credit
Yeah, that's rough.
without getting the points that he needed. And the bigger problem now is that whatever attacks Kenobi will probably cause Kyle to trigger Kenobi's ability and reduce the points. So ideally he could have taken him out now when he was at 7.
Yeah. No, that's gotta hurt.
Mhm.
Yeah, with the suite of Guardian cards that have just come out in this season, the Force users have been really strong.
Mm. And Jabba's going to have a pretty tough time.
Okay, Luke's coming up and hitting Dengar.
This is
But we
probably
were speculating that he was going to go after Onar with the no defense die, but he's chosen to go after
But
Dengar.
Dengar is pretty low.
Yeah, exactly.
wants
He's
to.
taking damage.
I think it's a reliable with Luke's rolls.
Mm-hmm.
Treating him as though he's got Son of Skywalker, because that's what you always should do. But I think if I did have Son of Skywalker, yeah, I'd be happy enough to see Dengar off.
Yeah. Well, he can still hit Onar.
Oh, this is not looking good for Christian.
Can Onar add anything to save Dengar? I don't believe he can. So, but
Yeah, it looks like he's been taken off the board.
so Onar's positioning in round 1 did render it pretty hard, if not impossible, for Onar to be able to use his once around ability in round 1.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's hard to say at this point, but I wonder if that, and also timing Onar to be after a door move, hurt Christian in terms of his ability to sort of make the Jedis reluctant to come forward. That said, this does seem like a lot of extremely heavy hitters who just are strong in the card, not strong in the power-up cards, as opposed to scum hunters who tend to need those command cards to really power them up.
Yeah, I think putting Onar, putting Onar over there on the side with one of the 2 focus tokens from round 1 really made it difficult to keep those Jedi away.
I don't know. Well, I'd love to see a rerun of this match, but I think that, and in a evolving game state such as we have with ICP, it feels to me that it's hard for me to imagine the way this is played out. This going I'd probably have to give it to the Jedi's 4 games in 5 in this matchup.
I mean, part of it's the map, right? We are on a brawler.
Well,
map.
again, Obi-Wan's up to 9 now. Denial for those for that range. That really doubles down his power on this exact matchup.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they probably a little slowpoke here, but I'm surprised actually they felt Obi-Wan needed to change the game state in that way as well. 9 is to get it above the Zebs and the Kanans, I suppose.
And the
still have
Dengars,
very high bar.
obviously.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the thing is for 7 points, you are competing with all of the Ahsokas and Kanans and Ezras of the world.
Mhm.
And Kenobi wasn't going to, leap around like Ahsoka or rush in like Ezra.
Mhm.
And
He's always had a very brutal attack. It's Obi-Wan's lightsaber has always been very strong.
I mean, he's pretty slow.
Well, he can
here's
force
Son of
rush and force surge like
Skywalker
the rest of them.
being played.
Oh.
So Luke is going to go for that 2 attacks.
Who's this going out on?
Ouch.
Zuckus?
Yeah.
I think that's going to be Onar, who's only got the chance.
He's moved.
He has moved. He is actually not attacking Onar.
I see.
Oh, 3 block though.
Wow.
Yeah, that is a tricky little change there.
Oh, these Luke rolls are pretty good, though.
Yeah.
We've seen him do much worse than that. That's sure.
Mm-hmm. With six more damage through.
Rough. Yeah, Zuckus with 10 health.
Mm-hmm.
Oh dear. I think
Well,
this
again,
is pretty much over.
Really not even seen sort of Yoda deployed here. I think.
Well, Yoda did use his ability on one of the Weequay.
Yes, it was. I think it was returning the fire, which was.
And he has been focusing up.
Yeah.
Well, that's brutal. I don't think Onar can kill this many Jedi by himself. Even with 3PO's help.
I'm afraid the Christian is still yet to get his second point down either to be able to get a second attack out of Jabba. So yeah, it's been very tough.
Question: we're about 30 minutes left in the round. Do we want to possibly pop over to a different game?
Sure.
Why don't
Alistair, do you want to go and
let's
check
just
out?
have a quick look. I mean, it can be hard to ask people. Yes, let's. I did offer to the guys that we'd be happy to chat to them afterwards for their maps. So let me just have a peek at where the other game states are.
Yeah, this is looking pretty rough. Yeah, with the map being so small, the Force users can really get quickly up into their face. The Weequays were in a really tough position there. Especially they did get kind of moved up a bit, whereas possibly if they had hung back in the deployment zone, they might have been able to do stuff round 2. That was pretty rough.
Mm-hmm. You do end up giving up all the objectives when you do that.
Yeah, that's true. So we have seen that the hunters have not been as powerful as in previous seasons.
Yeah, I think with the smaller map and kind of maybe the assassinate change a little bit, it's made it really hard for them to kind of surgically remove pieces.
Move over to table 1 now. I think we'll be in time to see some good to have some good things to say. So
okay,
so let's swap that over there. Good, and we are ready to switch. So, quite a dramatically different scene here over on table 1. We've got some exciting units who are extremely tied up.
Right,
Whoa, terminal protocol. What's going on here?
We've got some Ugnaughts, we've got some Royal Guards, we've got some Palpatine, some Royal Guard champion. It is an absolute bloodbath.
So it looks like Isaac is playing the kind of Ugnaught Tempt combo,
Mm-hmm.
which lets him kill the
Power
little
up those
droid to focus
Royal
people
Guards.
up.
Yeah, such a nasty combo.
I think Triss Hurley is the first person I know to have played that. Played it extremely well. It does require you to sort of really invest in the Royal Guards for the purpose, but I can see they have.
Yeah.
So that looked like a very meaningful exchange there, because I think the Royal Guard champion has just taken out a very healthy figure.
And Ian is running a Jedi list.
And here we're
So-
seeing the Jedi's not doing as well.
And it looks like Ezra and Ahsoka have been taken off of the board,
Mm-hmm.
which is pretty rough, because those are your big hitters on that list.
But Diala is quite strong as well.
She's really in there. And we've got, is that Farm Boy loot?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we've still got
Throwing that
Kanan.
reroll turret.
Mm-hmm. We still got Kanan and Diala and Luke still on the board. And it looks like Son of Skywalker has already been played.
Right. It actually looks like the Rebels have played very few command cards.
Hmm. But it just might be that Ian stacks them.
Yeah, it could just be that it's stacked up differently.
Because I'd be surprised, because he doesn't have very many in his hand either.
So again, with
And-
Ian's points being there, that means once again the Imperials have successfully soaked a lot of damage without taking any putting off the board, which I must say is a surprise given the amount of lightsabers and the amount of black die. You'd think that Ian would have been able to dig in a little bit further. So I'm curious as to what sort of.
Well, a lot of the damage has gone out onto the Royal Guard champion.
Yeah.
So I wonder if he's actually dodged a few times as well.
And we have seen Iron Will has been played
Right,
as
and
well.
Isaac has played Iron Will, which reduces the damage he can take from an attack to 3.
Yeah, so like we were saying before, the Guardian cards have made a really big difference in defensive tactics.
Yeah, it's a huge difference. So it's much harder to kind of remove figures with single plays now.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and we've got another attack coming out.
Seem to favor the cards that are stronger on the card themselves. So your Jedi's and your generally high stat, high low card reliance cards are going to really benefit from that. Just keep valuable queen pieces on the board. So I guess Isaac is presumably playing here to the Royal Guard's general high health mobility, which they retained after the nerf. And the Royal Guard champion, he's very frustrating to be shooting at and can put out quite a bit of damage.
Yeah. Well, the Royal Guard, the elite Royal Guards, will be hitting quite hard as well, since they'll focus up with that little junk droid trick.
You say that, actually. I think the Royal Guards, even with focus, sort of get up to a respectable but not actually devastating hit. I mean, they'll bring it sometimes, but actually,
They've got a free Pierce 1 now as well, though.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite red, green, yellow with a free Pierce 1 and a reroll is pretty serious.
And the Searcher plus. Apart from stun +2. Okay, they do have the Search +2. Yeah.
Yeah, red, green, yellow, search for +2, free
Search for
Pierce
+2 is a
1.
big difference, that's for sure. So really presenting, again, with that, like we've just seen with Obi, with that evade and the black high health, sort of really sort of blunting a lot of attacks.
So we've got Kanan and Diala both having taken 11 damage now. So they're quite wounded.
Mm. Yeah, so in both our matches that we've been watching this round, the Force users, oh no, actually it's opposite. It's because Ian has Force users this time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This is an example of them potentially facing something that's...
Well, there also is a Force user on the other side.
It's true.
Yeah. I would argue that the Royal Guard champion is sort of the best non-Force user you can get for running around and punching people. Yeah, I think that it's with the Guardian cards and some high health and high damage Guardians, I think that we may be sort of seeing the realization that this has now become slightly more of a queen piece and less card dependent game. That's what made the hunters, which always were, frankly, a little bit on the squishier side, glass cannons, and now it's quite sort of bare knuckle slugfest. This is again why I think mobility is starting to trump damage, because in Christian's case, being a little bit closer would have made those hits less reliant on the range, and or being able to get in and get away. It's interesting. I'd be interested to see any of these that we've just been watching matched up against each other differently.
Yeah,
guys, can you hear me?
and on a different map as well.
Hey, Noah.
Hey.
Hi.
Welcome.
Like jumped out of bed and ran over to the other room because I wanted to talk about this. I wanted to talk about these matchups. So you guys got these two matchups on stream, and it's so interesting because I've been observing a lot of games since like the middle of May and collecting a lot of data for like metagame data. And the matchups that we have watched played out here in these two games in round two are kind of like a perfect microcosm for what I've been observing in the wild, which is these kind of these like 7-point Jedi lists doing really well against like scum hunters, but then being kind of stymied by elite royal guards. It seems like elite royal guards have kind of risen to the surface as a perfect predator against the Jedi.
That's so interesting.
Because I think, and my theory is, it's because they're very hard to kill in less than 3 attacks, which the Jedi are not good at doing, because of that extra surge block and Zillow technique.
Yeah, their Zillow that they've got in Empire makes them pretty tanky. And if you just look at how much health they have per point,
welcome, Christian and Kyle. We're watching table 1, having just to make the most of the hour. But thank you for the game. Well done, Kyle, and well played, Christian. That was, I imagine, for you, Christian, a bit eye-opening as it was for us.
Yes. Can I speak French?
For me and presumably the 1 or 2 other audience members who can, yes. But if you wanted to let go with some of your opinions, I can do my best to translate.
Okay. I can try in English too, but it was a great game for Kyle. It's as I speak with him, it's a really tough player. He played very well, and but it's the second time for me against Kyle, and it's the second defeat. But it was great. This team is really great.
Have you played your list against Jedis by different players? How have you found this matchup, whether it's Kyle or not?
Sorry.
How have you found playing against Jedis with
Oh,
your hunters?
It's now with
Mhm.
ISCP. It's really difficult to play against Jedi Force user. With Yoda, I a lot of time I already played Yoda. I love Yoda. He was in my another team, but I would like to try Mercenary, Dengar, with his good abilities to stun.
Good fun.
But the same as Zuckus to stun. But now for today, I did not. Je n'y suis pas arrivé aujourd'hui à sonner des figurines, donc c'est un petit peu stressant parce que c'est les capacités de ces deux figurines-là et elles sont mortes très rapidement et c'est un petit peu dommage, mais vraiment, c'est super intéressant de jouer contre Kyle. C'est ça. J'ai aimé ça, puis c'est difficile, les utilisateurs de la force, les Jedi.
So as you said, that you did a lot of damage, but it was difficult to keep coming up close to killing, but not getting right over the match. Great matchup against Kyle, but also that your figures, once you didn't sort of get the kill, were a little bit weak for the counterattack. And I think that that's what we were saying just before Noah joined as well, that it feels that command cards in general have come down a little bit as attacking power, leaving the attack power and the health really on the card. And now we're seeing more command cards about movement and defense potentially coming up a little bit. And I think I've always been saying it's very good for this game to have waves where things come in and come out. But watching your game, we really saw how stuff that used to be very effective can be really blunted now.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But it was
Christian, did you get too close? Êtes-vous trop proche?
Sorry?
Did you get too close?
Yes. I think so.
We noticed peut-être that Onar était à la mauvaise position avec le focus aussi. We're saying that Onar being not able to help, even though he had taken the focus.
I know, but...
Well, tell us, what was your thinking of?
Yeah. I think it was too late to, for Onar. I lost too much figure. I lost my 2 weak way. I lost very quickly Dengar, and I think it will be difficult for me to find a good spot for Onar and with the Son of Skywalker.
Yeah.
It's for big attacks. It's really difficult for any team to.
Yeah. Well, let me just turn that question on Kyle. Kyle, when you saw the matchup, what are you worried about when you're setting up against a hunter list with that kind of stun? How are you playing to avoid what it can do best? Is that what the deflections are about?
The deflections are just to add to the strengths of my list, or to like what I'm trying to do with my list. And what I'm trying to do is move everyone in a group, try to minimize the damage I'm taking, while at the same time deflecting that damage back without costing me actions.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea is that between Luke, Yoda, those deflections, and Ahsoka's card right back at you, or right back at you. It doesn't cost me actions to deal damage. Yeah, to deal damage back.
Is telekinetic throw something you've played with, including on that same basis? Maybe an action in that case, but
no, I don't. Yeah, that's the reason why I haven't included it in my command cards, is because it being an action, I only have 6 figures. I don't have a lot of actions I can throw around.
Yep.
Planning itself was questionable for me, just because it costs an action. But my command cards are so important, I felt like it was necessary.
And we were very impressed, sort of seeing the way that Obi was just tanking through, and of course the fact that he's Guardian now and he can use parry. Is Obi-Wan who you want the opponent to start getting sort of invested in trying to kill? Is he sort of a bit of a bait?
Absolutely. Just like in the movies, he's I want all eyes on him at first. and then try to use cards like Get Behind Me, or maybe even Force Push to kind of get damage onto other people.
Yeah.
I want to try to spread that damage out as much as possible between all my figures.
I mean,
But I
I think
want
it
him to
was
be attacked first.
pretty key that you had those deflections and you managed to really blunt those first two couple of attacks. You ate up a focus and a tools for the job, and he basically took the same amount of damage as the shooters.
Yeah, I got a little lucky with that re-rolling into that evade.
Kyle, it's Noah. Hey, I am really glad that you've taken up the mantle of Obi because he's actually been struggling a bit since he got approved. So glad to see you're doing well with him, and also super excited that you're playing the deflection list. It's a Jedi list that I've been playing with Luke, and it's really fun, and I'm glad we got to see it played out on camera. But don't forget to use Luke's deflect.
Oh yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, peanut gallery comments there. Yeah. Well, also, was I misreading the range on Obi's sort of denial with Onar in that last big Christian moved him up? Was Onar able to flip that poster, or was that actually because I'm actually quite impressed with the range of that turret of denial that Obi-Wan has, and for Onar coming up and flipping in this map, getting him Onar into the middle where he can sort of deny, that's got to be a big problem for your opponent as well.
I like denying Obi-Wan's alter mind to deny flipping tokens.
Yeah, you forgot, Kyle, because you had Obi there, and then Onar slipped in and flipped one of the posters that
wasn't sure if he was just out of range or if because that's
1, 2, 3. Yeah, honestly, I just forgot about that ability. I need to think about that one.
Yeah.
I need to
I
remember.
think that's why Obi's been struggling, is because I think he has so many abilities that are so unique in the game that I think people just forget to use a lot of his strengths that make him stronger. So I think if people play him more and get more practice,
Christian and Kyle, while we're talking to you as well, we're also watching Isaac's game against Ian, and it's another list with Rebel Jedis, but it's one where it's turned quite the other way around. Christian, if I could ask you, would you be happier faced up against Royal Guards and Imperials with your list at the moment, or do you think you'd have similar trouble since they're also very defensive?
I think I will have a similar problem because Royal Guard are really tough to kill.
Yes,
and then they can how can I say in English, stun.
Yes.
I play a lot of time two Royal Guard team, and it's really tough for my opponent.
Yes,
because they are really tough to kill, and I don't know if with my team it's difficult for Dengar to stun.
Yes,
with only
it always has been, funnily enough.
So that's why it's a big thing for Dengar to stun on blast, but it's difficult for me to roll a good yellow die. So, but it will be difficult against any team.
Yes, yeah,
any team. But it was great. It's fun to play this Dengar, Zuckus, and another personage.
Yes,
it was really great. Thanks, ERCP, to do that.
And we've had the same map twice. You're going to see it play differently on others, as some of the more open, less brawly maps. Kyle, if how do those deflections work when you're against more melee heavy lists? Do they feel a bit like less? You're less glad to have them along?
Definitely, they're dead weight in those types of situations. But because I have Yoda, I can just put those on the bottom of my deck. Whenever I draw them. That's kind of my thinking behind it.
Sort of the Rebel equivalent of the Zillow, like a card isn't as wasted in a Zillow game. And so we've just seen Isaac take Ian out on the stream there with a very, very, I think we should say, decisive victory. I believe that is not a figure lost on Isaac's list. So, Kyle,
Also,
both you and I.
You were saying that this is very something common that you've been seeing that force you. It's like a, what's it?
Rock, paper, scissors?
Yeah.
But what is the
counter
to the counter to the Royal Guard? Because I'm pretty sure it's not hunters.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Noah's gone.
Also, Noah's not here. Yeah.
Well, hunters have been doing very well for a very long time. So I think it's interesting that the meta is being shaken up a bit. But we haven't seen like vehicles. So
yes. Well, that's the thing. It's both keyword meta that's changing with IACP, but it's also sort of as I said, tactic and card strength. So hunter keyword, but also those big pile-in card attacks, those big pile-in command card combos. It feels now that you need to be looking for the most resilience and mobility. And I'm not surprised in a way that the Royal Guard, which always evidenced those two things well, and David's made a good case for them actually hitting hard too, but speed and survivability, very, very strong.
I think it's also related to there just being so many more cards that can completely hose an attack.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we used to have this hateful relationship somehow with On the Lamb.
Sure.
But we have all these things that kind of reduce your maximum damage you take to 3, or add more white dice. I do feel overall we have a lot more tools to just negate one of those huge hits to the point where it's not really worth doing anymore, right? And you can't stack that assassinate. So you can't stack damage after you see all the rolls and cards that your opponent could play. So it's always a massive risk.
It's interesting that maybe some of the figures with recover aren't coming back as much. I mean, we talked about Ezra, but and we saw Farmer Luke, but in that circumstance, one of the reasons that recover was so out of favor for so long was that, well, what's good's recover if you die in one shot?
I mean, I think that's the reason that Diala lost recover, is that it was a bit over the top. I'm not sure.
But Ezra, you mentioned just a few minutes ago that Ezra is sort of a mixed bag because he can recover, but he's still too gettable, you think?
I don't think Ezra is too gettable.
Not too easy to kill?
I think that must have been somebody else.
Oh, well, you were saying that Ezra with his recover may not be as valuable to bring along as either. I don't know if we were comparing Diala or Ahsoka, but given what you've just said and the fact that I think you'd often be bringing Ezra out in Jedi lists. I mean, we've just seen a couple of strong Jedi lists, and
I would actually, if I were to play a Jedi, I think Ezra and Diala are my first two auto includes at this point.
And Ahsoka?
Yeah, and then Ahsoka is very close to being the third.
Yeah, that would be my pick.
When I first made my list, this list I'm playing with now, I had Ezra in instead of Ahsoka.
Mm-hmm.
And he was really good. It helped me redraw knowledge and defense and recover. But I played a game where I was playing with the repulsor tank. And end of round, Ahsoka moved up, focused, attacked my repulsor tank, did 6 to me. He had started around when Ahsoka attacked him again. I think I had 6 after 2 attacks, 6 damage, and then moved back next to Yoda. And so I moved up with that tank, took a shot at Ahsoka using his ability to take 2 shots, and she played right back at me, and she was next to Yoda. So after my first attack, I took 6 damage to kill him, or to kill my tank. So after that game, I swapped out Ezra for Ahsoka just because she won me over. She won me over with that play there.
As you said, survivability and direct damage, two strong things. Well, we've got Isaac just popped up. Congratulations, Isaac, on what seemed to be we sort of caught it after it was pretty decisive, I think. But well done. So I think we may have 2 people on the stream right now who may see each other over a table very soon. Next. How was that for you? Tell us how it started, Isaac. The bit we missed.
Yes, so it started out with so obviously the big advantage that I had is that my figures are faster than his, and I have 7 activations, whereas he has 6, and that's a pretty big swing considering the fact that because the mission involves flipping posters, it was pretty easy for me to flip the post at the very top of the map very early with the Royal Guard, and then once he had activated all of his figures, run in with the champion and then flip all the ones in the middle because 12 speed is insane. And being able to push the champion up 4 spaces with 1 officer push and then Executor being triggered off killing the junk droid round 1.
I mean, it's pretty funny because both those things you just said were totally the opposite of what I would typically, attribute to Empire versus Rebel matchups in Imperial Assault, right? That suddenly the Empire has more activations and you've got speed on top of them.
Yeah, exactly, and it is pretty crazy. But the thing is that this isn't a state of the state of the meta Imperialist, and also the Rebelist I went up against. I think it's very, very strong, and I think it could do very well. But most Jedi lists that I see are usually 7 or 8 activations, so it was a bit of an outlier, which benefited me for sure. But then after that, it was just a matter of he had some pretty big whiffs. But so did I. So the dice were relatively balanced. I'd say they probably leaned a little bit more in my favor. So for example, I think it was an elite Royal Guard who attacked a 2 white defense dice Ahsoka. I max rolled and he rolled double blank, but then he went on to dodge 2 very big attacks later on. So there were very big swings constantly.
How do you feel about we were just talking about this before you joined, the general state of the game in a way, saying that because cards as attack finishers are sort of maybe coming down to cards as sustain and defense, sort of coming up if we're in a bit of a Guardian cycle, that the Royal Guard champion, the elite Royal Guards, I always associated with speed and survivability, but not a great attack. With the giving them focus and this +2 surge, are they really just a tremendous all-rounder now?
Yes and no. I think that they become ridiculous for their points when you run them in this exact list. If you run them in any other kind of list which doesn't have this sort of efficient focus generation, then I think that they're very well costed in the fact that, just like you said, they're not incredible attackers because Imperial has no focus and they don't have easy access to focus. But I have seen a couple of different variations of trying to build a focus machine for Royal Guard. So I think the first example was the list I'm running now, but also I saw Ryan Janaway running a Stormtrooper swarm and 1 set of Royal Guards, and that basically does the same thing because if you kill a Stormtrooper, that's going to be 1 Royal Guard focused and another Stormtrooper focused, which that's actually really cool as well. So I think that the way Imperials are being played has changed a little bit. And
it is interesting that Imperials have almost always actually been really focus hungry. There was an era when it was playing nothing but elite troopers because you wanted to get them that focus, and then even in the era of riots and jets, the focus you could get was still something the Empire was.
Yeah, I mean, for a little while, even that Vader's finest jets was a thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I've played Vader's finest scouts, which is actually really, really fun because suddenly their range goes much further and they become a lot faster. Obviously, now they become a 10-point activation, which they're not quite worth. I think the Scouts is another amazing example of this in that the way we play Empire has changed because I don't think that Scouts are the most viable figures in the current meta. What I mean by that is that because of their ability to not be targeted if their opponent is 4 or more spaces away, that doesn't really matter in this meta because it's a very melee-based meta, but especially, I'm just going to say this, especially with Season 4 coming out, things are going to be shaken up, and I think that Scouts are going to come back in a pretty big way. And I think it's interesting that how all the factions have really changed the way they play, because, I mean, just like we said, but also in regards to Rebels as well, because now it's no longer you kind of run these 3 Queen/Knight pieces where you got Han, you got Sabine, you got Dracata, stuff. You don't really see stuff like that much anymore. Now, the most common Rebel list, I think, without a doubt, is Jedi. Just different iterations of Jedi. But because there are so many different Jedi, it doesn't feel repetitive, at least in my opinion, because almost every single one of my Jedi lists are different.
Yeah. Well, tell me, we had 2 of the same map. What do you What with your list again? High mobility. Are you more keen to see in your next matchup? And what would be more of what's the harder of the easier map for you?
Good question. So my most difficult one has already come and passed, and that was Triple Cross. And Triple Cross is just very tricky with this list because it is an elite strike list. I don't have enough attacks going around to really be able to. And basically, if I'm going to reach, if I'm going to be able to get all the way over to those gangsters, I need to focus them up, and then I'm wasting my focus against against those gangsters, which is
you don't want to be taking any gangster shots for free either. That's
no, exactly, and they are a huge point swing as well, and you can't just let your opponent get them because I've definitely had games with my Han Rangers where I've gotten like 12 points just off of gangster kills, and that'll happen, and you can't let that happen to your opponent. So probably the one I'm most looking forward to, ISB, the To Your Stations one. That's a very, very good one. Just because it's very easy for my Royal Guards to double move into that red hallway round one, and then I'm holding those two, and if anyone tries to take it from me, they'll be taking a bunch of damage from those control stations, and I've got 2 focused Royal Guards ready to punch them.
Are there any lists that you are kind of a bit scared to face off against?
What's the scissor to your paper?
Yeah. So I think a big challenge is anything which has a large amount of strong attackers. So I think one of the lists I would struggle against the most. I played him round 1, and it actually went pretty well for me. I was able to take home the win. But one of my biggest fears is some sort of list with just like what I went up against in round 1, which was the tank, elite sentries, and then 2 sets of jets. There are just so many figures there that even if I chew through a lot of them, because they are Imperial, I can't one-shot them with my guys. I'm going to need to spend 2 attacks to get rid of them. And they have so many shots going in, and it's not like they're just, swarms of elite stormtroopers, because elite stormtrooper swarm I feel pretty pleased about because their attack ceiling is so low that the extra evade on the Royal Guards just means I'm taking 1 or 2 damage per attack at most, and the champion is just singing happily. So Jedi I feel especially strong against, but they are also my biggest weakness. So it's interesting. It's
are Jedi struggling against you because they are basically? I was wondering this a little bit in your game. They're not treating the list with respect. It feels that if you were a little bit more careful, there isn't a reason that you couldn't give you much harder time. But you see the Jedi against a Hunter list in the other match you're watching, and they're rewarded for just absolutely steamrolling. It feels like they're going to really crash into you if they're unwary.
Yeah, and if you do that against my list, then you're not going to have a good time because my list doesn't need to be a box to work well, but boy, when it is built together in a box, and I've just got I've got the Ugnaught very close by to be able to spawn the junk droid, let him get an attack off, tempt him to get an extra attack off with the champion, and then put him into position for Emperor. There are some insane combos I can do. So what I found is that Jedi are my easiest matchups, but also my most difficult matchups. Jedi played properly against my list is what I struggle most against, but Jedi not played properly is my easiest matchup.
How would you feel? I want Jess's opinion on this. If she's checking in. How would you feel? How would you play Vader against Isaac's list, Jess?
Ooh.
You're gonna level that.
Actually, that's a tough one.
I mean, the Emperor being able to make 4 unblockable damage on Vader every round is nasty, to say the least.
Yeah, I think it would have to depend on the map and positioning. I definitely would be very hesitant to run Vader in this kind of matchup.
I think their mobility is just so high, too.
Yeah. So I might try to keep Vader back and use Force Choke. And, I mean, generally I play him with trooper swarms. So I might see if I can manage with my troopers to do some stuff there. But I think it would be tough.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I mean, what I do like about the list is that it's very positioning based. If you screw up your positioning, you're absolutely done. So it does remind me a little bit of On Rangers in that way. I think it's easier to play than Han Rangers, just because Han Rangers is much more of a glass cannon.
Yeah.
But this list does really rely on positioning. If you don't put your Argonaut in the right place and get that junk droid off properly, because a really well played junk droid can allow for your Royal Guards to be focused every round. And Royal Guards, I think, are amazing value, just because of their speed, their high defensibility, Guardian cards, and they have a search for stun. That is amazing. But that with the focus is really, really good. I don't think it's brokenly good, because it requires so much effort to give them a focus, you know?
Yeah.
You really have to build your list towards, okay, I'm going to focus these guys, and that's what this list does. So I've considered running a similar version of the list where instead of the champion, I have 2 sets of Royal Guards just to really capitalize on the focus. I haven't tried it, but the reason I'm not too fond of it is just because the extra attacks from the champion with Executor is just really, really, really nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I feel like going against this list, you might want to try to break that focus engine, and if you can, try to go for taking out that Ugnaught. But it depends a lot on, like you said, the positioning and the map and what kind of mobility stuff you have.
I mean, if you have a strong figure lying in ambush, that would probably be my biggest fear, because it would be very difficult for me to keep my Ugnaught safe. And if you kill the Ugnaught, because that's kind of the difficult thing with this list, because the sooner you kill Palpatine, the better, because he is a ridiculous force in this list. Because of the extra attack, 4 damage per round, he can focus the other guys because he can kill the junk droid remotely. But usually it will be pretty difficult to get to the Emperor, because he'll likely be body blocked and he'll be protected by the
We've
Royal
seen in a
Guards
few
and stuff.
games that, well, in a few 2/3 we've seen is that always been true of the game. The player that's not managing to take out any pieces of the opponent's attacker force is struggling. And that might seem very obvious, but we've been having some conversations about target selection and how much you commit to go after the person that your opponent is obviously protecting more. In the first game, Vader sometimes can be really dangerous to use as your soak, because it can be very costly to lose, but it worked very well. Second game, Obi-Wan just did a wonderful job of just blunting all the attacks coming at it. In your game, it was the Royal Guard champion, it seemed, that ended the game with either, I don't know if he was alive or dead at the end, but he took quite a lot. Was that dodge?
I was wondering if he dodged some as well.
He did dodge 1 attack, yes. So he did play what's it called? Iron Will. He played Iron Will once. He dodged once, and from there on, there were just a few decent attacks going into him. Ian did then decide to split his attacks and go for the Emperor instead, which was an interesting choice. But at the same time, I get it, because the Emperor is just such an insane force. And I mean, you saw it in that, because I got like 30 points in those 2 activations, just because of the Emperor being able to tempt and lightning enough people. And the Royal Guards are strong, and usually the Royal Guards are enough to take out just enough Jedi, or just enough damage out of the Jedi's health to leave them in perfect lightning or even tempt range.
We saw when we joined your game Terminal Protocol.
Yes.
I assume that's been true ever since the Ugnaught Swarm. Has that card been a really valuable one? How did it do for you, and are people surprised by it?
It rarely comes up in my games, but when it does, it is absolutely amazing. So the main reason I run it is not necessarily for the damage splash. It's mainly to be able to spawn the junk droid and trigger Executor in the same activation. Because otherwise I would need to use the Ugnaught, move it up into position, and then my opponent has the chance to react before the Emperor goes and tempts it to death. Whereas now I can blow it up, and if I can get make it stand next to someone, which I could in this game, I decided to put it right into a box where it would hit. I think it hit like 4 Jedi and 1 Royal Guard, and I was happy for it to hit the Royal Guard, because the Royal Guards then again become focused as a result. But just being able to do the unblockable damage, and that's, I think, what we spoke about earlier in regards to how adding damage after the attack has really gone down, with Assassinate being nerfed and stuff like Iron Will being in the meta. I think that this just makes anything which does unblockable damage even stronger, which is why I think the Emperor, even though the ICB hasn't done anything to buff him, the Emperor is so much stronger now because his tempt ability and lightning ability, they are finishers in the exact same way that assassinate or positioning advantage are.
So
How would you design?
the matches are all done. If you want to check, I think Kyle's just forgotten to put his win in and move people to the next round.
Beautiful. Yeah, it looks like all the matchups have been reported from what I can see.
Do you actually know how many rounds we are doing today?
As far as I know, it's 4 Swiss rounds, so 2 to go.
Okay.
And then it'll be a top 2 cut with the final 2 for a finals match on a later day, I believe.
Okay. Well, good to have you chatting in. Well, maybe we'll check in with you later, but congratulations and look forward to your next ones.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good luck, you guys.
All right.
That's
See you later.
Cheers.
So at the moment, at the top, we have Kyle, we've just seen with the Force Users list, Isaac with his Royal Guard champion list, and Morgan, we've also seen, what was Morgan? The Weiss list.
Yeah.
Did he win his second game?
Yeah.
He was the Vader, Weiss, Palpatine.
Yeah. So he's won his second round as well.
Great. Well, that is some nice variety to see then in the next season. So it looks like we're going to see Morgan versus Isaac. Now, I think that that would be a very interesting one to watch because that would be Vader and Weiss against Isaac's strong defensive Imperial. But in the table 2 match, we've got Kyle against Ian. Now that's going to be a Jedi off. I suggest, guys, and this will be a bit tricky, I suggest we try to swap between these two as best we can. I think we should try to. I think we should try to keep an eye on both matches with Vassal and then try to check in on both. What do you think? Because I can't choose.
I find it very hard to follow.
It's not that easy to switch all the stream boxes over either.
Oh, I see. I was suggesting the easy thing. Well, I'm going to keep an eye on one, whichever one we're not watching, just so we've got visibility.
Okay, Derek, I think, is playing the tank that we haven't seen that list.
Yeah, we haven't seen Derek play also.
Yeah.
Yep. And he'd be playing against
Ron,
who we saw.
Force Users list? No. Was that the Dangar list? Who's Ron?
Ron was game 1. That was Han Rangers.
Han Rangers. Oh my goodness, I'm getting all these muddled up. Or do you know what Carson's playing?
I do not.
Well, I think all good options. I think I'd love to see the tank. I think
Let's see table 1. I think that'll
I think that's where we really be able to check out some very interesting meta plays, and we'll just keep a weather eye on Ian and Kyle's match to see how a Jedi to Jedi matchup works.
We've actually seen quite a lot of those recently as well,
Yeah.
so it might be interesting to see something else.
Okay.
It'll be a Imperial
Yeah,
versus
the Jedi off was definitely a lot of the finals of recent IACP tournaments.
Got it.
Okay, the two of you are in round 2, table 1, but we're on round 3, table 1. Which I don't know if they're in yet.
Yes.
I don't see around.
Do not see the game just yet.
No. They have not made it yet that I can see.
Ooh, this one. I'm rooting for Vader.
Well, so I think that in the first match we saw a lot of fancy footwork, and Vader got very useful. Unfortunately, I think Vader wouldn't be able to be quite as deleting figures against Isaac. If Isaac is held back, I think it's difficult, especially if you consider the fact that there is a significant stun risk, and that Palpatine always has actually posed a great threat to Vader. That said, I'd be very interested to see if Morgan's own Palpatine can play a slightly different role in this game, because he was very effective with the lightning and the tempting before, but maybe that being used to sort of negate and take away some of the Royal Guards could be very, very interesting to see.
I'm
We'll have a
also
lot of Pierce, too.
interested to see the 4 activations versus Isaac's lots of activations. And Morgan said he has that strategy of he's 39 points, so he always gives up the initiative and then tries to take initiative in round 2. So we'll see if that works out for him.
Right.
Well, maybe we should talk a bit about the map that's been
Guys,
chosen.
they're on table 1.
There we go. We are in server. Finite. Perfect. So here we are back at ISB headquarters, and this is the HoloCamp mission. Really fun one. I remember this from my first Nationals run. Obviously, Morgan has only 4 points to give up to a HoloCam at any given time.
True.
Well, and also with Weiss being such a huge figure, it's probably
Yeah.
quite hard to see around him.
Yeah, so Isaac has to wonder how he's going to look at this now. But at the same time, as we've said before, Morgan does not have a ton of door opening capacity, and the doors in this one are and always have been pretty relevant. They choosing when to open them or how you go about them is very, very important to how you play. Maybe a reminder for those people who haven't seen this mission. Has this been in cycle for ISP for a while? The ISP map?
Not so long.
Okay. So each player gets 5 mission tokens in their area, as you can see, and these are cameras. Cameras can be placed and attacked. They are not figures. They are tokens. And then at the end of each round, each player places one adjacent to one of his figures, which can include under their feet, and then gains BPs equal to the number of hostile figures in line of sight. And now you don't get to score hostile figures multiple times. The camera spots you once. So that's what I was saying earlier, that with ideal camera setup, Isaac can potentially get 4 points turn from his opponent, whereas obviously a bit more from Morgan. That said, the cameras are not worth victory points, and you can't do fun tricks with them. People don't generally tend to play a lot of figures that power up on attack, as we did back in the day. So I would suggest that the cameras may play a small but not vital role in deciding this game. But I guess simply put, again, Isaac has more to lose from a bunch of cameras being set up, because he will eventually, war of attrition, lose out on those points.
It's an interesting map. I think it'll be eye-opening to see if they open up those doors.
I think that's Isaac's luxury. I think Isaac will open the doors because he needs to threaten Morgan, and I don't think Isaac is as much of a threat if his door isn't open already. So I wouldn't be surprised if Isaac, depending on what he does with his Ugnaught and the need for this focus power, I think Isaac has more to gain by having that door open sooner than allowing Morgan to open his without any fear of reprisal.
Yeah, and we did hear Isaac say that he liked to take over that red area, but that's the other scenario on this map, right? With the cameras, you're not actually kind of incentivized to go out so much.
Well, it's really interesting because the cameras are not massive nor are they high, so the line of sight does block for them. So your figures being really closely bunched together is actually sometimes better than having them really spread out, because it's actually very easy to spot several. This, in old meta for the game, used to be quite important, these points. Now, I don't think it's going to be definitive. I think this is going to come down to Isaac killing a queen piece or not. I'm going to call that the game. If Isaac gets first blood, I think it's Isaac's. Because I don't think the camera is going to make the difference.
Mm-hmm.
Can Isaac get first blood?
I guess
Not an officer? Hard to
I guess it would more likely be Vader. Aha. So, judging from this deployment, I would say that door is not going to open for the Weiss brigade.
No, I would say no as well. It looks pretty certainly that Morgan has given up on the command cards from his terminal, which is, quite. Before seeing his rule by fear draw, that is quite a sacrifice. And Disorient is out. Love that card.
We'll have to see.
He could be rushing for Isaac's terminal.
The Disorient is on Isaac's side.
Yes, Disorient is out for Isaac's rollby, and Force Rush is out for Morgan's.
Okay, Force Rush is pretty decent. I wonder what he's got then.
Yeah, he's sacrificing some ability there, which is key for a lot of his figures.
But he does have a lot more mobility than usual as well.
I think also, just looking at it, if I'm right, it's not perfect, but the push with Weiss, I can see him getting. I can see him sort of struggling to get a particularly good smush at the moment with Weiss, if I'm not greatly mistaken. Because what you don't want when you're trying to smush around a corner with Weiss is for the figures to have lots of different places to go. And at the moment, I'd like to see what he's going to do with it, because I don't see.
I'm guessing it's going to be a one move squish,
which will put Palpatine up the top.
I could put Palpatine in the middle if you move Palpatine first.
Mm-hmm. And the officer gets the double.
Actually, okay. it could push Palp. Yeah, I think that's
interesting.
That's possible.
I get a little greedy thinking, if it's an officer move, you always want to be moving too. Maybe you don't. But here we go. So we've had a planning from Isaac. There's the officer smush. And if he turns him,
you can actually put the officer at the top.
Mm-hmm.
And then Vader would get the two.
Yeah.
If he put Palpatine in the middle.
Officer, it's double. That could work, yes. He may want to pop the officer back, who could then actually run back over to the terminal. I'm not entirely sure. But if from there, 1, 2, 3, 4, could be miscounting, but officer might be able to do a little reverse hop there. 1, 2, 3, 4.
That makes sense.
Yep,
but that is a no new orders officer then. Of course, a lot of his other figures.
Lots can change. Yeah. We did use his Weiss to send Vader backwards, and okay. So Isaac is moving his people into position. He's got that Ugnaught where he wants him, and I think it will be Palpatine that will be tempting to focus up those. There it is. So after a pass, we've got 2 focused Royal Guards, and Palpatine has tempted and moved forward, sacrificing any attack this turn, but I'm sure he's okay with that. Isaac plays so much and plays so well. He's a very patient player. He's definitely happy to have some turns that seem suboptimal, because he's just going to wait for the right move.
Yeah, so we've just got the officer and Royal Guard and Royal Guard champion left to go for Isaac. And Weiss, Palp, and Vader still for Morgan.
Yeah, and again, those Royal Guard champion can't really get into threat range of anybody right now. They've got impressive threat range, but they
So here comes Weiss, moving Vader out.
Yep. I'm still a little bit surprised the RGC, the Royal Guard champion, isn't a little bit closer up, but
Well, he hasn't gone yet.
yeah, I just thought he would have been in a slightly different position to the Royal Guard there, but
Here's the ATSD coming up.
there you go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, of course, worth remembering, of course, that these Royal Guards have reach.
Yeah.
5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They are able to hit Vader, or at least the one focused one is, at present. So, and anything on Weiss. So, it's the 5 speed plus the reach on the generic Royal Guard is a lot to when it's focused hit.
That's quite a big range. I suspect he's got that new orders, and that's why Weiss and Palpatine are ending up right next to each other.
As I said, I never see it coming until I've seen it. But yes, I would argue it could happen there. The question is, does Isaac have enough activations for that to be a real momentum changer? So Isaac's got with an officer left. Does Isaac have an officer left? Yes, he does.
Yeah.
He's preserved his ability to react.
Deciding where he wants to have that Palpatine
Yeah,
go.
looks like Palpatine doesn't want to come out in front.
Well, I think we have said it. Palpatine is indeed the risk, and I come back to why I think actually Isaac might like that door open, if you see what I mean. It actually is because of that little red box in the cross in the bottom left. The door is a faster and smoother route to the middle, and it allows you to threaten his officer. Again, if you've got a 4 activation opponent, they don't want to lose anything. Even losing the officer can be devastating, if nothing else, for activation counts. So I'd be inclined to start to try to pressure them since he's committed so far to the left.
That's a good point.
Notice also that because of Morgan's limitations at the moment, he will not be able to place any particularly good cameras. Vader or Palpatine or both, or after a New Order shenanigan, really just need, if you get greedy with the cameras, you really are exposing yourself. Sometimes that's the right thing to do, but not always. Neat.
All right, we've got an officer moving the Royal Guard champion.
Right. So now the Royal Guard champion is sort of within striking distance.
Yep, of both Vader and Weiss. And I'd love it if.
He's moved his back.
That was not the choice.
He's actually moved a regular or elite Royal Guard instead.
I think that's probably a sensible move, because I think Isaac is not the player to be excited about the brutality. So you can look at that and go, oh, look, I can run up there and brutality the 2 figures. But I think Isaac has played this game enough to know that if it looks too good to be true, it probably isn't. And sending the Royal Guard forward like that might be very costly.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, David, about double block on the Royal Guard champion from the heavy armor?
I think it's pretty good.
Do you think he's the right person to get it compared to Palpatine, or even double blocking both the Royal Guards?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's kind of the weaker defense, actually. If you just consider how many points per hit point he is compared to the elite Royal Guards, and that white die can whiff.
And I think he's also hoping to use him very aggressively, so you want him to last longer. You know?
Yeah, I do just feel like the Royal Guard champion is actually less tanky than you think, looking at his 2 dice defense.
13 he was sort of matched to Chewbacca, wasn't he? In the sense that Chewbacca was 16, was he, or is that just Vader? Was Chewbacca 13 health? Time felt like absolutely loads of health, and then suddenly started feeling less and less.
Yeah, I mean,
with the Royal Guard
punch you for 10.
It's funny we've been talking about the black die plus surge block. I mean, the black die plus white die is obviously arguably better, but this plus surge block always is. I don't know. I'd consider that to be happier with that than white die that occasionally dodges.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you look at for the points, he's 10. The Royal Guard champion are 9 for the 2, and they are so many more hit points than 13 between the two of them.
So we have got.
And you can't celebrate Royal Guards.
That's true.
That's true.
Right, Royal Guard champion is a unique figure, right?
He is. He's presumably got a name. I think one of the pictures had him with his helmet off.
Well, there are a few Royal Guard champions, but I think most people assume this one is Karner Jax.
Yeah.
I would have liked to have seen more of them and less Inquisitors. I gotta say, the universe fell in love with Inquisitors and had to have thousands of Inquisitors. I wanted more Royal Guard champions. I wanted to see more of them animated.
Mm.
So what is Vader doing?
It's kind of funny though, because he's like sneaking up the side, which is kind of funny.
Vader is on a stealth mission.
Dun, dun, dun,
At
dun,
the
dun,
ISB
hugging the
headquarters.
wall.
Yeah, if he does
so he's coming in.
So with New Order's not in attendance, the problem here is that everybody is a threat to Vader. Everybody can stun him, and those Royal Guards can hit rather hard with the free Pierce 1 and the +2. They, as you said, they will actually be a problem for him. This allows him to threaten realistically an officer with a choke, but
yes, so it looks like he has killed that officer with the choke.
I'm watching the wrong feed. And the camera options aren't great for Vader from there on, which I believe he places before he will do his extra 2 moves.
Yeah,
so here's
effects go first.
Here's a poke with the... And Vader's down a die for some reason. I think an element must have been played. Yep, an element was played, so Vader was down a die. And
re-rolling into a 1.
But crucially, no stun. That was Isaac's going to be disappointed with that. It's lovely to do 4 damage, but he was definitely hoping to put a stun down there, I think.
Yeah.
Especially since he could stop any further choke
Well,
from Vader.
It should actually be 5 damage unless he taps Scylla.
Reroll on the yellow die, again, fishing for that stun, but no dice.
Why do you have 5 damage, though? What am I missing?
They have a free Pierce.
Of course. Yeah. And a Grizzly. There's 2 more.
Woohoo.
I love the Grizzly.
I assume this is Strain?
Yeah.
So... And yeah, so he's chosen to lose Dying Lunge and Price of Glory, 2 very good cards.
Yeah.
Because he wants max health on his... he does not want to make one of these guys more gettable.
Again, oh, there it is. There's the surge. And
Wow.
again, re-rolling into a 1 block. This is not looking so
Yep,
good for
this is
Vader.
Vader taking a lot.
Yeah. Now
Yeah.
I haven't seen we haven't seen him drop any cards for either of these attacks. Now I don't know if that was the wrong call because he obviously gave up a very powerful card. But Vader is bound to be now stunned.
But remember that he is playing a bunch of condition clears.
True, but those are harder in general to play in your end of round.
Yeah.
So they're not impossible. So he has chosen Zillow way, and we'll see if he drops a card or if he just takes the 2 damage and stun. I think it'll probably be 2 damage and stun.
Yeah,
I'm
this
not
is a
sure.
pretty rough start.
I'm not sure he really. I'm not sure he really gained much by putting Vader forward there against this list.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Because
that
you could keep
I
him
know-
back and use
I know
the
he didn't
force.
have a good option. This is where I come back to the doors. Vader needs to get chokes off on and sort of make it more of a problem for Isaac to come together. And I think that this just goes to show how he played the game Isaac decided he would play, and that has really limited him or been very costly in one.
Mm-hmm.
If he drops the holocam on his feet, he's going to get 2, or is that Isaac's holocam? I don't know if you can. Yeah. If he was hoping to put it in that red, he's not. So that is 2 for 2 each. Yeah.
Yep, 2 each.
And again, if Vader had gotten one more, able to get one more space down, could have gotten a few more points there, but probably not worth
Yeah.
cost there.
So he's
So
going
we're
to
gonna
take the attack, it looks like, on the roll
first-
bar.
First choke.
He choked me actually.
Oh, he choked him, really?
Can't attack
I
with
would have
stun.
thought he
Stunned.
would have. Oh, right. I've forgotten.
Isaac, having eaten some big cards on his Grizzly contest, takes the strain.
Yeah.
And now
It's an interesting psychological effect. If you
There's
eat some
the rally.
really good
Oh,
cards,
there's the rally to get rid of
and
the stun.
okay.
Isaac has negated it.
Oh, negated it. Ooh, okay.
Well, now, if he has Price of Glory or something, that would have been fantastic. It's not negatable for a change, but negating that stun clear. So now, presumably, Vader has used his first action to clear stun.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what is he going to do with his turn?
Goodness. Morgan is in a tough spot. Ooh.
Ooh,
Oh,
ouch.
no. That is
Wow.
not what I wanted.
That is
No.
terrible.
Okay.
Vader attack.
Yeah.
Tough luck.
So,
Would be pretty like a kick in the teeth.
well,
I don't even think you would want to use tough luck for that.
So there's 6 on the 3 he'd already taken. That should put that guy to 8, which is not enough, I believe. Not out of their 10. So Vader could have a force surge or something clever here if Isaac takes it fully.
I think it's only 2 damage.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, he's not using
He's
the.
got a surge.
I forgot about the surge block. There you go. Yeah, that's painful. I think that free surge block is. I think people are not quite calibrated for it yet. Whether it's Obi-Wan or this, I don't think people are seeing it clearly.
This is looking rough for Vader.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I do think the Elite Royal Guards are just monsters.
I would say for 10 points, that is hard to argue against.
Yeah, Pierce 1 + 2, 3 attack dice, 5 move.
Again, not 3 attack, not 3 attack dice. It's because Isaac's using the focus well.
Yeah.
They are supposed to be underpowered on the attack. I think they have been powered up a little bit, much. I think people are going to find that free surge block to be tremendous, and that's why they always were a slightly expensive, slightly niche option before.
I think Vader.
Dark energy.
Okay.
And a parting blow.
Dark energy parting blow combo.
solid investment, but Isaac doesn't
It is
want to
a
lose.
big investment.
Doesn't want to lose. There's a get behind me.
Mm-hmm.
So
Oh, are we considering?
tell me about get behind me.
Get behind me forces you to attack a different figure, a different guardian figure.
Okay,
So
so he's forcing me back onto the wounded one as opposed to Morgan, who would like to
finish that other one off. Oh,
Oh,
these
no!
Vader rolls.
Oh, I
are
feel
just
so
painful,
bad
yeah.
for him. Oh, the dice are just not.
Yeah, that is that's 3, 2, 3.
3.
Well,
Then I
Right.
guess
Now,
Vader's stunned again.
Isaac is very tapped out here. It's those royal guards to go. I would imagine. Let's see, without there it is. Now Vader is, as we said, stunned, so he's just going to have the guy next to him take that.
So I guess he's dumping all of these Vader cards because he thinks Vader is going to go down. Right?
Well, I think he'd love to get any of these royal guards into tempt range.
Yeah.
Of not activating.
If this is to focus back up the 2 royal guards, I'm intrigued.
I would assume so.
Terminal protocol here would be. Oh, he's just going for the attack, maybe.
Well, because you might as well use
You might as well use the droid.
the droid.
Oh,
Yeah.
why not? No, I was wondering about the terminal protocol, but you're quite right. There's no harm in not doing it for sure. It can, I think, they acknowledge that was a miss. So, how will Morgan respond?
All right, Weiss activating. And since Vader is stunned, you can't pull him back, right?
You cannot. No, it's not
But
a.
he could step on him and make him go back.
Oh, okay.
Forward if you wanted him to have different lines of sight, but yes, I think that is. We have to see. So it is moving the officer. One. I mean, I think those. I think Isaac might. I'm surprised. I feel those royal guards are now very vulnerable to a double moving Weiss. But I guess he can only get one of them. And remind me, the royal guard will react poorly if somebody's killed within 2 of him or 3 of him.
I think it also has to be a
Non-guardian.
non-guardian. So they won't get mad when you kill their brother.
While a friendly non-guardian figure is defending and you are adjacent to the targeted space, apply +1 block. And when an adjacent friendly non-guardian figure is defeated. Yeah, so it has to be non-guardian.
Actually, I was referring to the Royal Guard champion who will respond to a friendly figure of any type being disabled. So this one on the holocam, if he died, the Royal Guard champion would be able to respond. I don't think he can do much with 2 spaces, to be honest.
Yeah,
but at the same
I don't think you
time,
can get there.
I still think it's sensible to go for the.
Wow, Isaac's defense dice are just utterly insane.
Yowzers.
Yeah, and Morgan's rolled the 1 on the red
So
a
many
lot
times.
of times. The dice are just not with him right now. Sad.
So I think that's only 2 damage, or maybe 1 damage going through. I mean, that Royal Guard's been shot by an ATST stabbed by Vader, choked by Vader.
Well, this is what we're saying. Everybody was complaining about cards being too good at killing things. It's a different game if nothing dies.
Those are some pretty low rolls on the attacks, though.
Yeah, and some very, very high rolling on Isaac's black there.
Yeah.
So what do you think? Is the move to try to get past Weiss and finish off Vader? Or just pile in all the attacks and try to take out the ATSC?
I think if you are checking board state, you're probably feeling that Vader's been pretty blunted for at least a turn. So because the new orders is out.
Yeah.
The officer can't actually move Vader. So conceivably the officer oh god, I can't even see how the officer could move Weiss. Maybe he could. But either way, I would say that you actually think you count your blessings and say, now, what's Palpatine going to do to Weiss? What's the Royal Guard going to do to Weiss? How are we going to start pumping damage in at a level where Palpatine can't do much about it other than giving Weiss an attack?
Yeah, that's what I would do, because Weiss is at this point very exposed. I would lay into him.
It feels like you're investing in the wrong way after you've done so much work on Vader, I'm sure. And we haven't seen Second Chance come out, unless I've missed it.
No.
Morgan is a little card starved, it should be said. He's on 2, so he is to Isaac's 2, but Isaac's had a lot more joy with his.
I mean, Morgan's command cards are actually quite good.
And of course, Isaac did lose Dying Lunge and Price of Glory on the Grizzly strain, so
Right.
Isaac arguably is. Oh, did Isaac play that provoke or did he strain it?
I think the provoke must have been strained.
Okay. See
But he did get Grizzly,
Mm-hmm.
right? And he got that get behind me out, which.
Yeah. So that's Palpatine incentivizing the. He's confident he's going to get more out of those Royal Guards, which is great.
Ooh, okay. We've got the Emperor repositioning.
There's the lightning, which will hit Vader. I'm not sure about the holocams. I can't remember if the lightning will also do one to the holocams.
That I'm not sure about.
And let's we forget that we're so used to seeing the Force Lightning be a knockout blow. It does also weaken you, which means
Yeah.
more vulnerable to stuns from these Royal Guards, which I'm sure Palpatine will be all too happy to encourage. Well, that's a hell of a hit. That's 3 and a surge. You can go for 5 or 3 and a stun. Compliment that weaken. I would say stun would be terrible news, given that it will also negate Palpatine's ability to give Weiss an attack.
Mm-hmm. I'd definitely take the stun if it was an option.
Yeah,
But then you'd feel really crappy if you're like 1 away from hitting.
later. Well, he's stunned and weakened.
Yeah.
Can get him later.
Yeah.
So that's 7 damage on Weiss.
Yep, and I got to say, I think that is exactly what Isaac wanted to happen. And I'm not going to be smug about it because it could have gone a different way, but I think that going the way he did allowed Isaac to completely control the map because of his speed mobility. This is where I come back to the fact that I think the more direct route, maybe sacrificing the officer to open the door, or something might have given him a few more options. I think this has allowed Isaac to benefit from the cover, prevents many off the camera, and as we said for that very first round, Vader gave up a lot and has not yet killed a figure.
He killed an officer.
Which lest we forget, was Isaac's choice. Isaac gave him that one.
That's true. Because he could have taken the strain and kept him alive.
I think his idea was to kill that officer and then maybe Weiss to pull him back. But then I think he severely underestimated the amount of stun and all of that. Ooh, it's a pretty big attack roll coming in.
But not too bad on the defense roll as well, at least.
That's 3.
It's hard to say that I don't think that these guys have been zhuzhed up a little too much, but I haven't seen enough. I believe they are. I don't necessarily believe that in Isaac that it's only because of the extra focus that they're like. Now that is exactly
re-rolling into lower. That's always
that's what you expect to see from Royal Guard from time to time.
But that's still 2 damage through on an ATST.
Yeah.
Damage through, yeah.
That's still quite good shooting at an ATST with 2 dice. It's that Pierce 1, right?
Yeah, exactly. That Pierce 1 and you know, it has always been Surge for 2 has always been the absolute sweet spot.
But I think red yellow we're sort of not giving as much credit.
Jess and I played a lot of Vader.
Red yellow. Yeah, it's very treacherous, but the reroll on red yellow just puts it in a different league compared to say
Well, also it's the surges that you have available, right? So stun and +2 damage, those are good surges.
Oh yeah.
The one of the things I remember with the previous, replaying campaign is that the stun is hard to get because you might sometimes the trade-off is I'm not doing enough damage, so I actually can't get the stun. So the stun's a real sweetener for when you've really overhit. Whereas in this case, with the free Pierce 1, you're just going to see that stun a lot more. And you are definitely going to see that a lot more against white die. Yeah.
I think Morgan needs to have a dice purification ritual.
It's a shame you can't decide that these dice betrayed you, put them in the drawer for the dice.
You have to. Okay, what you do is you uninstall Vassal and you reinstall it to get new dice.
We need to call it dice skins, I think. Yes, Isaac has had some very good rolls against some lows, but I would say it's very, very controllable, that pinch point. It'd be very interesting to speak to Morgan about if he's tried the other way and he's struggled as well. But I mean, Palp
got the Emperor coming up.
Yeah, not be able to. The Emperor has been more or less neutralized for now.
I don't think Morgan was expecting to take those 2 end of round guard attacks. I really think he was gonna try to pull Vader back, but he got just bogged down. And
how do you mean? Because the Royal Guards had the last move. He moved Vader up to choke. I think he was
at the very beginning. Yeah.
He had made the mistake because I think he potentially considered that he might be able to put a holocam on the red spot. That is purely map experience, I'd say. If I saw Morgan pop the camera down on that red spot thinking he could, I think that might have been what coaxed Vader forward.
I think the other thing was that negation on the stun clear. I think he really was expecting to be able to get Vader out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely. That was painful.
So again, here's a situation where, arguably the control of initiative was less valuable than Unshakable would have been.
Yeah.
Because Weiss and Vader could both have benefited from a little bit more guaranteed clear.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And here comes Mr. Royal Guard Champion.
Here's our brutal boy. And look at how he managed to get through there that easily too.
Mm.
Unless
Nice
there was
roll.
Four on Vader. Ouch.
Ooh,
Mhm.
it's not looking good.
And then oh
Oh,
wow, these are some pretty scary attacks. What was that 6 on Palpatine?
that was a good round
Just
of
put out
attacks for him.
10 damage on Vader and
Whew.
Palp. I think.
But you know what? We're this far in, and no figures have died.
No figures have died. It's
or just
actually
one. That's
taking them forever to kill.
yeah,
anything.
pretty low. Low count there.
So Isaac's got
been a slog.
initiative coming to him, right?
Mm. Yeah, that's done. Oh, nasty.
Interestingly, those holocams are starting to see a lot more figures.
Well, in the comments, we caught that actually that officer at the bottom should have been scored in the first one, or maybe they already did. But yeah.
So we don't have a take initiative out yet. But I'm wondering, what the move is if he does have a take initiative.
Well, it's tough here to say. I think that again, if there's been something that's been unifying all these games, is that nearly killing figures and not killing them seems to be. It always has been devastating. But I think in this case, much more devastating to Morgan and Morgan's play. I think he's going to.
Did Vader not get off his end of round?
Choke?
Yeah.
Not sure.
Well, it's mission effects first, right?
But they're already on the next round because Isaac's Palpatine has just killed the ATST.
Yeah. Morgan may have felt that it's not going to be making a massive amount of difference since the Royal Guard champion could happily take 3, be very healthy.
But still.
Yeah.
It's free, damn it.
Yep. As I said, I'm very bad at the being able to math out. Sort of glad I'm not able to tell when the game is over from purely in numbers. They probably spoiled a few games, but I think in this game, Morgan hasn't had it in the dice for some time.
And so here, there's a negation ditched for a block. That's tough. I mean, Vader is even still stunned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is looking really rough for Morgan.
So that was Palp. I guess it was Royal Guard champion performing that extra attack. Now we've got Vader on 15.
Very temptable.
I think he has already been tempted. He's got a damage token, right?
It's I admit it's a little bit tricky to keep track of the. I like when people play the end of turn sounds. It's helpful.
Oh yeah. Oh, Iron Will. Whoa.
All right.
What's that attack going on?
That is
Royal Guard
Vader
champion.
attacking the Royal Guard champion.
Ugh, only 3 damn
Yeah.
down.
That's the strength of that Iron Will, though.
Yeah. And that was the first time Morgan got like a good roll.
That's true. That was the first good roll we've seen out of Vader.
Sad.
Later it comes in the game, the more likely you're gonna have it
Yeah.
Yeah.
cancelled.
I mean, because he's got Iron Will and he's got Get Behind Me, which are almost like two, attack cancels.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, here's the terminal protocol.
There's the Terminal Protocol, which has another big hit, which is a dead Vader and a
Very
healthy.
good.
Now, I believe that the Royal Guard champion will now get a free bonus activation. He'll be able to slice
So from that droid blowing up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think this is
Most
pretty much
personal
over. Okay, dying lunge being played.
Is that a Vader dying lunge?
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
Oh, it's a pretty big lunge.
Now here's interesting.
Pretty boss.
Here's a question of the timing window. Was the droid defeated before Vader was defeated for the Royal Guard champions move?
Good question.
Because I guess then you are defeated. So actually, no. I think Terminal Protocol will do damage. Vader's died. Vader has died blowed, and then the droid will be defeated. So the droid is technically still there.
It'll see a reroll from Vader. This is not a great attack, actually.
It's not terrible though. We've definitely seen worse.
But I guess that Royal Guard doesn't have so much health left.
I mean, one would hope at this point. So here's Vader coming in on the points, even with a holocam. I think Isaac just needs Palp, and he's got it. There's another 2 damage, which is just enough. Provided Isaac doesn't drop a card, which he should, or parry.
Oh,
there you go.
There's a parry.
There you go.
Parry. Man. The defensive tech with the Guardians is really rough.
Yeah, I just see so much defensive tech these days.
Yeah.
That's probably why the Hunter stuff is pretty blunted.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's certainly been double blunted that the Hunters have been.
Okay, that looks like it.
And that is a dead Palpatine,
Yeah.
which takes Isaac to 39.
With a camera able to get the officer, who is already activated, I believe, or even if he doesn't, that is where I would call it. So, well done, Isaac. Very strong list. It does come down to Morgan misreading the map a little bit. I think there was a chance for it to be a bit better, but you can't argue with those rules.
I think his rules were not.
And again, I think that these both play survivability and mobility cards, but I think that you've got to give it to Royal Guard Champion and Double Royal Guards. That's more survivability with more damage output than a blunted Palpatine and Weiss. So I think that having seen this play out, I think actually that this is probably a hard one for Isaac Weiss to win. Sorry, for Morgan's Weiss to win.
Yeah, I really do feel like the Royal Guards are much tankier than people give them credit for. I think that one unit is definitely harder to take out than, say, Vader. Even.
Well, especially as they were charged up with a bit of heavy armor. It's back to what I said a little bit about why I was wondering why you wouldn't just really double down on their strength and give them 2 blocks each, because they are ready for that strength.
That's true. I mean, you could even put in 2 sets of extra armor.
Welcome in.
Hey.
Well played.
I mean,
that was a ride.
Yeah.
It was good watching.
Yeah, that was painful to see the dice rolls, though.
Yeah. I mean, I misplayed it from the start, so.
I mean, even me, who had, I had the good rolls. I felt so bad. That was just gross. That does not happen.
One thing we saw. Did you think you were going to be able to pop a camera on top of that red box?
Possibly.
But that wasn't what entirely governed. I was worried that was sort of really what governed Vader's little sneaky up the side move there. It wasn't totally dependent on that position.
I underestimated what the Royal Guards could do, and I was hoping that I could attack and then get out.
You also overestimated Vader's defense dice.
Yes. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. But I mean, not having Unshakable in your list just made me dance with joy, because this is basically the first list I've gone up against, which I know, okay, if I stun someone, they're actually gonna stay stunned. Because if I go up against Jedi with Yoda, there's no point in stunning. And Vader is rarely any point stunning because he's almost always got Unshakable, but
well, that's interesting because that doesn't mean Morgan's got the wrong idea.
No, absolutely.
If you know that one list out there is going to prevent people from investing in stun, you don't need to doubly spend that yourself. Though I do think in watching this game, Morgan, we were discussing how Unshakable. Tell us about the 39-point bid on this map. Did it feel like an advantage in this compared to the last one?
I would say no, because it didn't draw new orders. Yeah, probably not. These deployments are pretty even, right? I haven't actually decided which deployment zone I like more on any list, right? Rather than maybe just a Jabba list where I can just shove him up in the corner.
Yeah. Well, Morgan, I'm also interested in knowing what your thinking was between the left or the center column. Obviously, there's a door in the way, but I was worried on your behalf because that little red box that the 2 holograms are here, that is such a wonderful defensive asset to the red deployment. And by going the way you went, I sort of worried that Isaac got to really lean into it.
Yeah. Ultimately, I was honestly, if he hadn't activated his. Not when he did, I was going to snipe him with Weiss, because I had a shot, and just would have ruined his whole focusing strategy. Then he went with the Ugnaught next, and I'd already sort of committed to that side. I was really hoping that I could take him out. Otherwise, yeah, I might have stick with the doors. I also played far too aggressively for the command card hand that I had.
Well, I played this several times.
I actually think your command card hand was amazing. You had some really good stuff.
For what I wanted. I I had Parting Blow, which I didn't really want to use, and was useless once I was stunned. Dark Energy was good. Like I could get that off once and ended up doing like 3 damage. Rally I was happy about. I don't know. Maybe it would have been different had I not known Force Rush. What else would I have? What else would I have gotten rid of? I needed Negation in case he stole initiative. On 2. I wanted Parting Blow because Parting Blow shenanigans.
Well, one of the things we noticed as well was that obviously Isaac can power up to a degree, but because of your 4 figures to his several, and I admit you don't have a runner here, in one where you sort of had the opportunity to set the pace of the game, because Isaac, as far as map points are concerned, could only get 4 at most from you, and boy, would it be easy to keep in the way. So do you feel that this is more just about reviewing the game, not making you feel they should have done it differently? Yeah. Did you feel pressure to attack, or did you feel that if you'd slowed down, would that have been?
You know what? In this game again, I would have definitely slowed it down. I think that was a mistake on my part to try to rush in. It's like having the point bid. I kind of want to start that or take advantage of that round 2 initiative swing.
You want to be where you do damage.
Yes. I mean, the idea behind this list is that I get a first strike, kill something, possibly kill something else, and depending on whether how much health Vader has left, either continue pressing on or retreating. Either of which I could do because I didn't get the rolls and I got all my figures stunned. So it was like this really felt like an anti list for me. It was a really hard list, and Isaac played it really well.
Well, Isaac, so your list you'd probably say is more designed against the Jedi Rebels, but this is hero imps. How much did you find, leaving Unshakable aside, how much did you find the principles applied? Is it sort of the same game, or is you playing it very differently?
I would say it's very differently, or it's very different because you have a lot fewer figures than the Jedi, and they are ridiculously okay. They're supposed to be ridiculously more tanky if rolls, if dice go the way that they're supposed to. So I was actually really worried because I was expecting you to sit back, but because there are no points, on the map that are easy to get to. I was kind of expecting you to sit back until you drew new orders, and at that point, there's just not much I can do because if you just sit back too far away for me to be able to rush up and do anything.
Those cards can't get double focused. I mean, once you've done it, right? You've done it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can refocus them, but not in time if they're in Vader's face. So yeah, it's I was definitely really worried going into this matchup, and if my dice and rolls hadn't been as ridiculous as they were, and if you had played defensively, it definitely would have been your game. This is, I think, my worst matchup.
Do you like the red side?
So he gave me initiative, and I wouldn't say I like the red side. I think the blue side is better for him, just because being able to move a massive figure over that staircase is really, really powerful. But I'm just more comfortable with the red side, which is why I chose it. I think the blue side is better, but I haven't gotten enough practice in on it to be able to run it as well, I think.
Morgan, there was a point in round 1 where you were kind of waffling with where you were going to put Weiss. And I saw you could have placed him in such a way that Isaac would not have been able to get to Vader or Palpatine. The troop with the guards would have had to go after Weiss first, and then probably could have countered attacked with Vader. Instead, you decided to push him forward. Do you think it would have gone differently if you had done that with Weiss?
Possibly. Ultimately, it already committed, and it was hard to pull out there. Maybe, I don't know. I wasn't thinking too much about retreat at that point. I was actually, when I put him there, I was trying to bait one of them out so that I could I wanted to pull them out of that little box there so I could start taking out figures without worrying about Executor or Sentinel so much. Isaac Isaac did me out.
I played against that list that you play, and usually you do a really good job of like putting Weiss up as a wall. So I can't go after Vader or Palp, and then waste some attacks on Weiss, and then Vader comes out and starts attacking. So that's what I thought you were gonna do in round 1.
It's hard, and he's got 3 officers and people that move 6 or move 5 with reach. So to get around those shenanigans fairly easily. I was counting lots of spaces, and honestly, I forgot that he hadn't activated that red officer yet. And when I saw that he still had the officer and he could move the campaign up, I'm like, the Royal Guard. I'm like, crap. that's gonna be a bad thing
tough
for me.
Matchup and tough dice.
I mean, I think even if the dice rolls were better, Vader probably could not have gotten out of that one.
Oh no, I was. There were 2. That's, I think, as somebody said, as soon as I charged in, I was sort of playing right into Isaac's hands. As much as we laugh about the dice being there, I don't think, like, even with more even dice, I don't think I was winning this one.
On the other hand, with
strategic decisions.
On the other hand, I think with those dice, you would not have won, even if you had managed to pay Isaac out.
Yeah. It's what I did.
Morgan.
Did what, like three Vader attacks to that?
And you choked him too.
It was a choke and 2 Vader attacks, and you're still alive.
Yep.
Yeah. Just love the thematic idea. Yeah, I love the thematic idea of like Weiss walking up in this tricked up ATSD and like blasting at this thing, and then the Emperor like lightning, and then Vader like choking and starting the lightsaber, and then like they all die, and the officer's just like, well, like, you want something done right.
It would be declared non-canon, I think, for sure.
Just like Grand Moff officer.
This game was Connor Jax's dream, basically.
Yeah, we've seen some deflection played as another for the other kind of big force user tank and sort of getting that unblockable damage. Is that something you considered for your list for Vader? Just for the sake of being able to ping back?
Where do I put it?
Yeah, I was surprised to see 2 somewhere else, because you said you thought they had to have given up 2 cards for it, but it depends how much the 1 damage is worth, since Vader will be taking fire. But having come through this match, what do you think was a command card that would have made a difference for you, or was there anything you were missing?
I mean, I don't actually take initiative in this list. I was telling Isaac, because very seldom do I find myself in a situation where it gets to round 3, I want initiative, don't have negation, and I have an officer to kill for it. So I actually took that out in favor of Deadly Precision.
I like Deadly Precision.
Which would have actually not helped me at all this match. But still has a chance of about the same percent chance.
That Royal Guard can dodge.
Yes, true. So I suppose so.
I mean, ask Derek. He can definitely dodge. Or ask Noah too. That champion can dodge when he needs to.
I don't know if there's any more tinkering I want to do with the command cards. I'm seriously considering putting in Unshakable, just screwing the initiative bid, and dropping Rally or something else. I'll probably still take Price of Glory, to be honest. Just because that card's wonderful.
Yeah,
I think we've seen it very effectively played. I think a few times, and even if you have Unshakable, you are generating that stun. Sometimes you get rid of it one way, sometimes another way. So that makes a lot of sense. I think actually, as Isaac was saying in a previous game, if Palpatine is so in favor right now, Weaken is as good to get rid of with Price of Glory as anything else. So there's lots of things that you might get the chance to use.
Also, just nice to be able to put 2 movement points on without it being negated by anything more than a 2 spy list.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So Isaac,
it's a little surprising how easy it is to stun Vader these days.
it was always surprisingly gettable with a focused smuggler. It's there in the numbers. You just need with Hera, but it is. Yeah, I think that the pierce on the range and the reach on the Royal Guards, plus all the general things you would do to just make sure you push it through, makes that very, very threatening. They are putting the riots to shame for crowd control.
Yeah, they can kind of kite Vader around a little bit too with that extra reach and movement.
Mm-hmm.
It also makes parting blow so that it's useful. Like even if they don't get the stun off, they're still not getting in range and still run away.
Isaac, is parting blow something you've considered for your list, given that you have a lot of figures you could benefit from it, maybe one you could afford to lose onto a stun?
I've definitely considered it. The main reason I don't run any copies in my deck, and the reason is one, the cards I have kind of supersede that. The only things I could kind of guess I could drop for one set of parting blow would be provoke and terminal protocol, but those two can literally win you games. And I mean, so can parting blow, but the thing is, I don't really have a stun removal machine like I would if I had Unshakable. So, and usually I found, yeah, exactly. But usually I found that because of the Emperor's slow speed, 90% of my games it ends up the Emperor using it, not even getting the tokens. It's just to move 5 spaces so he can be in range to be able to lightning someone. So I don't really think it would be good for my list. And I mean, just like Morgan said, my guys have reach, so it's not often that. And also, I would probably want to then have parting blow combo, which means I would probably want the 1 move point push card. Which,
well, I think people tend to think of parting blows for kills, but I would just say that, I mean, this is probably just what I've got in mind, having watched your games, that parting blow as also a stun. Wherever they were going, they're not going anymore. And I think that the pierce on those Royal Guards means that that could really surprise people with placement. That said, very well played. And I think it's all these command decks are obviously very, very carefully designed. I guess just one last question is, what would you have done differently, Isaac, if you had been on the blue side, and vice versa, if you'd been put up there? How would you have set differently?
Good question. I would probably do everything very, very similarly, except I would, just kind of build around the in the central hallway. There's this red blocking terrain, the little box right where the 2 hallways meet. I would probably stack up right above there, just like I would with my other list. I think the blue side, looking at it now, is probably a lot worse. I didn't see it before. I just went with the red side because it's the one I've had the most practice with. But I mean, just like you guys said, that line of sight blocking box there with the red side just makes it so helpful.
It is it's actually it's useful until it's not. It forces.
Yeah.
I think it forces the fight. I think the map design is probably wants the fight to happen in the central cross. Most maps do. They sort of like to give you a reason for it. But I remember vividly how much the choice about those doors, that used to be the choice for this map. When do you open? Do you open first? Who do you commit to opening? And I suppose, Morgan, you don't have much of a door opening list.
Yeah, which has become a lot less important. I mean, I do have the figures to open doors. I have 3 officers and an Argonaut. So I do have the figures to do it if I really need to. But also, I don't think that who opens the door first is quite as important in a melee meta. Because, I mean, I think it's pretty fair to say that it's a pretty melee-heavy meta we're in at the moment.
Oh, yeah.
With Royal Guards and Jedi being the staples of most lists. Obviously, Scum is an outlier there. Usually, you'll probably have the usual hunter stuff or maybe some cats.
I haven't seen melee do very well, though.
Sorry?
I said I haven't seen hunters do very well lately, though.
I mean, I just haven't seen many people run hunters. I think that's the biggest thing. I think they're still very, very viable. I mean, Dengar's still very strong, and his payback card is one of the strongest personal command cards of the game. I think it's just people. I think a lot of people are tired of running Scum and want to experiment with Rebels and Imperials now that they're actually top tier. So I think that if people if more people were running Scum, I think we'd see a higher win rate. But just we aren't seeing
Both.
very many.
I think both my games previously were against hunters.
Oh, really?
Maybe you just haven't. I just killed them all for you.
Well, thank you very
Welcome.
much. I've actually never gone up against hunters. Now that I think about it, I haven't gone up against hunters with this list yet, and that will be an interesting matchup for sure because they'll obviously outrange me.
Yeah.
But
I mean, we've casted a lot of IACP events. I always do feel like Scum has pretty good representation. They just don't make such high tables. Maybe Tuka was the closest thing, but he was playing a Jedi smuggler. Somehow I put him in the Scum box just because Hondo was there.
Yeah. I mean, that's
probably
that's
not an accurate representation.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Well, is that most maps now in? Are we ready for our last round of Swiss, Seam?
I'll head back to the general chat, guys.
Yeah. Thank you guys, and look forward to watching me on the next one.
Good
Yeah,
luck.
thank you very much, guys.
Podcasting my humiliating defeat.
We're really seeing some sides of that map now.
You need to reinstall Vassal to like redo your dice.
Exorcism.
I mean, just blame Trevor as always. Thank you, Trevor. All right, see you guys.
All right, see you later.
Okay, so we could
Hey,
see
guys.
what? Could see this map again, or we could see the other. It'd be fun to have duplicates. What do you guys want to watch next? How have the other standings come through?
Who are the top four now? I guess Isaac and
It depends whether Kyle or Ian won, and in the Jedi off in table 2, Kyle would have already fought. Ian will have already fought Isaac, so we'll be on them again. Could be Kyle Isaac, and yeah, we'll see. Just need these stats to be filled in. Do we have any results yet? We have some of the results. Okay, so we've got Ben with a win against the bye. Well done. Derek with a win against Rob. So that's sadly another loss for the Han Rangers. And it looks like Kyle did take Ian out with 40-33, which means that was probably a hell of a bloodbath.
Oh yeah.
So I think that'll be Kyle versus Isaac. I think, if I've not got that right, and Ian possibly versus Morgan, maybe versus Carson or Christian. I would actually be quite interested to see how Morgan approaches his Jedi, the Jedi list that he's been keen to fight, since he hasn't faced it yet. If he's faced Hunters followed by Isaac, he probably planned for the Jedi, and he hasn't had a chance to really show him what's what for yet.
Yeah, I mean the Royal Guard Brigade versus Jedi would also be quite interesting.
Are you guys going to cover the finals after the round 4?
Is that today?
Yeah, I think they're going to have it right after the Swiss.
Okay.
But I think Derek, you guys haven't covered Derek yet, and
Yeah,
he's
I
probably
was
going to play Ben. Has not been on stream.
Okay.
Sounds about right.
Because Derek has a tank list, which would be good to see. Oops, sorry, let me turn off this.
Thinking.
Yeah, that would be pretty interesting.
Yeah, let's see that one.
Well, you guys are waiting for the next round, and since I'm not super busy right now because my wife's still sleeping, I have actually been collecting data on every card in the game, every deployment card, and all the factions. And we're up to 81 games sampled at this point, 81 actual matches. I'm going to be releasing this to the community once I put in the Porg Cup results. But if you guys want to know about anything, I can give you win rate percentage, I can give you meta share percentage, I can give you win rate and meta within a faction for a card. So I want to know how Boba's doing in Empire versus Mercenary or what have you.
I haven't seen Boba
in this
In
one.
this tournament.
Mm-hmm.
Boba's been doing pretty good, actually. He is currently, 81 matches sampled. So that means, then let's see, that means 88 unique lists have been taken. Those 88 unique lists, so that's a list and a player in an event. 11.36% metagame share, and he's in 21% of Empire lists and only 15% of Scum lists. So he's actually more popular in Empire.
Interesting.
But he's roughly doing the same in both. He's got a 58% win rate in Empire and a 57 win rate percent in Scum.
Which faction is most popular now?
That's what I was just wondering.
So this data starts at the Celebration tournament, and then it's got about 22 casual games that I've been popping in on like Vassal Cup games, and then the Dagobah tournament and like a Vancouver tournament. So it's got a good mix. But right now, the most popular faction is still Rebels.
Mm-hmm.
There are 39.77% of lists have been identified as unique lists. Empire is right behind at 37.5%, and Scum is trailing pretty far on popularity, 22.73%.
Oh, interesting. Yes, so Scum is not so common.
They weren't doing too badly compared to Rebels. Recently, though, they've taken a bit of a dip in recent games. So right now, they're 42.8%.
Oh, wow.
Rebels are at 47.6% win rate. And Empire is actually doing very well, 56.45% win rate.
Oh, so Empire has the highest win rate at the moment.
Yeah, they're in a comfortable lead.
I mean, we obviously don't have such great statistics, but I used to do a lot of analysis for, say, MOBA characters and things like that. And most of the time, if you had something that was even, say, 52, 53, 54, that was absolutely needed a nerf immediately because it just is unfair. What do you think realistically our numbers should be? You know, considering the small sample size, we obviously have a ton more variance, right? This isn't from millions of games a month or anything like that.
Yeah, exactly. Since we have a small sample size, and as I've been tracking it, I've watched the numbers trend closer and closer towards 50%. But obviously, the smaller, until you get more sample size, it's going to have spikes and variance away from that kind of happy midpoint. Since we have 81 matches right now, and that's why I was going to hold off on this until after Porg Cup, since I was hoping we'd get to 100 matches, which I feel like is a decent sample size considering the size of our community.
Yeah.
For me personally, and this is kind of arbitrary, but I consider anything between 40 and 60% to be like, I'm okay with that, considering the sample size. So if something's doing better than 60%, that is concerning. Although, obviously, the less games played, the more it's gonna. The game sampled.
Cut out for a second. Can you start that sentence?
Oh, sorry. I was saying just that. So 40 to 60% is the comfortable range because, I feel like as you get more games played, you're gonna have closer to that mean. And then I'm also looking at matches played. So like we have stats on different figures, but obviously the less popular figure is, the less data we have.
Yes.
So the variance is going to affect them more. So like currently, Vader is doing really well. He's got a 77% win rate, but he's only been used 9 times out of the 81 games that have been sampled. So it's hard to say still if it's just he's really that strong or he just hasn't been tested enough to really bring that number to a more accurate range.
Right. Yeah.
So, like for example, Ahsoka, super popular. We've got 37 games sampled from her, and her win rate is at 48.65%. very comfortable, very happy with how she's doing. Not too good, not doing bad. It's kind of in that really nice, close to 50%. David, like you were saying, I think a lot of games that have a ton of data tend to say like 40 to 55 is the comfortable range. Anything that goes above a 55% win rate usually gets targeted for a nerf. I think just because we have a lower data, we're kind of allowing for a larger band.
I think one of the other things about our game that exacerbates that is that you can actually, with our numbers, have certain matchups just really not be seen enough. I think, we were just talking about this in the commentary for the last game. Ask those two guys to rerun that game. It would go very differently. And but if you aren't seeing certain matchups, you might get some pretty skewed responses out of them because, at least in terms of faction, just because people aren't bringing the right weapons to the right fights. And I'm sort of envious of other games that, like, I don't know, old things like Destiny, that just could play tons of short matches faster. Our game has always been long games, which means you're more committed.
But on the other hand, it does mean that there's more to discover. You're not coming into some environment where everything is.
It is the strength and it's the both of the game for sure.
Now, what I think is really nice about the way that IACP is approaching changes, though, is asking the community whether or not they feel something needs to be changed. Because, I mean, something might have in the numbers a higher win rate or something like that. But if people are still finding it fun to go up against those lists, still finding it fun to play those lists, doesn't necessarily need a change, right?
We definitely are, and that's why we're starting this kind of data collection project. Is we've really relied on the community to tell us what they want and how they feel, but we felt also that like having actual data has been a bit of a blind spot for us. So we can show people who are thinking like, well, this feels really broken, or I never see anybody play these. Well, we can point at like, hey, look, we've been watching games. This is getting played this much, or this is winning this much. Like, how does that change how you feel? And then I do want to share this with everyone once we get enough of a bigger sample size, probably later, a couple of weeks. Anyway, it looks like
transparency that you've been bringing to the IACP process. I think it's a lot more understandable, and I think that's really nice move.
Yeah, that's a change I've been wanting to see, and a change that the IACP committee has really embraced, which has really been great. But it looks like the next round matchups for round 4 are up, you guys.
Ooh.
And sadly, it looks like Derek got the bye.
Yeah, I got the bye.
Well, do you want to?
That's okay.
Here,
I haven't been playing that great today, so.
Maybe Kyle versus Isaac, or Carson versus Morgan. Maybe Ian versus Christian. It'd be nice to see Dengar get another shot.
Yeah.
That's true. Dengar's redemption arc.
Oh, especially when Jess is now rooting for him.
I know. Alistair, can you go ask them if it's okay?
Dropping down to Christian and Ian in table 3?
Yeah.
Yep, will do.
Hey, we're also taking a 10 minute break.
You guys are taking a break?
Yeah, just like 10 minutes or something. So you could check if they're starting their game, but a number of guys are taking a break for washroom runs and stuff. So.
Okay. I think I will also take a quick break then.
Eric, how's your?
We're seeing the Endor map, so that'll be nice.
Still waiting.
Yeah.
Christian's fine with it. I'm still
Claim
waiting.
the
All right, we're gonna take a 10-minute break and be back with the next round after that.
Ooh.
Hang out. Talk. Eric, are you gonna hang out here?
I'm gonna step away for
I'm
just
still
a minute.
around.
Everybody leave? Is everybody leaving me? I'll run the show from here.
You can.
Though, because you have the stream. All right. Well, you gonna hang out, Jess?
Yeah. David's gone.
What do you want to know? What do you want to know about the meta? Because I got all of the data.
So it seems like from the matches that we've seen, but you've seen a lot more, that Force users are doing really, really well. From the Rebel list, do you have a breakdown of how many of those are Force user based?
Well, we're not tracking like list composition, but what we can do is I can sort Rebel faction and look at which figures are the most popular. Because we're tracking all the deployment cards by the faction they're being used in, as well as just overall. Let me go ahead and sort that by rebels, and I can tell you what the Force users are looking like.
Question is, how popular is Yoda? We've definitely seen him a lot more after the new change, the most recent change.
He's been very popular. Sorting it. Yeah, he's been seen in a lot of lists. He seems to be the common figure in all these Rebel Force user lists. Even though in the celebration tournament, it felt like we're seeing him just as often, seeing those Force user lists just as often without him. But the community has really taken to him. Looking at Rebels, if we scroll down, Yoda's actually the third most popular deployment card. 62.8% Yoda.
Ah, okay.
2.8% of Rebel lists are taking Yoda. He is only less popular than Heroic Effort and C-3PO.
Okay, well, that's, yeah, you can't really argue with that.
And he's being trailed by R2-D2 and then Gideon.
Oh, that's interesting. He's above R2.
More popular than R2 and more popular than Gideon in Rebel lists.
That's surprising.
Yoda has successfully broken up the Rebel care package. These for Rebels.
I like that because he plays a little bit differently than the other support options. So you're not just always having the same support package. That's really cool.
And we're seeing him being brought not in just like pure Jedi lists, but also lists that have like 1 or 2 Jedi and then have like other strategies, like maybe Han with some Jedi or Jedi and smugglers. So he lends to a very diverse list building, which is what we wanted. So after Gideon, the most popular figures are the rest of the Jedi. So Ahsoka, 45% of Rebel lists are taking Ahsoka. Kanan at 42.8% of Rebel lists. Ezra is 40%. Obi-Wan is 34%. And then Jedi Luke is 31%. And I skipped a couple figures between them. Sorry?
What was Yoda's number again?
Is at 62.8%.
Wow, okay.
I think that just kind of shows how popular the Force user list is in the Rebel faction.
How is Saska doing? Are people playing her?
Saska, yeah, she's definitely getting played. She is. I have to scroll down a little bit. Looks like. Here she is. She's right.
Scum Rebels options now with Saska.
She is in 20% of Rebel lists, so she's more of a niche option, but she is getting played, and she actually has a pretty decent win rate of 57%. I can actually share with you the figures that she's bringing because I can see which Scum figures are being used in Rebels. So Hondo Onaka is being used in 11.4% of Rebel lists. The pretty good win rate of 63.6%, and that's only in Rebel lists.
Oh, okay.
On the Scum side, he's got a 50% win rate. Onar, let's see. Here we go. He's 5.7% of Rebel lists, a 50% win rate, so that's good. And Greedo is in 2.8, so he's been brought in 1 unique Rebel list with Saska, and he didn't win. So.
Are you separating the wins between point wins and kill wins? One on points or one on, I guess, sort of total enemy wipe would be the other one.
No, we're not going that granular just because it's already a lot of work to track.
Oh, yeah.
Looking through vassal logs and seeing, okay, this person won, and then loading all the lists in. I didn't think like that would have much give as much information. Like we could go really granular on like, oh, did this figure die in a game? Did this figure survive?
Sure.
But it also makes it harder for people who are submitting like results to me without a vassal log.
I always thought the game really could have done with, as the vassal does actually, the 2 tiers of points to really. When I was playing more regularly, that's what I always wanted to see. I said, okay, that's the score, but can I see the victory and card points versus the kill points like Vassal does? I always found that to be very interesting in terms of when you mentioned Hondo bringing in the wins. I was like, what is it he's bringing in? Because he could be bringing in the heat, and he could be bringing in the points. So it's very cool, though. Very interesting hearing you.
Yeah, and that's why the data collection is really powerful, but it's also just one part of our process. That's why we're still going to be sending out surveys. We're still going to be asking people for like their opinions and to share with us stuff about how they felt about figures, because that's where we'll capture that sort of, oh, this figure was really good because he really allowed me to control the objectives and get a lot of victory points, or oh, this figure is really good because he did a lot of damage or wouldn't die. So that's why we're going to keep sending out surveys. But this data collection helps us to textualize that information people are giving us.
I have a question, Noah. Do you have data on whether or not certain factions do better on certain maps or missions?
Yeah, that one also I didn't want to, like, I thought about it, then it's so much harder to collect as much data. So by doing just kind of wins and army lists, people can email me and be like, hey, I played a game and here's my list and here's my opponent's list.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We can really expect a lot more numbers, and the maps are helpful, I think, from a player's perspective, but there's not much we can do about it in the committee because we don't really want to be shuffling maps too much more than the regular one out, one in, oldest out, newest in.
It's good you have started shuffling the maps. That was the best news for me. Is saying.
Oh gosh,
yeah. See some fresh tiles. I love those Bespin tiles. They got a really short run, and ISB is a waste of some of the best Bespin tiles that never saw skirmish play, like the Carbon Chamber.
The Carbon Chamber. There's a map that has that that is on my short list.
Ooh.
But we will be rotating in a new map with season 4. I can tell you that much.
Great.
Well,
I'm really glad about the decision to get rid of Lethal Weiss. I think people were just really feeling yucky about it.
And I actually caught some flack on that for Homeworlds, because I did that for my tournament without without being in the IACP. I did that for Homeworlds. And some people gave me flack about, well, now it's not really like World because World would have Lethal, but just it was worth keeping.
I always thought, I remember talking to Isaac before when the map was coming in or out before Worlds. People really can be attached to things they hate because they know them. And one of the things back when FFG was doing it was you rolled with the changes as they came, and it was sort of, there was nobody really to yell at because it was just, well, FFG's decided. But it was always a good thing. Variety, even this tournament, sort of talking to Morgan, saying like, were you a little bit less familiar with this map and did that affect your decision making? The answer is yes, and that's good. There needs to be some surprises. We're not trying to get it down to a chessboard where there's absolutely no sort of reading the map as part of the game. Funnily enough, the excellent Coruscant map drove a few of my friends out of the game because they're colorblind and they didn't want to come back into that. They could not read. Yeah, those red zigzaggies on the
the back alleys.
The job was to learn it or really struggle to be squinting at it for ages, and they just said that was, which is a shame because it's beautiful. But if I was red-green colorblind, you just can't see all those
red
reds.
lines.
I mean, I'm not colorblind, and I still have trouble.
Me too.
It was a sacrifice, obviously. But it's so funny if you look at a lot of board games, how since a lot of men are more predominantly colorblind, how many board games you'll notice have little things that you wouldn't notice as you're looking for to distinguish your reds and your greens. Anybody played Roll for the Galaxy?
Yeah.
it's got this little crate for storage icon, and you barely notice it, but the top left, top right, bottom right, bottom left are filled in based on the color of the die, just in case you would have missed it otherwise. Which I didn't notice till a friend with colorblindness pointed out to me. I was like, oh, yeah, wouldn't even spot it. Anyway, tangent there.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, we're not doing we're not tracking by maps. I thought about it, I did, but I also have a life and a job, and
Totally.
it's already like become a bit of quite a project, a bit of an obsession for me, to be honest. But I've also tried to streamline it down. I don't know if you guys
could imagine like heat maps on deployments. You could imagine like where characters have died, like heat maps on each of them. You could totally imagine an insane amount of different layers, but the ones you're gathering seem to be the ones that are most important from a design.
Yeah, so I'm really care about how much meta share there is, how much lists are being, or figures or cards being used in the amount of lists that people are playing, and then the win rate, and then dividing that by faction, which initially I didn't have, and then I realized I needed to do that, so I had to start over.
Was there anything in your data that you found that really surprised you?
Oh yeah, Sabine has been doing very badly.
Sabine?
Yeah. Sabine has been doing badly. IG has been doing badly. IG88. He's been Sabine. I think it was just a case of not being played very much lately. But IG has been relatively popular. He's been in about 50% of Scum lists that we've collected, and he's got about a 33% win rate currently. So IG is struggling. I mean, it didn't really surprise me because I have not been impressed by IG for a while. Everybody puts him on a pedestal. I thought he'd be in the 40 percentile range, but being down in the 33% range, it surprised me. What else?
I was talking about earlier in the commentary, I'd be fascinated if some naked characters would come back. I'd love to see if anybody finds that IG unupgraded brought into Imperials, or naked hand somewhere else. I mean, probably not, but I'd be really interested if people figure out there's a way to actually get around those upgrade cards.
I hope not, because I'm not tracking those. Actually not differentiating between Han Solo and Rogue Smuggler, so.
It does look like round 4 is getting started. No, are you going to stick around?
I guess if David doesn't come back.
I'm sort of back, but could use a break to maybe do some work, actually, if you want to take over for a match.
Maybe our listeners would welcome a bit of variety, and it's been really interesting listening to you so far, so I'd love to hear. I get their points of view all the time. This is nice for me.
I can stick around for a few more minutes, maybe for another 20 minutes. Where are we at?
Sounds good. I will be back for the final then.
So, I may have been just away from Mike when we decided what the match to watch is.
We're gonna watch Christian.
Oh, excellent! Yes. Oh, yes. No, I actually I would ask him, didn't I?
Yeah, I think so. They're table 3. Okay. Where are they? Yeah, here we go. Jessica's there. Uh-oh. Another Jedi list.
Okay, I got Ian's sign off as well. So here we are.
Okay. I thought I got logged off. I didn't hear anybody.
Go
ahead, Al.
Okay, I just had to re-plug in my mic. Can you still hear me?
Yeah. Oh, good. We were talking about Ezra. I'm glad to see him.
This is an interesting list that Ian's got. It is very pure Jedi. we got 5, 7, or 8 point Jedis, and then Yoda, and that's it.
Yeah.
No 3PO, no Gideon. No
I thought they were
skirmish
rare.
upgrades.
Like Attack of the Clones era.
Glow sticks and Yoda.
So I didn't really get to see Dengar get do what he's able to do now. Tell me, we'll see Christian against this. Is Dengar a good matchup for Jedi's?
You cut out at the end there, Alistair. What is Dengar? What?
How does he tend to do against the lightsabers? Because I'd be very protective of him if it was me.
Well, he was doing really well against melee. While there, had access to Dengar, Zuckuss, and Boba, who all could stun. Took away Boba's stun because that ended up being a little too much. But with Yoda, Dengar is going to have to work alongside Zuckuss to keep these Jedi pinned down.
Yeah.
If he can do that, he could possibly keep them at bay. Gonna have to kite them though. Hopefully Christian comes back a little more than he did in the last game. Although unfortunately this map is not conducive to that because there's 6 points up for grab each round in the middle.
Yeah, the control I think is going to be really crucial. We'll have to see who can hold that center area.
I think if he can use maybe Onar as his control piece and also kind of smash into Christian's wave of Jedi and distract them with his high health, he can keep the others back and kind of 6 point pick them off at a distance. The only problem being that blocking terrain in the middle room makes that difficult.
I've always had a real soft spot for that triangular blocking terrain tile. I really like it in the 4x4 as well. It doesn't look like there's much to it, but it's actually got quite a few interesting angles. I mean, I tend to like the dotted lines as well.
There, Alistair.
Oh, sorry, I'm trying to push talk here. I might leave it a little bit. Anyway, I was just saying I like those dotted lines. I think they sometimes can be a little bit more interesting because mobile characters can still really benefit from them, but you get more interesting play around them. So I'm a big fan of that middle tile.
Yeah, it's interesting because Christian right off the bat has opened his door with Ezra.
Oh, bold.
Yeah, and so it looks like Christian's going to open his door, but he doesn't really have any figures that are positioned to get up to that middle wall to shoot into Christian's line. I would have been interested to see if Christian had taken the rarely used route on the right side of the map with the red hallway.
Yep.
Normally you don't want to go there because it's very easy to get sniped, but with all melee figures, there's no concern about that, and there's excellent line of sight lines into the center room from that hallway.
That's a good point.
Around that blocking terrain line. But it looks like he's going to go kind of the standard strategy of keeping these hallways by the green and the middle hallway or middle room.
Yeah, you're right. It really does invite you to really commit down forward to be able to get the sight lines you need.
Right, Diala looks like she's really gone far away from the rest of her team. We'll have to see how that works out for her.
Yeah, and it looks like Ian's pushing up into the kind of the green. He wants to take both of these objectives. The shield generator where Diala is also worth 4 points. So there's 10 points around available. Not difficult to get. I think what Christian's trying to do is set up a fight in this long green hallway where he can kind of shoot down the middle. But as we can see, I think Christian is happy to just double move all of his Jedi round one and then be able to pounce on Christian's terminal in round two.
Mm-hmm.
That's a question then. How much do you think about move speed when you are considering characters? Because 4, 5, 6, there's not a lot of wiggle there, but the difference between 4 and 5 is just massive.
Oh, it looks like Dengar's moved into that center barracks area, tucked into the corner there.
And this might be a good move strategy. I think Christian maybe is looking to kind of surround and pincer Ian I think what he doesn't want to do here is do like a head-to-head all in one spot. If he can kind of get in to send Jedi in different directions, it then collapse back onto whatever Jedi split up. And to your point, Alistair, yeah, movement is, we do think about that a lot. 5 speed is a lot, and it's something that is very powerful, and we'll often give it to figures if we think they need a little bit more power, but we are afraid of over-tuning their attack or their health. We'll be like, well, maybe we'll give them 5 speed, and hopefully that will give them more positioning options. So definitely a dial that we tune on figures for power level. There, like you said, a jump to 5 speed is a big jump, and it is sizable power increase.
Yeah,
we are definitely aware of that.
Yeah.
I'd say more so than many of the other 1-point shifts you can get anywhere else on the figure.
Ooh, interesting. So Ahsoka has done a force leap and is now going to pull Dengar into that side hallway for an attack. But that is not a great spot for Ahsoka to be hanging out with. The weak way is focused and ready to go.
Yeah, they haven't activated yet. That seems really scary. Oof.
She can move back behind Dengar and use him as cover. That may be her plan.
Mm-hmm.
I think they'll still be able to shoot past Onar through the middle room. Having Onar there is a little bit problem though. For a Christian.
Yeah,
Might
it's
be
just
blocking up the last sight line. I don't have the dice open. There we go. So Ahsoka focused attacking Dengar. Dengar's got his built-in +1 block, but the Pierce 3 is going to take care of that. And this is going to be a lot of damage. It's like
7 damage going through onto Dengar.
Round 1. So, yeah, I think Christian's still pushing a little too aggressively into these Jedi's threat range.
Well, it's interesting because hunters generally were best played patiently. I think David with the cat sort of surprised everybody because it was a very patient strategy that was necessary with some extreme bursts. But I haven't really gauged, you with Dengar, you're going to want to get that status effect down. So it encourages you to perhaps go with them a little sooner.
Yeah, and if he loses Dengar early, he's going to have a hard time capitalizing on stun with Yoda being able to remove 1 stun around. But it looks like the weak ways are going to punish this, and they are very good at attacking Ahsoka since really the only thing between her and dying is her chance of dodging. So that's going to be a lot. It's going to be 6 damage. That's half of her health right there. There's another attack coming in. No cards played.
So Dengar may not be a sort of equivalent in trade, but it's still,
Yeah, I think Christian is very happy to be able to take out as many as he can. And this is going to be, ooh, yep, that's probably going to do it. Unless Ahsoka doesn't really have that many defensive tricks. After dice are rolled anyway. So, like you're saying, like Ahsoka's a bit more replaceable compared to Dengar in the list. Why is he playing Deadeye? Forgetting about the bonus accuracy? Because the weak ways have +2 built in.
Right.
Yeah.
What's happening here?
Didn't see a force.
Well, he's only got 5 damage showing, that's why. He's playing heightened reflexes here to get rid of that block and have the 6 go through to finish Ahsoka. Not bad.
Oh, blank.
I think they're doing that to show heightened was played.
Right.
Yeah, that should be a dead Ahsoka there. So good for Christian.
Yeah, that went how you predicted. Just Ahsoka really put herself out there to get sniped. And the weak ways are still in a very safe position back there.
Guys, my cat is upset that there's no one playing with him.
And there's Jabba activated and engaged. So there's Jabba now, sort of more viable option. We saw a game where painfully it was really kept away from Christian, the ability to make that extra move, extra attack.
Hey guys, Derek here.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Just thought I noticed. I think what happened with Ahsoka there actually was that the weak way forced the reroll, and then he kept heightened reflexes. It's back in his hand again.
Ah, okay.
I think there's been a bit of like pointing out things to people, forgetting rules or things, of going back and backtracking a little on the game.
Got it. So,
Well,
Derek,
they say
do you
it's
have
always
the,
been
do you
part
have
of
the
the game.
buy?
I do, but I might be playing actually right away because it looks like it's possible someone dropped.
Oh, okay.
So I'll probably be jumping in here in just like 2 minutes to play against Ben, actually.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Good luck.
Luck to you.
Yeah, thanks.
Well, we'll take advantage of you while we have you. What are your thoughts on this match or map of this matchup?
Yeah, this will be an interesting one. The fact that Dengar didn't actually get taken out on that play might be significant. I don't know. If nothing else, he's got to take another attack to do it, right?
Guys, so everybody's up in my house now, so everybody's finally awake. But I'm gonna sign off and let you guys take care of it. Thanks for covering the tournament.
Sure. See
Later.
you, Noah.
Bye.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out too.
All right. See you, Derek.
All right. Good luck to you.
See you guys.
Yeah, we'll see what Dengar can manage to do now that he's survived. He is quite weakened there, so he is vulnerable to being taken out. But we'll see if he can manage to do some things before that happens.
Absolutely. So a good little exchange. And we were saying also, just love to see Farboy Luke. We were talking a few things with cover, reroll. Both very, very cool things about the Farboy Luke. And yeah, nice to see him going forward. So Christian wants to capitalize with take initiative.
Mm-hmm.
Let's press that advantage. Not seeing that being stopped.
Yeah, it doesn't look like there's a negation coming out, so it looks like Christian will be able to take initiative here. And he's going first with Diala, who I was thinking that she might have been in danger of being exposed there, but because Ahsoka was also a valid target over on the other side of the map, she's staying pretty protected.
Well, I've always wondered myself, how you react to, unexpected loss or change. It's a tricky one because you have to sort of see a different game immediately.
Yeah.
I hope you didn't feel that Diallo was. I still don't think Diallo was that vulnerable, but maybe. Okay, we got Ezra moving up. Maybe there's something I'm going to see. It's going to really impress me. Is Zuckuss the kill?
I don't know.
we are, reading bated breath.
Mm-hmm.
So Ezra's got a shot at either Dengar or Onar if he chooses to take it, and he's going to get Luke's. Oh, I believe Luke being.
Oh, got urgency being played here, but we're not quite sure which activation it's being played on.
Okay, that was Kanan.
Mhm.
So.
Yeah, the only thing that we find very tricky to get over Vassal is Kanan's ability, where you don't know which activation it is that the opponent said. That's the only information we can't get through Vassal. We'll just have to guess.
Well, we're not force sensitive, obviously. In that way.
Obviously. Mm-hmm.
Well, I think taking Dengar down was a priority, and I think even with a decent roll, that's probably going to be enough to do it.
Oh,
and
okay.
Still very pressured.
Chris says I have an echo. Yeah, this is what I was worried about.
Oh, I'm not catching one, but.
Okay, how about now?
You're sounding the same to me, actually.
No, I'm asking the stream, Alistair.
Well,
Testing. Well, you can still talk. You don't have an echo.
I know. I'm trying to think of the. I'm bated breath. Classic thing also of wondering if there's a big discussion or if there's some big pause going through. So.
So it looks like Dengar has been taken out.
Yes, I think that sounded like a strong move, decisive. Just saying that as they were saying, Dengar in that position was quite scary. So Kanan, who is again a little bit losable once he's done something like that. Sort of an expensive hit just to finish off Dengar, but probably worthwhile. All with the card. Because the Jedi position here is now exactly, really forward. You're quite right that those weak ways are glad to be a bit out of it.
Mm-hmm. I'm surprised about the Diala being tapped for the take initiative. I would have thought it would have been Yoda, but don't know.
Yeah, I think, again, Diala being tanky enough to be sort of holding that. And look, she's brought in Zuckuss, who is comfortable because he knows that it's going to happen there and he's going to get the first go next turn. So Diala, again, it's sort of more of a boxing metaphor, but Diala has tied up a unit.
Well, and perhaps the reason why is because Ian wants Yoda to get at least to that terminal, because he's not actually on that terminal. He's the positioning is quite out there. All right, so it looks like Zuckuss on Diala. Pretty good roll for the attack there.
It could be Ezra, but I imagine he wouldn't want that re-roll. So it could not be Ezra, or else there'd be a block in there. Just looking for any cards being played. Christian has, despite revealing a few, been very marginal with his cards so far. Alrighty.
Oh, I thought I had killed the stream. Oh, got a fright.
I was wondering if you were gone, if Anakin knew you were gone. So I've used up all my good bants earlier. We're sort of between turns here, waiting for the next one to come up. How have you been finding this map, Jessica?
So, do you know what? Actually, I haven't played it yet.
Not once. Goodness.
Yeah, because most of my Imperial Assault stuff is actually doing commentary and podcasting, which does kind of make me a slightly a fraud because I haven't actually played a game in a very long time. But I'm definitely enjoying all the changes.
Sportscasters haven't been on the field in a while.
Yeah. But I like the change. I also like how it changes the way you have to play the objectives because there's a lot of points on the board.
I think I'd like, partially because we were talking earlier about the length of the game. I tend to prefer the maps where the points put more of a pressure. I think that in some ways Hunter VP cards made that a little bit risky. A map that was too fast could be over really before you knew it. But I've sort of always thought that, I didn't, love the design. The courier droid map that we used to have in Cross Palpatine's office was very interesting. That it had this sort of timer, because points would just be ticking along, and anybody who could kill a droid or could invest in killing a droid could really modify that. Oh, we got Blitz being played.
Mm-hmm. So it looks like now Diala has taken 7 damage and is stunned.
She's stunned. So who is playing Blitz or straining Blitz?
So we've got Yoda activating. And moving up to the terminal.
Taking that terminal. And there's a focus on Ezra.
Mm-hmm.
Who is comfortably near enough Jedi that he can do some big moves. There you are, Jessica. You've been requested to the board by Christopher. You're gonna have to dust off your dice.
Oh dear. Oh no. Yep. I've been playing around with a few different list ideas. I think I want to do a vehicles list. Because I really like the new retrofitting. Mm-hmm. And, I love me some jet troopers, so I think that's what I'm going to do. We'll see what happens. I might play around with doing a Boba and the jets. We'll see. I'll think
Rocket packs. Fly boys.
All right, we have Onar moving up.
Oh no, this looks like a kind of a commitment, with heightened down.
Mm.
We're committing to getting Diala off the point.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's a good number of points on that, which is really feels worthwhile. And again, with the confidence he's going to lead the initiative, it may be that he's got a plan to not have that be quite such a sunk cost.
That
so we've got the a little bit vulnerable to Ezra.
So pushing her off the point and dealing another damage. Yeah, so Diala looks like in a tight spot there, and because she has been tapped, she can't move to recontest that point.
And the stun is going to double that up. I think Onar may have one more move. I wonder if he's going to sneak just behind her to be a little further away from Ezra. He may equally decide that he likes him right where he is.
Mm-hmm. All right, we've got the Weekoys moving up. Yeah, this looks like Ian is definitely having some pressure put on him.
Yeah.
But that being said, the positioning there with the Weekways, Ezra can go in and deal some hurt. So. Yeah,
and we haven't really seen Farm Boy Luke deployed as much more than a reroll turret for the moment.
Mm-hmm.
I think that how and in what order Ian responds to Farm Boy Luke and Ezra, I think now where the fight has gone, Ezra now needs some sort of reroll or force user support. So I think you're going to see Luke possibly lead the move to the towards the left. I mean, I could even see Luke being used for a full double move to once again block that shield generator
Yeah.
exchange. All right. Well,
there goes Diala off the board.
I struggle to see Diala survive that, but she has, in a way, taken 4 units activating this turn to use her.
That's true, and is kind of caused Christian to reposition over to that side, which may be what he was hoping to do.
I'm anxious on Christian's behalf because as a result of, taking Diala off, I feel that the Weak Way and 3PO are now pretty
Oh, there's Ezra
gettable.
coming up.
Here comes Ezra, and he's going to go for the Jawa to make sure they own that center space.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I don't know if he's got any dodge negation.
Yeah, because that's 6 victory points for the barracks, plus if he can take out the Jawa, the points for the Jawa.
And it is a dodge.
Oh, no.
What's he got to say about that? That is a decent Ezra roll. Certainly one that could have been fixed with a reroll, but unfortunately, he doesn't even need to recover. That is exactly what that Jawa wanted to soak.
Mm-hmm. That's rough.
Ezra was aiming a little too high. Yeah, the Jawa's kind of small. Tried to just trim to the top of his hood. Okay, so that leaves. Now, I don't know. I don't actually think I know whether or not Luke really can ice a Jawa in one. I feel that 3PO has been moved to ensure he can't. I might have been comfortable in that Jawa. Do it for itself. I think the weak ways are the ones I want a little bit more
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That said, it is presenting a less attractive case with all that dodge and white now there.
Well, I mean, it does contest that center area more as well, which again, 6 points for the barracks area is significant.
Yeah, I sort of, and this is what I mean a little bit about Diala, and by the same token, how did Diala move from above Zuckuss to above Onar, if that's a black wall? Am I reading the map wrong?
Oh, that's a fair point, actually. But, yeah, actually, that's a good point.
I might have missed something to it, but I think that...
Because, yeah, I thought that it was a push from Onar's rush, but you're right. If that is a black wall there, it only pushes one space, right? Or is it 2 spaces?
I would have thought so. No, it's one. So I'm not sure about that. Or whether there was another way. Like I think Onar had one more space. But let's see. Okay, so here we have it. Here's that Luke shot. And he's gone after one of those vulnerable weak ways. That's a healthy Luke shot, but unfortunately he's oversurged.
Yeah.
And nothing to recover.
Only 2 damage going through. Not ideal.
Well, and a little bit reflective of, when Luke was in the game. I think, you'd probably... It's weird, you'd be disappointed with 2, but 3-4 you really should expect. So, that's again, putting the weak way into range where it's not going to take much to clear it off. But we haven't seen Lem yet, and I think Christian's really happy to still have him at this stage in the game.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so it just looks like Jabba left to go.
I mean, can he afford the shot to give maybe a weak way on Luke? I don't think it would be the best possible move. But I don't see Onar or Zuckus having a really exciting shot.
I mean,
I think
yeah,
it's a focus. There it
Onar
is.
could have a shot at Ezra. It's a little bit further than is ideal. Yeah. But yeah, I think
there's a lot coming with this Christian guaranteeing the initiative swing here.
Yeah.
Maybe it will be weak ways, and if so, are they going to try to blat Ezra out of Kanan reroll range? Are they going to try to blat Jedi Luke with his +1 block?
Mm-hmm. There have been very few command cards played so far.
Christian has been able to avoid needing to commit too many so far. I think it's been some good rolls and good positioning. I don't think he's been struggling for move either.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I hadn't realized that Jawa hadn't activated yet.
No, that's very true. And that is biffed it. Just bounced off Jedi Luke's armor.
Uh-oh.
No, he likes his hole. He's going back to his. Okay, well, if I was a betting person, I think that I'm gonna put my jelly beans on Christian for this, provided he makes the right move with the first activation in the next round. I'm not gonna tell you what the right move is. I don't entirely know myself, but I think if Christian can capitalize on this turn, and really we just got to get one of these Jedis scared. Oh, he's got Assassinate. Is he buying it or selling it? $20 points. You wouldn't say it's definite sale or buy.
Mm. Yeah. Ooh, Feinsman meditation. So it looks like Zuckus is going first. Oh no, it's a start of round. Use at the start of round to choose one of your opponent's groups. When your opponent activates that group during this round, you may interrupt to perform a move or an attack. Sadly, we won't know which one it is, though. I would probably pick... Ooh, I don't know. It'd be either Ezra or Luke. Ah, it is Luke. Oh, good. They have marked it for us. That's nice. I guess it's good to keep track of for them as well. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I would assume then he would activate first. Well, or the other option is he has Onar go first because... Oh no, that still doesn't work. Yeah. I would assume then he's going to have Zuckus go first to try to capitalize on this. Because at the moment, he doesn't have line of sight, right? So... Oh, but it does give him a move, though. Hmm. Whew. Hmm. Um... Hmm. I'm not quite sure what's happening with the reroll here. I think he's using Kanan's ability to... Oh, I can't quite remember what the wording is on Kanan's defensive ability. Hold on a second. No, it's on Luke. Yeah, and so Kanan's thing is, while a friendly figure within 3 spaces is defending, it may re-roll a defense die. If it does, convert a dodge to 2 block and 1 evade. Hmm. But it does mean that the Findsman meditation will be not useful if Luke gets taken off the board. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but at the moment, the way the line of sight is, Zuckus doesn't have line of sight, so if Luke gets activated now, it would only give him a move versus an attack. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Oh, right. Yeah. Oh, blank. Mm-hmm. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh dear. Yeah, cause the headphones were running out of batteries and I had to switch. But I'm hearing you and I have the audio output capture, but oh no. Okay. I'm gonna try to fix it.
It's viable but protected. Unlike those, map flipping ones where even when they crashed upon, he was able to take out Ahsoka, jumped in onto the red corridor, and then pull the ways sort of back. So they've been useful and they weren't vulnerable, and they've continued to be really delivering.
Very good.
Okay, so actually, it seems he declared the Jawa would be next, and the Jawa has attempted to put the kibosh on Luke, and again, just bounced right off that. So that sometimes very the right call. I think in this specific case, that Jawa, who also loves that corner, right back where he belongs.
Yes. I mean, everyone loves that corner.
That is where to be.
All the rage with the kids nowadays.
Okay, so you've got Kanan out and Luke or Ezra or Yoda to go. Is Yoda a viable move here? Does he add something? He seems pretty out of the mix.
Yeah. I mean,
he's getting him up to base to base.
Cycle.
Is it good to get him up to base with Ezra and Luke? I think
possibly.
Ian's presumably not thinking about cards as much anymore. I feel like I'd want to put off that Luke activation if I could protect Luke from Zuckuss, which I don't know if I can.
Yeah. So it looks like we got Ezra activating.
Otherwise, I would go with Luke because I'd feel that activating Luke and just forcing Zuckuss to make that move, at least you can respond to it, and maybe you get some recover.
I definitely tend to agree. So the die turn, that's a very dead Jawa. If you turn the green to the 1 damage and 1 surge, or even just the 2 damage green, then that'll be enough. Yep. Ezra's still a ridiculously efficient Jedi.
Yeah. So what is this left? So we've got only Luke is Luke and Yoda, but they're not able to contribute much. Christian has been able to be very, very conservative with his card spend. So he still has, with primary, heightened, and assassinate out, he's still looking at 4 very strong cards. And Jabba remains, there to sort of give that extra trick. So here comes Onar.
Yep. Might be a rush. I'm presuming you'd rush here. It's just the guaranteed kill. Was he shooting?
Again, yes. Probably that's the guaranteed kill. Then it's, but it is deciding that Vines of Meditation is not what's going to win it, and that could be perfectly all right.
True. Yeah.
How does Yoda hit?
He doesn't. He doesn't have an attack.
Got it.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the non-combatant rule. So if he were to be given an attack by some sort of card, which gives him a custom attack pool, he could do it. He just doesn't have his own pool.
Oh, that's an interesting way to put it. Oh, and here's the celebration.
I mean, the main reason was just because there just wasn't enough space on the Yoda card for us to feel like we should bother putting non-combatant on, because it isn't exactly the shortest rule.
Yeah.
And it was just waste space. So, it might change some things in the future if there are some buffed cards which give attacks with custom pools, but as of now, it really doesn't change anything.
Mm-hmm.
It's always worth future-proofing.
So, if this means, with Yoda's positioning and Ezra's out, if that means that Christian sort of guaranteed the shield generator for himself, if Zuckuss, holds back, I think that just counting attacks, now that I've double-checked about Yoda, I think Christian could kind of coast a little bit here. And
I think
play
so too.
Pretty conservatively.
I mean, it depends what Yoda does, because if Yoda goes up and takes the shield generator, then...
It looks like Yoda's focused Ezra.
Okay.
I might be confident of a first-round Alpha Strike, which I might less be. Maybe that just means he's holding negation, so if he doesn't think... He definitely thinks he's going to be able to do something decisive.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Ezra Pummel or Nonar could definitely swing the game.
Mm-hmm.
As we all know, Onai is no joke.
So there's Zuckuss, still newish to me. Is he gonna now? Would you be going after Kanan or Ezra in this case?
I generally go after
Zuckuss
Kanan because of the black die, and because his defensive ability doesn't work on himself, does it?
It does.
Oh, never mind. But yeah, the black die I find is more consistent versus the white die.
So I definitely get that. I probably would go for Ezra just because of his surge for auto stun.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was thinking. Who do you want to stop dead in their tracks?
And I would probably say Ezra because of his move and his pummel ability at this point.
Yeah.
But, look, going for Kanan, and it looks like a no successful roll, so it didn't really change anything anyway. But
it's good 4 damage.
Definitely. You're not complaining about that. Yeah, Zuckuss is a very interesting character. A lot of interesting surges, and the autofocus is always a nice way to leave him at a good
I think Finds and Meditation is very interesting design as well. Again, mobility being versatility. The fact that there's great to have an attack, but actually, as Jess has been saying, you could use that just as powerfully for the move in lots of circumstances.
Yeah.
Exactly. I mean, just imagine that you got a Vader standing next to you with 1 health left, and, initiative is going their way. And this way, if you just play the card, then you've just got that assurance that if they activate Vader, then you're going to shoot them. If they don't activate Vader, they're going to shoot them.
Signal Disrupt seeing play? Are people canceling the first card of a round?
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, same here.
Again, there's a general rule I have for the cards that, give your opponent choice versus don't give your opponent choice, and that lets the opponent try to figure out how they're going to get around playing the card that they want to play. It could be devastating, but it also could be not a bother to them at all. But I still think it's these start of round cards take initiative, not the least of which. It's a very, very interesting card. They don't seem to get enough play.
Definitely.
Okay, so we are carded up.
So this will be interesting here, because if Ian is able to go first and pummel, and if he's lucky, he might be able to get rid of Ona, although it is a tall order, 13 damage, but 2 attacks. Ezra could probably
2 attacks, and one assumes, Surge is in there.
Yeah.
We've seen Stealth, I've seen a few others, actually, but we got a negation. What are we negating?
I'm guessing that might be black market.
Is that a black market draw?
I presume so.
Sell it, Christian. Sell it. You gotta sell.
I mean, at this point, you really don't need to. because you're 7 points away from the win. Although, I mean, to be fair, just killing any of those figures, you're going to get +1 from Jabba anyway, so that would still be 7.
I think pushing it to 8 might be just with the other. Well, I think he has bought it. So that is.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting because at this stage of the game, selling it means your opponent feels comfortable with their zeros. Buying it means your opponent's not going to do it. But I think it's probably much of a muchness for somebody who's got a very good control at the moment. And do we have a take card is the question. 4 cards in hand. 3.
Well, it's Ian's initiative, so it would be Christian playing take.
Yes, I'm just wondering if we're going to see. There
take
it is.
Is out.
And
is there a negation?
Ian draw into negation.
Dustin.
Or again, where was that signal disruption? When it could have saved you.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Oh man, yeah, this could hurt.
Mm-hmm.
This could hurt a lot.
Tapping Zuckus for the take initiative.
Well, and painfully, Ezra is out of range of the reroll. So that is, I'm hoping for a lamb, because I think that is a tough spot for Ian.
Although at this point, I would probably just go for Kanan, because again, once you kill one of them, you've won the game. And, you know, Ezra always has that risk of lamb or dodge, whereas Kanan,
Right.
you know that you're going to get damage through.
Well, and he's already had some damage on him as well, so it does make him an attractive target.
Yeah, because essentially they're both 10 health targets now, except one of them has a static block and a white die and is a smuggler, and the other one has the black die and a reroll. And I'll take the black die and the reroll any day of the week.
Yep, makes sense. Onar activating first with his focus shot.
Mm-hmm.
Assume it's
Presumably,
on
yes.
Kanan.
So rushing
Presumably
first.
first, yeah.
Makes sense. Probably don't want to push Kanan, because they'll just put him in range of Ezra. Or rather, put Ezra in range of him.
Yeah.
Right, well, let's see if Onar can do 9 damage. Assassinate is gone. Do we have a tools? No tools.
No tools. I think that's a tall order, but that's a good roll if you
That's a very
tall
good
order.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
1, 2,
I'm
6,
counting.
7, 8. Looks like
8.
Looks like he's down by 1. Whew.
Whew.
But also, Ian does have a reroll.
Mm-hmm.
Which I think you should take in any circumstance.
Block.
Yeah,
very nice.
Well, because even flipping over to the surge block would be better. So I think there was no reason not to.
Yeah,
If we see a tough luck come out, that will be devastating. But I don't think we're gonna.
Mm-hmm.
So big hit.
6 damage going through. So he's on 3 health left, which is very scary.
So this is very much, having seen Christian play against another list that really got on top of him, I think that this is sort of what a hunter meta now wants to see against Jedi. They want to be frustrated by staying out of their range,
Right.
clearing them quickly before they can sort of react.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
this
exactly.
map has a lot more options for ranged units.
For sure. But it is also definitely a very good melee map. But not quite as good as a Coruscant.
Mm-hmm.
I think Dengar as a trade for a game.
Ezra, yep.
Diala and Ahsoka meant that Christian really had the momentum from that point.
Yeah.
So this is an Ezra tech, but he should have used that focus token, right?
True. I don't think
But
it
it
mattered,
doesn't really matter
but-
because it.
Yeah.
But he's taking it off now. So.
Beautiful. Okay. Interesting. I might have gone and taken the shield generator at this point.
I think that even with a paid attack from Onar to try to kill off Kanan, you'd really force Yoda to hustle to get over to the shield generator.
Yeah. So are both these players 2 and 1? Or 1 and 2?
1 and 2. I think they're
1 and
both
2.
1 and 2.
Very nice.
There's actually a lot of people at 1 and 2. It's like half of the players are at 1 and 2.
Oh yeah, you're right.
All right, guys, you've been very good commenting on the game. And what are you? Are you 4-0?
Yeah.
4-0, yeah. Yep.
There you go. Well done.
Yeah, thank you very much. So we'll see what happens in the finals.
So did you play Kyle already?
Yeah, I did. We both played very, very quickly. So it was over in like half an hour. But yeah, I think it ended about 40-18. He killed the champion and the emperor. But to do that, he sacrificed the shield generator for several rounds, so I got a ton of points there, which took me over the line.
Right. So he's bought the attack with Onar.
Mm-hmm.
It's a squeaker. So let's,
yeah, that red and the blue symbol. Ooh.
Yeah, that will, unless he's got, and there are some defensive things. I think we're past that now, though.
Yes, and what's interesting is that I have seen a lot of players use his command card, Kanan's command card, to add all his blocks, because now with all the Force user cards that are actually so good, it's almost become a staple in Kanan lists, because the amount of times I've attacked Kanan and I'm like, okay, cool, I'll do 8 damage. No, I'll add 7 block. Oh. It's like... Yeah, definitely ruins your day. But yeah, I think that'll probably be game.
38, and Yoda's movement is the question here, because Yoda is as slow as I think he is.
Yeah, Yoda could get there. But from the looks of things, I think Ian just left the room, so that he might have conceded here. I'm not sure, though.
I think that may have done it, because I think if you have to hustle Yoda all the way over there just for the walk, you can see something's coming. So, well done. There is this. How are the other ones doing? Check over.
Yeah, so finally seeing the Hunter suite kind of working out as intended.
Yeah, absolutely. That was really interesting, because, I haven't seen or played against many Hunter lists, so it's very cool to see it in action.
We were talking with Noah, and he was talking about how they are definitely seeing a lot less play. So the current meta is definitely favoring the melee units a lot more, especially with the Rebels being really popular, especially Rebel Force users. And Yoda in particular has been seeing a lot of play.
Yeah, I saw that. That was really, really interesting, that he is the 3rd most popular Rebel card.
And the top 2, one isn't even a activation, it's heroic effort is at number 1, so it doesn't really count.
It's about the heroes being popular, that's
Yeah, so you can't really, that's not really an activation, so he's only being beat out by 3PO, which, you know, for obvious reasons, it's 3PO.
Yeah.
He's so cheap.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and a big difference between 3PO and Yoda is that 3PO is also stable in Scum lists, which just naturally brings his...
Exactly.
Yeah, his use up. Yeah, that's very interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's a shame I wasn't able to be there to listen to the stats, but Noah has been sharing the different stats with us in the committee, and we've been reviewing them with great interest. It's definitely interesting to see.
Yeah, so I was surprised about IG isn't seeing play, but again, I think just generally Scum Hunters has gone down quite a bit.
Yeah. Also, what I think is very interesting is that I think against Jedi, IG just doesn't really cut it if you compare him to Boba, because Boba being so much faster, pulling people out, and his ability to weaken them with his flamethrower, I would say that actually trounces IG.
Yeah.
It's because the majority of the time you can expect to go up against predominantly Jedi lists, because, I mean, in my tournament today, I went up against 2 Jedi lists.
Definitely. And Saska has actually gotten a decent amount of play. That was interesting. And I like that idea of now it's possible to bring Scum units into Rebel lists, which opens up the variety of Rebel lists a lot more. But still, at the moment, I think Force users are really dominating the Rebel lists.
Yeah, for sure. I'm honestly curious to see if there are any Jedi lists with Maul. Pulling the old man in from Scum could be interesting.
Yeah,
especially
yeah, I haven't seen any matches with Maul.
Yeah, same here. I don't think I've seen anyone else run him except for me back when I was running my Scum Sabres list, which did feature him. But,
well, tell us about your match then. That went by relatively quickly. What made it so decisive?
Yes. So the final leaderboard was 40-18. Some big things was that he forgot to activate just the order of some things, which he told me after the game. So, for example, Kanan was on 7 health left, and hadn't activated. He then went with Luke and attacked my champion, who was almost dead, who then dying lunged to kill Kanan. Yeah, and it was just small things like that on top of, because he was so focused on damage dealing, which I think makes sense because you really have to bring your A game against the list that I have. He completely sacrificed the shield generator, and that gave me 16 points all in all, which is huge. So I think just the combination of those two factors really really swung in my favor. My attack dice were good, but his defense dice were also really good. I think he had 2 or 3 really big dodges.
With that movement, you must have felt very able to control and sort of react as well, presumably.
I mean, yes and no. He has Jedi Knight Luke, and Jedi Knight Luke does trump my list in regards to movement. But he definitely played it very, very well, and it wasn't an easy game at all. I mean, all the combat was going on in that middle room, and I made a very big mistake round 1 when I didn't leave an officer close enough to be able to open the door round 1. Which really cost me, because that meant that I only got 1 Royal Guard attack off the first round. But yeah, I mean, Obi-Wan was a really big figure. He didn't really do much, but just his defensibility. He, I think in round 1, when I focused Royal Guard, went and attacked Luke in the middle room, Obi-Wan used the Get Behind Me card to tank the damage on him, and only 2 went through, because Obi-Wan is a freaking tank.
Yeah, we saw a similar thing when we were watching Kyle's match earlier, that definitely Obi-Wan was doing a lot of work, and the combination of Yoda and Obi-Wan supporting the offensive units was really devastating. And especially with the control, it was the posters map, or a mission. And so,
that's going to be rough.
Controlling that middle room with all the posters is a really big deal with Obi-Wan there. I'm glad he's seeing play, and I definitely think his fix it does make him able to be played.
Yeah, same here. I completely agree. And a very critical moment was that I was able to kill Obi-Wan with Force Lightning instead of an attack, which meant that I was able to get the full 7 points, which is always nice.
Interesting.
Exactly, which is just another reason why anything which does unblockable damage, such as troopers who can grenadier, overrun. I mean, jets, I think, are especially good in this meta against Jedi, just because of all the unblockable damage they have and the maneuverability.
Yeah, exactly. I hadn't thought of that.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty big.
So what do we have as these the last 2 maps you guys will be facing? What does that mean for you in your list? Are you into maps you're really excited about, or have you had the ones you really wanted to get done?
So I'd say probably the best map for my list still hasn't been run yet, which is Teal Stations. So if that one comes up in the final, I'll be a very happy duck. The other one, Pickup Crates, isn't quite as good, but depending on the matchup, it could be all right. But yeah, definitely hoping for Teal Stations. Just because it's so easy for my Royal Guards to round 1 run into that great corridor and control those 2 things, and then my opponent has to come to me. And as you saw in my game against Morgan, if my opponent comes to me, that's not a very pretty sight.
Yeah.
So, but we'll see what my matchup is.
And sorry, does Obi-Wan negate that? Because the Royal Guard's figure cost, is that what Obi-Wan would prevent in terms of scoring?
Yeah, probably. What is Obi-Wan's limit on figure cost? Is it like...
I think it's 9, as we were reading last year.
Oh, wow. Yeah, in that case, that would restrict my Royal Guard. So going up against Obi-Wan would reduce that effectivity a little bit.
I think it's a matchup Obi-Wan wants as well, just because most lists would struggle to put people on cannons, and when you can't control the cannon, you take the hit from the cannon. So Obi-Wan has always been very good for that map for that reason.
Yeah, definitely. So I mean, so looking at the contenders, the people who are currently 2-1 who haven't got their scores reported yet, is we've got the two G boys, Morgan and Carson, who are both 2-1. So one of them is going to win.
So I'm actually looking in at their game right now, and it looks like Carson is at 4 VP to Morgan's 33. So it seems pretty decisive there.
Yeah. All right. So in that case, it's probably gonna either be Morgan or Kyle. So it'll probably be a rematch for the finale. We'll just see whether we'll see Vader and Weiss.
The order of that is meaningful. If you get if you end up against something you've just had on the control.
Yeah, exactly. So strength of schedule is really kind of come down to it. So Kyle's strength of schedule is pretty strong, 0.56 versus Morgan's current 0.52. But again, who knows how Morgan's could change after Carson's, considering that Carson's is 44. That doesn't speak too well. Because again, I did program the algorithm to calculate strength of schedule. Not the original one, but I did it in one of my own programs a while back. So it'll be interesting. So,
what have you found most exciting about what you've seen played, or what the how this tournament has gone, Isaac?
Good question. Honestly, just the variety of lists. The fact that Rebels has really gravitated toward Jedi, I don't think is a bad thing at all. Just because there's so much variety in Jedi, you could play against 10 different Jedi lists, and they would most likely all be different. Because you could run Jedi Knight Luke, you could run Farmboy Luke, you could run Diala, you could use Saska to bring in a bevy of different mercenary figures.
I think if the game had progressed, I think that would have been something the designers would have wanted to see eventually. I think that was where we were getting. I expect actually Disney pressures against having full squads of Jedi. I think it's always been something they've seemed to try to resist. But I think that it's a good thing that we're seeing at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, I mean, that was definitely good to see. Also, I do like, I mean, going back to the Timmy Johnny Spike episode we had, I like how a lot of the lists, how we've seen examples of different, of all those three archetypes. I mean, we've got the very, very Johnny lists, which I would call mine, because it relies all on combos and doing things in a certain way to do well. Morgan's list I would probably call Spike, because it's capitalizing on the on the few figures who are really, really strong and putting them together. But it's definitely got elements of Jimmy as well, because you got Vader, you got a giant walker, you got the Emperor, which is a pretty cool thing to run. And then you got the I think Carson's list as well was, I think, very Jimmy, but still good from what I've seen.
Yeah.
A Wookiee list.
Well, a Wookiee list is bound to be following some of the same principles you are, in the sense of let's, really soak up things that used to be straight killers and punish them for when they're close in there.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, all in all, it's been a really, really fun tournament, and I mean, all the lists I've gone up against have been different, and that's great. That's a really, really good thing.
Absolutely.
All right, so time has been called on the round, so we should be finishing up here shortly, and we'll see who you are playing in the finals.
Indeed. So we'll see what I can
Congratulations to Derek and Christian, and Isaac for your wins, and I think it'll be between Morgan as well.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, exactly. We'll see. Yeah, it does look like Morgan's going to take it home, and at that point, it's just going to come down to strength of schedule between him and Kyle. Because Kyle's strength of schedule is currently 56-56. I think it's just changed with a recent matchup results. That would be interesting to see if that changes at all, because obviously strength of schedule changes every time anyone finishes their matchup.
Yeah, and it's always, well, it's nice. It's it's always a good sign if it really is tight, because it means that there was a good chance for any to be able to get in.
Exactly.
I haven't actually been tracking how these games have been running to time. Have you found clock management? I mean, as an experienced player, I know you would play faster, but how have you been considering clock management lately? Has the game sped up?
Good question. I definitely felt like I've had enough time to think, which means that it has sped up, because in some of my games, it also depends on how close the game is. The very tight games do sometimes go to time, and so far, none of my games have had my opponent go above 20 points, so I don't think this tournament is a great show of that. But I mean, from what I've seen so far, the majority of games have finished before the 75-minute limit.
Yeah,
which,
I've seen that for
I think
this
it's good.
tournament. Yeah.
So what's interesting, actually, I'm just looking at Carson's and Morgan's game, and yes, Carson is on 4 versus Morgan's 35, but Weiss has 4 health left and Vader has 1 health left.
Oh shoot!
So it's just gonna come down to what happens.
Oh,
Can
then
he
let's go take a look at that one then.
Yeah, let's do it. It doesn't look over.
Yeah, I only very briefly looked in just to see the scores. Oh, we should have been watching it.
Well, the thing is, you live fast, right?
Exactly.
I know that Morgan would say that it's a list that sort of depends on outlasting, so it can really crumble once it starts going.
Yeah, exactly.
So having not seen much tank today, how has the tank been performing? Do we have one?
Yeah, Derek's been playing the tank, but I don't think he's been doing particularly well.
So Derek's in the room right now. Derek, do you want to talk about your experience with the tank?
Yes, I missed out.
Oh, but I really wanted to hear you guys tell me how bad I was playing.
I didn't actually see any of your matches, because the one we were trying to watch, you had the bye.
Yeah. No, I jumped in on the last game here, and it went pretty well. But yeah, my first 2 games were not doing super great. Isaac rolling triple dodges with the Royal Guard champion didn't help. It was interesting. I thought I played it about as good as it could.
Is it a vehicle heavy weapon card that can clear the dodge? That used to be an absolute staple. Is it in your?
It's just a heavy weapon.
It's a heavy weapon card.
Heavy weapon only, is it? All right.
It's not on my list. Yeah, the tank can't use it. Yeah, that would be one reason to take something other than the tank for sure.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think the ATST is honestly one of my favorite figures in ICP. Just 1, it's so cool, and 2, heavy weapon vehicle is insanely powerful.
Mm-hmm.
That's just no two ways about it. But I do find the tank is very, very interesting, and as a hint for all the listeners, Derek, it will be coming on for, well, actually, it already has.
We've got Chewbacca moving up next to Vader and Palpatine.
Our old friend
That's Garkin.
Oh, Garkin. Oh, goodness.
So that's interesting.
I haven't seen Garkin being played in ages, or maybe ever.
Or did they just call it?
Yeah, it looks like it. I mean, if Garkin moves out of the middle room, then that is game. So
they're probably just discussing what moves could have been possible or something.
Yeah. So apparently Carlson is very new to Skirmish. Apparently he's been playing for 6 months.
Oh wow!
And from what I know, this seems to be his first tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I haven't had the pleasure of playing against him yet, but it seems like he's a really, really strong player.
Let
So
no one say that the game is becoming crystallized in ivory tower and nobody can come in and bust things up.
Oh
Exactly.
yeah, for sure.
If you have the skill, you can definitely win it.
Ah, well, it looks like our finals will be happening here very shortly.
Oh, really? Oh, running the finals today?
These semis.
Yeah, I assumed so. That's what I was
What did we
told.
say?
Are we running finals today?
Next, though, right?
I
mean,
was
I'm all-
told the finals were happening now.
I was not, but I'm more than happy to do it if that's the case.
Well, we better find out then.
Well, do we have the finals? I kind of thought Isaac had the best record here already. Were people thinking we were going to do another round here for
I
that?
thought I heard that from Noah, but I might be hallucinating.
So I thought you said that we were doing a top 2 cut. Derek.
Aha.
No, I didn't, but I don't really mind. That'll be you and Kyle again, right?
Depends how the strength of schedule changes after Morgan's win is recorded.
Oh,
So
okay.
it might be me and Morgan.
Yeah, then for sure. Then let's do it.
Yeah,
that
cool.
sounds good to me.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to do it.
To be a silent.
Cool. Then we just need.
But I mean, to be fair, Isaac, like you have the decisive top spot, so we could call it.
We could somebody who's seen him once, though. Now would play it differently the second time. That's what I'm interested to see.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, it's completely up to Derek. I've been just trying to win all the games, but I don't know if anyone else took it easy because they knew there was a top 2 cut. So I'm more than happy either way. It really doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, no, I think we should. That sounds good to me. Yeah, I didn't realize it would change based on strength of schedule here. So, yeah, let's do that.
Awesome. Yeah. So once Morgan's scores are in. Oh, actually, Kyle did just run off to the gym, so we might have to.
Postpone.
If it is me and him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We might
Yeah.
have to. We'll see. Just depends on what Morgan's strength schedule is.
I guess so. We have Morgan winning that one, right?
Yeah, looks like it.
I'll just.
Yeah, I think the points.
Does it calculate score? Do you know?
It doesn't in strength of schedule, but I think it still just looks nice because there is a VP 4 against division.
Yeah.
So Morgan had 35 points and Carson had 4.
Okay. All right. Let's see what that did to the ladder.
Dun,
Okay,
dun,
so looks
dun.
looks like it's still me and Kyle in the top 2.
Okay, so then it'll have to be a different day.
By fourth of a percentage. So it's 56 to 52.
Indeed, very tight, and they both have the same extended strength of schedule.
Yeah.
Well,
Did they
thank
play
you,
each other?
everyone for
Derek's on a
watching.
Derek with 2-2 is on 52. Yeah. Right. Well, I will be signing off here. But yes, that was a great refresher, and it seems a very, very healthy and creative game state, which is what we always want to see.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Okay, I will catch you guys a bit later.
Yeah, sounds good. Take care, Alistair. Yes, it looks like Kyle just popped into the general chat. I think he's at the gym and just listening in. But yeah, let's go over and see in case he's still home and is up for a rematch.
Yeah.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, everyone. So I've just found out that the finals is going to happen at a later date. So hopefully we'll get you some commentary and have that pop up on the IA Command channel. But thanks everyone for tuning in, and hope to see you at the next one. And if you haven't heard of it already, please check out the Built on Hope podcast and hear us talking about all manner of things Imperial Assault Skirmish. All right, have a good night, everyone.